off with No Man's Sky. I have played a little bit of this off stream since the last time, because I don't, like, we're not doing, like, our permadeath run and all that we've done where, like, it's really important. We're kind of just progressing at this point. We did finish the expedition already, and we had fun with that, doing the Corvette. So really, like, what we're doing now is just kind of chasing down different missions, upgrading stuff, progressing things. So the only big thing I have done since the last stream is I did finish building the staff, which is this thing. It's just another multi-tool, and at that, it's a pretty crappy one. So I'm not worried about it. It might be able to upgrade into something good, but the one I got was pretty crap. Oh, right, I'm in an uninhabited system. Yeah, so the things I've got going on right now. You just finished the expedition with the optional objectives a few days ago. Yeah, I skipped the optional objectives because they were multiplayer stuff. Yeah, so I had technically finished the one thing in the autophage here, where it tells, you know, you should do one of these two things, which is just making the staff. There wasn't really anything to say that, and I haven't figured out this other one. Most of the other stuff, I don't know what is. We can end up tracking some of these down, because I got a bunch of stuff I'm neglecting that I don't honestly know what was. But I'm just here in a cadmium system, because I was trying to get enough cadmium that I can make the bigger engine once I've got some more storage space. Which actually I think, yeah, I have a a storage unit that I got from, I think it was a mission. Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to get it so our Corvette can go and access any system we so choose. But yeah. So some of the things I want to work on is continuing to progress and build up our ship. Standing stuff is always good. Knock out some milestones, that kind of stuff. We're also in the market for a better freighter. The freighter I have, I believe, was an A or a B class. Oh. Fungal mold is what it wants me to get. So I got all that. Let's also check here. Let's check on our mission objectives. Oh, the other thing I want to do, and this is probably the big thing I want to do, is I want to finish making the Exocraft summoning unit. It's already got the quantum computers in it, but these I've got to get to a purple star. I'm pretty sure in a run I've done the purple star before. I also made my Atlas pass 2, which was just, again, it was the cadmium. So it's just kind of one of those things that... Oh, right. What I wanted to check is there was one mission I had in my log about pirate nonsense. I wanted to see what that was. So, under a rebel star. Because I figure if I got any direction to go, we can go there. So I'm assuming the under a rebel star is actually this thing over here. You found an S-class freighter, and it looked like a Super Star Destroyer from Star Wars, on an expedition, so you couldn't bring it back. Yeah. I thought, and this is the thing, I had a save a long time ago that we had much better progress in, and I don't remember what happened to it. I think it's like between moving computers or something, or some accidental input, we lost it. And I think that was before I started streaming. So this is a save that I've only had since we started streaming. Okay, so 4 planets, 2 moons. But I remember having, like, an S-tier freighter that had a whole bunch of stuff going on, and, you know, having some, like, really teched out ships. Like, I remember that save I had, like, 3 or 4 of, like, the really neat, unique ships. And I've got actually one of the unique ships on this save. I also have, like, the Razor Crest kind of looking ship from the expedition on this one. Okay, so there is a pair of moons behind that. But yeah, so if I remember correctly, the purple stars were later on added to the game And those are for, like, gas giants. And I think I've done one of those before, but I sure don't remember. I'm just scanning all plants to see if there's anything particularly exciting. Well, that one's got fungal mold, which is something I apparently need. But yeah, so what we're doing is I'm moving my way generally towards one of those, like, proper objectives, which is the pirate thing. And then what I'm also doing is, as able, if I see any missions with decent rewards, I'm grabbing those missions along the way. So I could do stuff like add slots to my multi-tool, add slots to my ship, add slots to my freighter, because those could be a bit hard to come by. What I'm also trying to remember is what the limit is, how big my actual main inventory can get, because it's getting pretty chonker. And it keeps letting me do more. Okay, so you're the mission agent. Let's talk to you. I'm not really worried about the repair kits too much. Nanites are always fine, but not for anything that takes effort. A C-class reactor can go die in a fire. Uranium is a bit of a pain to come by, if I recall. Yeah, so none of those really excite me, so we're just gonna move on. So we can run up here and grab the inventory expansion. And then I also have one of the things for increasing my ship's inventory, which I absolutely need. Because then what I can do is go straight to the starship, go to the engines, and we have the one to go to the red systems. There we go. So now I'll be able to go to the green systems.
Technology installed.
Cool. So that's good news. Now, to be able to go to the blue systems, I need another ship inventory slot, which I obviously don't have right now. Oh, I should also stop by the mercenary. The mercenaries thing I could turn in crap that's in my inventory for reputation. But yeah, so it's one of those things, just stopping the systems, grabbing what we can. Oh. You're willing to give me a whole stack of platinum at a massive discount?
Product
Yep.
received. Product received. Product received.
You wanting salvage data upsets me slightly. Okay. You gave me a graviton ball. I'd actually hoped to sell the, or give them the salvage glass. The good news is the platinum I needed. Was that for the on-ship refinery? Oh, another thing I got done was I did upgrade my personal refinery. Which is not a big deal. Yeah, so you do use that for building things. I need to change how I'm doing that to just look at the inventory. Okay, so I got a full stack of that, drop that in. Refuel it. Make nanites. Alright. But yeah, so you stop at the station, you grab some missions and all that, looking for, like, the big things being, like, inventory expansion slots. Gaining ranks gives you more mission opportunities and better missions and all that. I'm pretty sure what I was missing here is if I choose my stuff there, was the refinery unit. So let's get that installed. I think I got some of those leg things in here.
No free Insert inventory.
Okay. I wanted to see how far I could take this. Alright, needless to say, I cannot carry all this. I really wish there was a sort button here. Silica powder, 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 powder, powder. I might have a little bit of silica powder. Silica powder, silica powder, silica powder. Silica powder, silica powder. Drop those back over. So that jelly I might end up using, that I might end up using. That's what it's actually getting in here for. Stack those, stack that. I apparently have a giant mountain of metal platings. Got a giant pile of glass. I need to clean up the inventory. And I keep putting it off because that is not a thing I want to deal with. Focus on this. You know, see what the next thing is we can process here into something better. Yeah, because I could keep upgrading those, which isn't even a bad idea. So take, like, the silica powder, make it a silica dust, or magnetized dust, make it a pure ferrite. Just work it the whole way up. It's so much junk in here.
Technology recharge.
But now, if we go to where we had those nanites in inventory form, is there no resort? Ah, there we go. That's what I want. Okay, that's way better. It may not be in the order I would necessarily have gone with, but it's at least in an order that isn't deeply frustrating. Okay, so let's go over here and get the refinery built on our ship. So this can also process stuff. Oh, you make glass. You know what? It's fine. And did I want to put anything else in here? We've got all of these things built. Do I actually have the nutrition bay? I think I do. Yeah, this is the nutrition bay right there.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, so like oxygen, I've got way more than I could possibly use. Or I got some sodium that's upgraded. Cobalt, on the other hand, it doesn't look like it got iodized cobalt laying around, so let's go ahead and get that going. Gotta be a better use for this thing. Like, that's the thing, there's so many materials that really its only use is for processing. And I do wish it was really easy to sort by that, so like just have all the copper show up. There we go. This is stuff that we just needs to be processed. Okay. Oh wait, we're in a populated system. Let's check this mission computer. A capillary shell. So exosuit upgrade unit. And a bunch of money. So we're not going to go out of our way to do that one. I'm going to keep focused on you. But what we can do is when we end up on a planet, as we see animals, we can unmake them. Okay, so this wants the quest to be over here. Apparently need hyperdrive fuel, which is an ongoing problem. Consumable.
Technology recharge.
Alright. Alright, was that you have yourself a good sleep and all that. Good evening, you're also exploring the cosmos, Disney and some company. Hey, it's no problem. Welcome to hanging out and all that good stuff. So maybe we'll get lucky and the Dreadnought will be here again to fight. Looking like a big old nope. Now I have been to the system, so no. I guess because I scan these and then I leave and I don't turn anything in. Oh no, did I just miss that one? No, I guess they're not going to stay marked unless I take the time to land on it, discover a point, hit the little save point, that kind of garbage. Which is fair. Also, I'm too lazy to do those things I just mentioned. Come on, there you go. Alright, I did see it switched our quest back again. So let's do this again. That quest, please. Locate data acquired from the abandoned vessel and reach the marked coordinates. Okay. Which also apparently needs to be scanned. The good news is while I'm down there, if I take the time to hit anything, it should keep it marked. You can also go here into my discoveries. Turn those in for extra nanites. Now, the next thing I'm going to use my nanites on, I could see it being either the multi-tool or the ship for upgrading them. They're very expensive on nanites, but once it's done, it's done. I'm going to chase down whatever this quest path is, get it off my list. Oh, I thought when you were saying you're getting so sleepy, you were trying to be like, yeah, I'm calling it kind of thing. Alright. Bone stripping acid storms. Oh, that sounds lovely. Okay, so we're gonna go run through all this real quick. Alright.
Toxic protection falling.
We're just making our way to the objective. So we got a crashed ship. Okay. Grab all junk. Okay. There's nothing here but a distress beacon of a craft ship. There's no signs of life. Download logs. I attempt to salvage what I can from the log of the crash ship. Sifting through the diagnostic data, they appear to have been victim of sudden, overwhelming assault. Recover the cockpit records. Among the endless data and countless warnings and errors triggered by the flames that consume the ship, there is a fragment of a recording, a window into the starship's final moments. Pirate, going! Suddenly the voices change, muffled shouts of the pilot fade away, cut through by words that ring out clear in a powerful tone. Resist the red. We shall cut out its crimson eye. The end of the message is accompanied by a clear navigation signal and a rendezvous point. But to who? Death to the Scarlet. Tyrant. Oh, hey. I don't know why you suddenly aggressed me, but okay. Wow, my weapon is not really doing much damage to you. Pretty annoying that they're mutually repairing each other.
Toxic protection. Falling. Technology recharge.
Yes, that was interesting, and that wasn't the normal Sentinels. It was a whole different mechanism.
Units received.
An ancient data structure. Alright, before we do that, I just need to run up this ship so I can claim it. You are a trash ship. So we're going to claim this to add it to our collection, but we're not going to swap to it.
Toxic protection. Falling.
Well, that's the thing. It was interesting that the regular Sentinels actually do pretty fine against... Oh, that's not what I want. So I'm wondering if they have, like, a damage resistance to the type of damage I'm doing or something. I don't know. So it might be something that I need to be looking into. It's not my fault, adorable animals. I have been paid to murder you. And so therefore am innocent in all matters.
Units received. Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Okay.
Units received. Units received.
Alright.
Units received. Toxic protection falling.
Yeah, let's get out of the weather for a minute.
Technology recharge.
Why would you feed them? There's an option for it. You can tame animals. We're just not doing it. I've already got an animal or two. Rendezvous beacon, an unmarked navigation beacon. Activate this to deploy the beacon to retrace the final steps of the crash ship.
Alert. Navigational data received.
So you're off planet.
Toxic protection falling.
There's the animal I haven't discovered yet.
Units received. Toxic protection falling.
Okay.
Thank you Stop Todd for subscribing for 19 months.
Technology recharge.
And thank you, Stop Todd, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month, and you used it here. And that's 19 months you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that continued support. Alright. And we're quickly running ourselves out of inventory space because I was very greedy and took basically what I could out of my inventory, or out of the ship. And drop you off. I will grab you, drop you in, top off the fuel.
Technology recharge.
Sorry. And my ship is where? Way over that way.
Toxic protection falling. Toxic protection falling.
And I should be going inside and waiting for the crap weather to pass. But I really don't want to just sit there and wait.
Units received. Toxic protection falling.
Alright. So let recover real quick. Don't go back out for more. Because the storm will pass and then we won't have to do it. It's just... the counterplay with the storm is usually just to hole up underground and wait it out. Or in a building, or in your ship, or wherever.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Alright. It still takes months. We're going to just let our toxic get up to max. And when it's up to max, we'll go out. We're working our way back to our freighter. And I'll go see where this next objective is of this pirate thing. Alright, I must have already grabbed it. That's fine.
Toxic protection falling.
Okay, we already got it.
Units received.
Alright. We're also going to attack the quest real fast. And just see
Units received.
what number of animals they still need to kill. Because this is a pretty good planet for killing a whole lot of animals.
Units received.
Okay. We'll just keep on working on it. It's fine. You don't have anything to be bothering me about. Okay, so let's take a quick look at our quest log. We'll switch it to the creature extermination. Okay, so I only gotta kill 8 more.
Toxic protection. Falling.
Alright. Alright, meanwhile, let's also take a quick look at the discoveries. So we have discovered all of the animals on the planet already. Doing that gives me an extra, like, almost 2,000.
Toxic protection.
Nanites. It does seem like I'm only getting credit for discovering all the animals if instead of going the upload all, I actually go to the animal section, you know, say like, hey, submit all the animals. Wait, you want to be hostile towards me? Okay, and done. Alright, so now I can switch back to the quest we've been working on. Okay, because I was just taking a quick detour to get the bunch of the animals for that quest, because that way we can, you know, double dip our progression. I'll probably soon have to go out of my way to collect more materials for, you know, recharging my shields and all that.
Toxic protection. Stabilizing.
Oh, I need to be over here.
Toxic protection. Stabilizing.
Okay. So, we got all this crap on me. Let's move. Oh, it's right. Now let's see. Yeah, okay, so now I can transfer stuff over. Good. So yeah, what we can do for right now is move the freighter crap onto the ship. The frigate crap onto the ship. What else do I want to move over here? I just have so much stuff to process in my inventory. I should just go over here. We'll actually turn this in.
Units received.
There's 500,000 and a thing to upgrade our inventory. Not really worried about the drones and all that. I don't feel like feeding all the creatures. Yeah, so I don't really care about those rewards. So what I'm going to do is, since I've got so much oxygen, drop a bunch of stacks over there. Same with that. Oh, those are different types of, like, meat chunks and all that. I'm just kind of taking a bunch of stuff that I got stacks of everywhere and trying to sort it out, so organize that again. Grab your ferrite dust and drop it out. Drop that out.
Technology recharge.
And instead... Ah, that's a chart 2 one. We'll worry about that when we get on our next planet. Whenever I'm landing and I have to look for something, we can just plunk that in. Oh, we can drop you in, because ultimately you become nanites after a couple of refines. We can check on our actual refinery. Yeah, so again, I had my materials disappear out of this refinery. Alright, Basset, you take care. So I'm learning to just not use the ship refinery unless it's just gonna sit there. Oh, and I need to go back to log because it unset my objective again. There we go. But yeah, so the moment we get to a point where I just need to land on a planet and collect some kind of resource, that's when we'll pop the ship inventory thing. Or the inventory slot thing. If it was just an instant inventory piece, I would have used it. But honestly, a lot of those things, it's do what I'm working on or that. Okay, we got a derelict.
Hostile ships approaching.
Come on. I remember before they changed it where this, like, aim thing was. You'd have to use the combat stuff in there, but honestly, with the way the UI works on it, and the control, like the flight model control, it was always pretty obnoxious.
Hostile ships defeated.
Okay. So which way was it back to the smashed freighter? There it is. The suspicious arms package, which is for the scatter blaster. Suspicious package here. Suspicious mining module thing. So that would overload it, so that's 6, 15, 10. Why on earth would I take you over the others? Alright, that'll be one to get rid of. It seems like it's just objectively worse than I already had. Did it unset my mission again? No. Reach the rendezvous point. Oh, there we go. You wish to follow us, to seize your freedom, to reject grand lies of the Atlas. We shall see if you are worthy, the voice of freedom. Challenge the caller. You hear only static. In reply, a faint laugh echoing through the noise. Yeah, so this doesn't seem like the kind of derelict freighter that we dock on and explore. I'm also not seeing any obvious places for, like, the cargo caches or anything like that. Nothing's highlighting. That's fine. We got to fight a whole bunch of pirates. What am I seeing as on the HUD? I've got like a panic thing. Okay, so we can go on to the next part of the signal. Found such loot in ancient vaults. Friend, not opportunity. Excited to see the pilot. The trade offer to me seems like a collection of rare and precious things. Bargain for relic, I'll give you air. The trader accepts the offer. I'm sure I'll find use for the relic, or it will find use for me. Alright. And then meanwhile, my thing here finished up its job.
Technology recharge.
Let's see if we can't find... more goop to process. Yeah, it looks like the alarm signal is at the same place this is. It's just showing up weird because it was trying to show me how to get around the planet. Thank you, Ken Hawk, for the 60 stream streak. Catch the last 60 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot. Okay. Checking the mission computer. You're willing to give me a walker brain for artifacts, salvage data for fish, salvage data for violence. I mean, I should be accepting ones like that. I'm not going to. I want to keep working on what I'm working on.
Toxic protection falling.
I do see there's a communication antenna over there. Or not communication antenna.
Toxic protection falling.
Let's get into shelter for a second, and then we'll assess what type of building this is. Okay, so this is apparently our destination. So is this one we just walk in, or is this one we fight in?
Protection falling. Toxic protection stabilizing.
The trader screen blinks angrily with the demand of urgent action. The Gek worriedly shows me a list of items, each with monetary figure attached. The figures are flashing red, angry and urgent. Gek Trade Federation, installed nation tax, no repayment, no life, help. They hold their breath and they look at me with bulging eyes. They peck desperately at the sleeve of their exosuit. Offer to pay. I give the traders sufficient units to cover the cost of on their display. They look at me shocked. The scent they release is extraordinary. The most glorious release of tension I've ever experienced. Glorious survivor, welcome. The path of liberty shall be our own masters. Rid of the Chrism illusion. A sky for the strong. The broadcast finished, the terminal begins to printing a secure pass. An invitation, it seems, to meet this voice of freedom. Sure, we'll accept it. And we do have our Atlas 2 thing. Oh, remembrance required. Okay, I actually have the remembrance item. I couldn't remember what it was for. Let's see, I might even be able to craft that in my inventory right now. So we'll wait on that. Let's check for the remembrance. Because I want to say the remembrance goes up here. I need a heart of a sun.
Technology installed.
Okay. So now we get to go through the whole thing here. Alright. So now I need to go and find the heart of a sun and backtrack through all this. And I remember this is a whole big thing. Or I don't have the ability to make it right now. Yeah, Soul Engine. I want to say all these, if we were to look at them, eventually we would find Heart of a Sun in here. Yep. So we can't craft it there. Find Heart of the Sun. Heart of the Sun recipe not known. Acquire recipes from the synthesis lab aboard the Space Anomaly. Alright, so I can't screw around with that. So we're going to go ahead and just immediately switch back to what we were working on. As we find ourselves an entirely new set of things to deal with. What's it saying you need? Remembrance. Alright, so it seems like the remembrance is something to go after as well. But for the time being, I need to use my pass for the Voice of Freedom.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Alright, let's go to our ship.
Incoming storm.
Holy crap, your like, this
Toxic protection.
planet has a storm on it like every couple seconds. Alright.
Technology recharge.
Cool, so we can go ahead and do this. Checking the mission computer. Nothing I'm super excited about. Fly to space to access the galaxy map. So it looks like we're going on to our next system looking for things. Okay, so it's way down there. Understood. We got 5 planets, 1 moon. Oh, that one's got emerald. We might drop down long enough to grab some emerald off of one of these. Because that's what I'll need for the next engine. And since we're here, you know, why not? Okay, so I need to get past the really big planet here. We got another moon over here. All right. So we got frost crystals, gamma root, and salvage scrap. Aggressive sentinels. Ancient bones. A rusted metal. So the downside is, if I were to go for the salvage stuff, I need to clean out inventory to do that. Same with the ancient bones. The gamma root I don't really give a crap about. Oh, you know what? We'll do this one. I've had multiple things calling for uranium, and I don't have any on me. So we're gonna need to shuffle some stuff around. Let's put the glass into the storage. Let's put all the meaty bits into storage, I guess. And honestly, anything that looks at all cookable. Get all of that stuff to process still. Okay, that should help a little bit.
Technology recharge.
Alright, so we're here to just get emerald. I know I need something like 300 or so to build the next engine. I don't know how much more I'm going to need than that. But the next engine's going to be the only one I'm prioritizing right now. Okay, are you a water world? Because that'd be... No, I just think I'm over a body of water. That's better. I'm guessing we're in a storm. Looks like there's shallow land here. Can't see it all. Okay, so we got some hills right here. We're gonna go to those hills. I'm looking for any kind of thing of interest. A section of dirt. I can't even tell which way the ground is. I think. Okay, thanks, altimeter. Okay, that's going back out into the water. Alright, so there's ore right there. Let's just land. Okay. I wish the thing wasn't undulating through my window. Alright, so we can't do anything with the mission radar here, because it's an uninhabited system. Irradiated downpours. Love to see it. Absolute favorite. Grab you out. Drop you in. Plunk you in. Recharge it.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
Okay, so it's sodium, 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 uranium. Alright, so uranium I actually do want. We're primarily here for the emerald, but I don't see any in range.
Units received.
So right now we're just analyzing everything.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Alright.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
There's no shortage of critters on this planet.
Units received.
Alright. So let's get to that uranium.
Units received.
But you find lots of really interesting stuff all over. I see tons of resources I could use for boosting a whole bunch of, like, my shields up. Well, they're hunting each other. That's fine. Okay. Let's see, what do you do with the billions of units you get? You can spend them on upgrading stuff, you can spend them on buying materials. Low-key, I've actually been hurting for units. I had several hundred million, but we just started buying tons and tons of upgrades for my Corvette, and they're not cheap. So you get a lot of units, but you can absolutely delete units quickly. Now, a lot of those are like min-max, you know, just make things that much better. You don't need those upgrades, but it's kind of one of those things of like increasing the rank of your ship to give it better stats and all that. There's lots of not necessary but helpful things you can go after. Alright, so emerald's what we're actually here for. That sac venom, I don't really care about that.
Technology recharge.
This is definitely going to be a planet that we're going to be burning through materials on to stay alive here. Be good if I could find... Sometimes you'll find the oxygen plants and the... like the various like sodium and all that, you'll find like big clusters of them, which is always good when you find like the 20 or so oxygen plants all bunched up together and you get, you know, a really big influx of oxygen. All right. Go away, Sentinel. It's none of your business.
Technology recharge.
Do we have another deposit? So we've got a couple of fossils over there. Got uranium here. Uranium. There's emerald really far away. I couldn't tell you the last time I grabbed a fossil. So let's go over there towards the fossils. How much emerald do I have now? Alright, so I want to have at least 300. We're at 210. So just one more node of emerald will do it. Some more uranium. Let's also check from this planet. We have discovered... oh, there are a bunch more animals on this planet. Yeah, so we've got an uncommon and rare flying one, and then 4 underwater ones. I probably won't bother. Like, we might peek into the water, but I found those can be sometimes pretty obnoxious to try and locate. They're not as bad as the underground ones. The underground ones, sometimes you just stand around waiting, trying to get them to spawn,
Units received.
and it can just take forever. A granberry. Okay. Is there a land vehicle you can get to move around? Yes. You have to build a pad to teleport it in on. That's actually this thing here I mentioned is one of my priorities. That lets me do it without building the pad every time. It's a very endgame item. The big thing is I have to get into purple systems to do it.
Units
And
received.
I, for the life of me, do not remember the procedure for doing that. Guardian's awake. Oh. Ow. I do not remember the Guardians. Okay.
Radiation protection falling. Technology recharge.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense that they showed up at the same time as the fossil stuff, considering that's what I was doing when it was like, enemies. We're still looking for more emerald. There's another vigil stone. there's the flying creature.
Units
Well, one of them.
received.
And that'll be the other flying creature. So it might be worth it. What are you? Okay, where'd that flying creature go?
Units received.
Huh. It's just a thing you can mine for resources. That's sodium. 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 And back there was the emerald we already mined, so I don't want to go back there just in case. That emerald I did not mine. So what did we get in our inventory with that? Nothing I could find super easy. Okay. We can just drop some carbon in there. And stack of this. Oh, you put it in the wrong spot, didn't you?
Technology recharge.
Alright, let's quickly toss stuff in there. Yeah, so we got pieces of fossil. Let me guess, the water's gonna be awful.
Extreme radiation detected.
Yeah, no, I've done that before. I've been just being lazy about it. But you're not wrong, I should be doing that.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
And thank you for the follow.
Units
Go to the
received.
stream. That might literally be all of the... Is that literally all the creatures already? It is. That'll be another like 2,000 nanites or so. But yeah, we'll do it on this one. I've been being lazy. Also, always have people be like, I don't think that actually works. So it's like, I'm pretty sure it does. Alright. It's still funny to me that we've mastered just about everything, and just because I wasn't using that prompt to do it. There we go. Let's get over here real fast. Grab it on the walk by.
Units received. Radiation protection falling.
It's fine. I could take the time to carve myself, like, a little hole in the wall and just mine from there, but rather not. We got tons of the batteries thing, and got more supplies than I know what to do with. You know, just keep carving on through this all. Because, yeah, and this should be plenty of emeralds so that when we get another ship slot, I'll be able to build the next engine so that our Corvette can do that. The worst thing is I can easily just switch to my other ship, and it has all the right systems to go to any system we want. The point is, I don't want to have to switch my ships every single time to have, like, the ship I jump into a system, then go back to my Corvette that I actually want to fly. So I want to make all our ships capable. Alright. I also think what I might even need to do is just grab a bunch of the, silicate powder and all that. Some of these things I'm getting, you know, 10, 20, 30 stacks of that I just don't need that much.
Technology recharge.
Into that. What ships do you have / use? And what grade of ship? So I've got the Corvette up to an A. That's actually one of the things I want to use the nanites for, is get enough to jump it up to an S-class. I've got one of the unique ships that's got, like, the ball pod and then, like, tri-wings coming off of it, I'm pretty sure is an S-class. I've got the ship that's, you know, from a past expedition that looks a lot like a Razor Crest. I know there's another ship on top of that I have, and I don't remember for the life of me what it was. I used to have tons more on an older save that got lost at one point. Like I had a bunch of the sail, or I had like 2 of the sail style ships that they can jump from system to system with like minimal cost. But this one we're still playing catch up. I have under 100 hours in this save versus the other one I'm pretty sure I had way, way over that. Actually get salt of that one. Hey, can you stop blinking at me so you can actually see what I'm doing? There's more over there. Looks like we pretty much tapped that. I'd say immediately finding more. Okay, so are we now? We're at 425. Is that a second stack? I think it is. Yeah, okay, so we're at almost 800 emeralds, so we're more than good there. So with that, let's get our ship back. You can find a spot. Have you ever mined an entire planet? You can't. If you actually look, you can mine down only so far.
Technology recharge.
And then...
Extreme
Oh, in this case there's water, so I'm not going to deal with that. But, there is like a bedrock you hit. So it'd be the same thing as like trying to mine all of Minecraft. Plus, the scale of the planets are really big. Like it is genuinely huge. So it would not be a feasible thing even if there was not the bedrock. It'd be like just saying, have you ever explored all of Elite Dangerous? It's like, well, I mean, technically that could be done. but you're talking a scale beyond any real reasonable consideration. Be like trying to dig out the Grand Canyon with a spoon, basically.
Technology recharge. Technology
Alright,
recharge.
so I need to be after Carbon again. Station Authority, I'm in an uninhabited system. What are you planning to find? I'm surprised we're getting scanned for contraband there just because I'm in an uninhabited system. And surprisingly, for once, I actually don't have contraband. Oh, I need to change my objective back to dealing with you. Let's see, you played through the main story again and ended on a toxic planet with worms and without your ship. Great. Oh yeah, and that's always the worst one, is like if you got your ship exploded, that was always a real bad time.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, I need to upgrade the ship's hyperdrive. Our Corvette's hyperdrive is terrible. Like, low-key, I've debated a number of times about going back to my S-class ship that's good for travel. I think genuinely what I need to do is get the freighter sorted out, and then once I get my freighter sorted out, use it for my travel. Just load up all my crap on that. It's one of the things I used to do. Okay, so it's an outlaw station that we're going to. It's the main story, look for the ship thing. It's not too bad, but the plan is really bad. Alright. Yeah, no, that's, one of the things I found interesting, and maybe it was just the luck I had, was when the game first came out, if you chose, like, the permadeath survival mode. Was it permadeath? It doesn't matter. But the survival mode, the hard mode, you would start that, and it was literally you'd like run under a ledge, and you'd mine like everything you could reach from that ledge while your stuff recharged, and then kind of like run to the next place. And you'd end up doing that until you finally reached your ship. And once you reach your ship, it wasn't too bad, because you could jump out of the cockpit, mine everything around it, and jump back in. If you like exploring with a freighter, you can get upgrade, you can get the upgrade where it scans and logs all planets in the system. I wasn't aware that was a thing, at least not that I remember. But yeah, no, it's just nice to use the freighter because you could have all your ships on board. You didn't have to worry about you jump into a system and immediately you're onslaught, where you have to like fight everything, which is fine. Like I could win those fights, no problem. But it was just annoying to get drugged into a fight after fight you're really not looking for. Okay, so we can sell that. Not really worried about those things. You've got missions for me. Alright. So you're gonna give me money and that. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. I don't care about that. Yeah. None of your rewards excite me. So the contraband agent. Before I worry about interacting with you, let's, I didn't actually see where it wants me to take the quest to. Oh yeah, no, you're good. Like I said, it's one of those things I probably honestly don't remember. Life support systems. Commercial monitoring disabled. Station defenses primed for freedom. Atlas area and surveillance uplink rejected. Request voice the freedom... Glorious Savior. Or Glorious Survivor. The promised star will be yours. Glass, 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 glass. Cool. Let's see. Explore the Outlaw Station. Local system authorities have been displaced by the Voice of Freedom's outlaw forces. Outlaw systems allow the purchase of profitable black market goods, complete lucrative missions for the station's bounty master, acquire a forged passport to restore reputation in regulated systems. So I guess it just wants me to talk to people. Traveler entity, welcome. Korvax knows much. Traveler also seeks hidden knowledge, I think. Let me just see what you say here. Sell a vigilant stone. Actually, don't know if I have anything you want to sell to you. Meanwhile, that has stopped doing things. There's so much crap in here.
Technology recharge.
Yeah, so it wants me to acquire a forged passport. So I'm trying to avoid getting a bunch of negative standings from attacking the other factions. Speak to those aboard, locate the Voice of Freedom. I guess I'll start talking to random people here. Welcome, glorious savior. Here, there are no Gek, no Korvax, no Vakeen. Here, we speak one tongue. Here we are free. Ask about the Voice of Freedom. Only the strong deserve to sing with the glorious Voice of Freedom. Do not permit the weak to find us. Welcome, new face. To find us is to be chosen. To find us is to be free. Ask about the Voice of Freedom. There are those who would deny us freedom. New face, those who would sacrifice everything to appease the Sentinels. But the Voice keeps us free. What are you? I guess it's not that exciting. That's fine. The Crimson Fiend corrupts minds across the galaxy. No more will we prostrate ourselves before its all-seeing red eye. Ask about the Voice of Freedom. To speak with the Voice of Freedom is to roar back against the Crimson Void. It is glory itself. Can you, like, just tell me what I want to know? You are one of us now, new face. You are bonded to us. You are free. Ask about the Voice Freedom. The voice is not one voice, but many. It is our voice. It is your voice. You sing with our choir now. New customization option unlocked. The Shroud of Freedom. Explore the outside legend. Examined the subverted station core. Okay, so we have the exact same dialogue here. Request the Voice Freedom. Glorious Survivor, the promised star will be yours. It just yells glass a whole lot. Explore the Outlaw Station. Visit the black market. Okay. Visit the salvage dealer. The salvage technology dealer. Okay, so we're just getting like the breadcrumb thing where it's like, here's all the things you can do on the pirate system. It's funny because I've actually done a bunch of smuggling and all that for these people. I just didn't follow this quest to be led, you know, by the nose to them. Leave the outlaw station and, you know, proceed to your ship for disembark. And I already grabbed this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we did. Cool. Well, I am curious with this, like, how far this will end up going. That I can't imagine they have a whole thing where you take down the Atlas or anything like that. It wouldn't make sense with the story of the game, really. But, considering what the Atlas does and represents and all that, I'm down with violence. Okay. And really quickly, that finished again. Drop the dust in storage. Recharge that.
Recharge.
Keep it running. Checking the mission radar. Don't really care about those rewards, so we just move on. Station flight plan monitoring alert. Exit clearance pending. The voice of freedom will not permit the Atlas silence. New face carries our voice. You must hide your trail. Take this document. Disrupt the traffic records at the station at a station core. Your voice will be free of the darkness. Accept the task. Forged passport, a counterfeit starship registry documentation. This digital signature is guaranteed to free previous crimes and misdemeanors. It can be used to reset any negative action standings records at a station core. But I'm positive with everyone. I don't want to do that thing. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's interesting that has like a navigation symbol. It's fine. Because my fear is that the quest will be like, oh hey, you lose your standings with the Krovax because you use this thing even though you're in good standings. Even though we have done a lot of smuggling and all that. Oh, cool.
Ships approaching.
Alright, so let's hope for an S-tier dreadnought. Or at least an A-tier. Something better than my current carrier.
Enemy missile inbound. Pirate engines neutralized.
So now what I'm looking for is there's trenches on here. Alright, that's not it. I'm just bouncing off the hitbox. Okay, so let's get ourselves a little bit of distance. Is that the trenches there? That is what it's shooting at, not what I'm trying to take down. It'd be lovely if I could actually pivot my head to look. Oh, I see the trench. Alright.
Warning. Civilian shields depleted. Enemy missile inbound.
Alright. Okay, that's the first one.
Technology recharge.
There's the second. Come on, put your tower up.
Civilian freighter destroyed.
Okay, Dreadnought defeated. It's fine. No one... Someone hasn't watched Star Wars. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. In the actual, like, Star Wars stuff, you would take up a bunch of the towers and all that. They would go fast down the lane and all that, but instead of having, like, an exhaust port you shoot to blow up the whole thing, basically you hammer on it till the shields go down and then they surrender. So it's, like, weirdly halfway between destroying a Star Destroyer and all that. Yo, the Travel, do you wish to join, for us to join our fleet? Was the frigate? Get out of here. C-class? No, thank you. What I'm looking for is where I board you. There you are. Okay. The pirate commander begs for mercy. I may name my price. Seize the Dreadnought. It is a C-class Dreadnought. Decline the Dreadnought. Demand tribute. The Allied resignedly empties their coffers.
Units received.
And we get ourselves a cool 6 million and some change. Okay, a ladder up here? Storage containers? Oh, these are my storage these are like the storage containers you would have. Let me off. I don't want up the ladder, I want off the ladder. There, I can teleport back using this. Yeah, so we're looking for one of these that's not utter rubbish class-wise. So I need to go that way. And some change. You wish I had enough money to call 700,000 change. Yep. Mission radar. Nothing I care about. Why are you flagging from that far away? A minor settlement. Alright. I overshot it. Okay. But yeah, no, there's all sorts of fantastic things you can do with that. Yeah, so I'm doing this quest line. I'm a little worried that this might actually reset my reputation, which would knock it down a lot. It wouldn't be the end of the world if it does. It'd just be kind of a minor annoyance / inconvenience. Oh, did you just give me credit even though I didn't do it? No, you're still marked. Atlas area and surveillance uplink high alert. Unusual activity detected. Beginning traveler database expand. Disrupt station records. Registration document accepted. Traffic patterns unexceptional. Okay, and I think at that point... Yeah, at that point we finished that quest line, so it's not going to bother me anymore. We got a couple things we need to potentially... Oh, I've already visited this station before, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay. We got a couple of things we should do at the anomaly, so let's go ahead and head back to our ship. Let's check with the mission agent before I do that. Just in case they got something that's good for me. Alright, so you're willing to give me... For killing one enemy, a bunch of fuel. So we'll add that on the list. And to heck with the rest of it. And if it inflicts on a 155 stream streak, catch last 155 streams, not miss a single one. Take this change of wardrobe. Streaks through chat. Sir. Sir. Do we need to discuss this? But thank you so much for catching all the streams. Really do appreciate it. Let's see. Inventory-wise, we're doing fine for right now. I do need to get another expansion spot for my ship here. And also, unfortunately, we're about out of fuel for our hyperdrive. Now, remember, if I check this, it's all crap. Like, the Quicksilver is useful because that's how you buy cosmetics. So that you can, you know, make it so your engines make cool sounds and all sorts of junk. Okay, there's the anomaly. Alright. This will also be good because I've got multiple full planets worth of animal scans and all that to drop off, so we can get a bunch of nanites there. I could in turn cook a ton of things to turn into the person who wants to sample my recipes. I'm also very lazy. Alright. They really need to fix the hitbox on these. So if you don't see what's happening, I'm getting stuck inside the hitbox and then I have to run farther around. I think it's those engines that are the problem. That, like, the hitbox expands past the graphic, and so you can walk into it, but you have to, like, walk back out because you catch on the edge. Alright. So let's drop things off. Ah, young one. You still roam the boundaries of the universe. How I envy you. My time out of reality is long since past. Or my time out in reality is long since past. But I do miss it sometimes. Perhaps you might help an old soul? Share things you've seen. I miss feeling of dirty hands, hard work, grafting among the rocks and soil. Give data about minerals. Oh, thank you, little one. You have no idea what this means to me. Please take these nanites. They are nothing, but they are all I have now. And a solid almost 700 nanites. Okay, and you'll reward me for all those milestones for scanning plants. Traveler hopes to make progress. Traveler tests themselves. I will help and exchange progress for progress. Or wealth, perhaps. Experience for materials. Both valid. Today, vortex cubes. I have gotten new milestones, thank you. And all that's crap that I don't want. Lifeform sniffs as if, with a derisory look. I don't see that word very often. I'm trying to detect the items I carry from scent alone. Donate food to market. I don't have any of those. Present food for critique. Hexberry? Perhaps. But primary sensation is not taste. It is blandness. Utter blandness. Present food for critique. Present grabberry. I do not believe anything more unpleasant has ever passed my lips. How did you ruin Granberry so? Present food for critique. Root juice. Ah, splendid. Remnants of root juice of my youth. Sure. That was certainly a thing. And I'm pretty sure... Oh no, we had salvage data. That was the only thing I hadn't done was this one where you need the salvage data. So I've got 40 salvage data. So what we need to do is technology, as I think had the big unlocks under it. So we have the antimatter reactor, we have the nutrient processor, livestock unit, automated feeder. That's music stuff. But way to cheer us up upon your cooking skills. Quite the burn. Short-range teleporter, weapon rack, hazardous unit. So those don't see a thing. Appearance modifier, wonder projector. Yeah, so those don't actually seem that important. Technology, transport modules, the Nautilon platform, orbital exocraft materializer. Okay. Exocraft summoning station. So I could buy all these. Aquatic stuff, decals, posters, decorative, fossil displays, illumination, industrial modules. I see. Electromagnetic generator, electric cloaking, mineral extractor, gas extractor, supply depot, supply pipe. Those all seem important. Agricultural modules. So that'd be for growing a bunch of other stuff. And then those are building stuff. Okay. So the industrial modules seem like they're probably the most important. Let me get the mineral extractor. The gas extractor. The supply depot. Supply line. And it puts me one short of being able to get the electromagnetic generator. Which does seem like it'd be potentially useful in its own right. And with that, I basically obliterated all my resources there. And what do you have? Strike back against Sentinel Menace. Right, so if I bring them brains, it makes him happy. And let's go ahead and check with the leader person here. And the reason I think we checked the leader person is I did make a lot of progress on the anomalous things. Nut is always happy to see new eyes in for our small convergence. We are happy to have you aboard. Alright, well I guess I won't worry about that. Okay. So, let's check in our log and where we go from here. Killing a random predator is not a big thing. So, gather and refine platinum. We already have that. Complete installation. So I have to find the Heart of the Sun. That seems like it's late game. That's just a milestone thing that we don't need to worry about. We have the settlement stuff. Let's go ahead and visit Construction Research Station aboard the Space Anomaly. Learn the fossil display. Okay. So it wants me to go back here and learn the fossil display. That's fine. I think it was like 1. Technology. Okay. Fossil display. And I can't afford any of the others. Design and assemble a complete skeleton. Fossil beds detected nearby planet. Return to space and survey planets. Alright, so I don't want to deal with that right now. That seems like it's one of those things to just, you keep exploring the planets, keeps grabbing fossils until you get the RNG to give you the right ones. I don't think that's a bad mechanic. But for right now, that is going to be a later me issue, so we'll chuck those there. So let's switch up our objectives here. Okay. Industrial surveying. Learn an industrial unit. Units include the electromagnetic generator, the mineral extractors, these advanced units, so we'll need more salvage data. So we can... The farmer awaits at their terminal. Do they, though? I hired a farmer for my base. Working from their terminal, they will provide agricultural equipment and development for new plant samples, so I might tame and grow everything. Base computer archives. Search base computer archives. Local information registrar. There are tons of things in here that I do not remember what it is. Where are you going to send me? Okay. So we could probably use the teleporter to go straight to one of these. Alright. Your bases. Yes, this one has all of the things on it. And I don't know what any of the rest of those are about. Like, what are you? So, aggressive sentinels, bountiful fauna, and all that. That's a hexagonal planet. So this is the one we've been to recently. I'm gonna add to the favorites so I don't forget it. The thing I can't tell though is it wants me to go. Automated archive recovery process has restored additional interactive. Let's try teleporting down to our base that's here. Because we're right nearby that place anyways. I've been kind of hanging out this part of the universe. Analysis unit online. Indicate desired research plan. Buildable technology. We can make a health station, hazard protection. I think this is where we actually get our quest stuff. Recovered archive encrypted. Input recovery pass key to proceed. Man, I don't remember. 11? Recover archive encrypted. Input passkey to proceed. Travel. Archive unlocked. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered, 15%. New data available. Search archives. Entry 4925 follows. My exosuit has directed me to a crashed starship. Controls react to my touch, and I can only assume it belongs to me. No memory of it, no sense of a before. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled. Preparing for download. Search construction database. Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. So we have learned how to make a C-class scanner module. Okay, it wants me to interact with it again. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey to begin. Definitely loot. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey to proceed. Journeys. Archive unlocked. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered 27%. New data available. Search archives. Entry 4925X follows. I glance back towards the wreck of my ship. Nothing more than a dot. Walking this plane for hours, yet mountains seem no closer. I look up to the sky. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprint reassembled and prepared for download. Search construction database. Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragment of next segment. Did you just give me another Class C? Is it actually putting Class C modules in my inventory? It is, you monsters. Multi-tool scanning says, yeah, I don't need those. Those are crap. Okay. So what is my new objective on this? Because this seems to be like the base building thing. Install a teleport receiver on your starship. Upgrade your starship by building a teleport receiver. Select... Sir, I'm gonna be real with you. That is not happening. Do one of my other ships already have a teleport receiver that you might accept? So you got the... Oh, I need to get rid of that one. Alright, so we'll check this one. This is, I believe, was my long-distance ship. Heh, it is not. It is one I grabbed and I clearly have never used. Okay. Or I was using it and I eventually got rid of it. Alright, let's check one of our other ships. Let's check the one from the expedition, the Razor Crest wannabe. I'm pretty sure the Razor Crest wannabe I didn't do anything with. No, it's actually got a bunch of modules in there. Oh yeah, we have the figurine. We don't have the teleporter thing. We've got the cargo scanner deflector, though. But still. No on that. And let's go here. There we go. This one had it. I believe this is the ship I was using the longest. Yeah, so you can see this one's pretty kitted out. It's got some cosmetics and all that crap on there. Alright. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovered. 32%. New data available. Search the archives. Entry number 4925X follows. They came up from surrounded, back above ground now, but surely they'll follow me. Should never have touched the eggs. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled and prepared for download. Search the construction database. Exosuit technology extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Readable archive retrieval complete. Beginning defragmentation of next segment. Another crappy thing. Construct a neural stimulator and install it in the inventory of a technology slot on my stuff. A neural stimulator. Excuse me? Neural stimulator. Sure.
Technology installed.
Alright, that'll be one to get rid of. Alright, now we're ready for this again. Recovery encrypted. Input recovery passkey. Disruptor. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey to proceed. Was. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey to proceed. Knowledge. Archive unlocked. Automated recovery progress. Data recovery 42%. Search the archives. Number 4925X follows. The Sentinel drones patrols never seem to end. I claimed so much from the Earth. Additional data available. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled and prepared to download. Search construction database. Exosuit technology data extracted. Downloading plans. Personal upgrade module synthesized from data scraps. Oh my god, please. Install efficient thrusters on your starship. Already done. Recovery encrypted. Input passkey. Rewards. Recovery archive encrypted. Enter passkey. Intelligent. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey. Highest. Recovery archive encrypted. Please insert passkey. Pain. Archive unlocked. You have a new torture rack to put yourself in. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovery 58%. Number 425X follows. Having great success with the advanced materials. Able to. Far more efficient synthesis. It seems I can create pathway to materials all over the system. How do you know the passkey? I don't. I'm guessing. Construction logs recovered. Blueprints reassembled. You notice it just lets me keep guessing till I get whatever one right. Okay, so we're getting more plans, personal upgrade module, probably more garbage, continuing to defrag. Install a shield lattice in your exosuit. Okay, I guess I'll talk to the computer again. I think this is holding your hand to give you the basics. Gek. Archive unlocked. Automated archive recovery in progress. Data recovery 61%. Okay. Working fast. The fading sun. Set up camp in the foothills. Hardly luxury, but it keeps out the cold. I'll be gone by morning anyway. Perhaps some other traveler will shelter here one day. Okay, we got additional blueprints. Yada yada. Base lighting plans restored. Oh, okay. I can get decorative lights. Cool. I guess it's more useful than another module I'm going to immediately delete for trace amounts of nanites. Construct a white light. Oh, I guess it said wall light. Either way. Recovery archive encrypted. Input recovery passkey to proceed. Favor. Recovery archive encrypted. Input passkey to proceed. Gift. Starship. Weapons. Bodies. Kneel. Echo. There we go. And we are at 74%. Search the archives. I saw another one of them today. On the spaceship. They looked at me like it wasn't even there. Stared right through. Was just a geck when I returned. Imagining things? Okay, we got our blueprint. Appearance modifier plans restored. Okay, because I would have had to trade for that anyways. Okay, what do you want from me next? Construct the appearance modifier. I see you, game. You're like, you know what the priority here is? How you look. Oh, I need to get more carbon.
Recharge.
Let's see. So, we've got all the junk here. We've got all this. Those are the agricultural terminals and all those. Man, I forgot those were even a thing in this game. Okay, so the appearance terminal is nice and super cheap. Cool. I did your thing. Let me go to the terminal. So we're basically getting all of this on here. So we have the encryption, invitation. Nope. Joy. Malfunctions. Myself. Monolith. Error. Okay. 82%. I thought it had hours too, but the daylight is already fading. The sun is slipping. Light barely penetrates the thick rings, looping endless around us. I need to hurry. Okay, and exosuit technology. Oh, you know I'm betting? I'm betting all these times we're getting the exosuit technology. It's because it would have unlocked base plans, but because I already had those base plans, it's giving me that as like an alternate reward. Value. I like, yes, you know where value's at. And 98%. Search the archive. Time has come. Move on. Something is calling me. I can. On my starship communicator. Plotting route to the center. Log lost. Okay. Search construction database. Readable archive retrieval complete. Okay. So you talking about defragment stuff. Construct a landing pad. Okay. Where the heck would that be in here? I would assume it would have been under this tab. Legacy structures. A bunch of stickers. Small pavement, ruined starship flags. Power and industry. Oh, there we go, landing pad. So I need 2 microprocessors. So I can go here, bam, bam, What am I missing? A tiny bit of chromatic metal. Alright, so we can go to you. Chuck you in that storage. We should have copper in droves here somewhere. Don't tell me I've run out of copper again. I should have more copper, right? I've grabbed so much copper over this time. Starship. Oh, it's set to the wrong starship. Hey, Corvette. I need to manually pop on board to set you back to my active ship. Alright, that's not what I really want. Okay, so we're just gonna go here, summon, there you go. So I can hop in here for a second. So this will make it our active ship. Uninhabited system, so I don't need to worry about that. Okay, do we have any... Did I put it away, maybe? No, I don't see it in here. Nor here. I gotta go find copper, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's gave me 7 different of the same upgrade module. Class-wise. They'll be slightly different when I actually pull them out. Okay, do we have copper nearby? I don't even know if copper shows up on this planet. Salt. Iridium. Gold. Salt. Gold. Gold. Iridium. That's suddenly making me realize, with the ship engines... I think iridium's the one I need for my next drive, so... Let's take 2 seconds while we're on this planet. And grab ourselves... like... 300, 400, 500 iridium or whatever it is. Okay. Or indium, not iridium. And originally I had planned to like make this my long-term base. I don't know if that'll actually end up being the way we go with it. Mostly because it has like those trippy ripple effects, and those really screw with your eyes. This planet looks like your street sidewalk. Yeah, like I like the hexagon flooring. Think of the follow. Welcome to stream. But you can see like the gravity effects where it kind of ripples and pulses, and that really starts to bother your eyes after a while. All I need to do is find a paradise planet that also doesn't have anything bad about it whatsoever, and has valuable resources, and is just perfect in every single way. That's all I gotta do. Little minor things like that. Usually every planet has something good and bad about it. Like, the atmosphere will be terrible, or it'll have bad weather, or it'll be like Sentinel aggressive planet. Or it'll have the whole thing where a lot of the nature nearby is aggressive. You found a beautiful paradise. Every single animal is aggressive or hostile. Yeah, that used to be the when the game first came out, you'd find those paradise planets, and that was usually one of the two negatives. Either one, the sentinels would be highly aggressive, or two, the local wildlife would be highly aggressive.
Technology recharge.
Which honestly isn't that bad. Okay. But yeah, so it's looking like I'm probably going to have to hit up a another planet to get some copper or whatever, or manage to catch on the trade hub or whatever. But get some copper to get that going up. Let's see, so far you're living on the frozen Everstory planet, but hey, storm crystals. Yeah, no, right, so like I moved around. So the problem is I used to have a older save file that we lost at one point, and I genuinely don't remember what was part of that and what was this one. But I remember I had like a really big elaborate base on one of the saves at one point. And so either one, it got lost in the save, or B, I think it was when they added like all the underwater stuff. I was convinced, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to make an underwater base and we're going to go with that. Because my base had kind of been a mess with how big it was. And I was like, you know what, I just kind of want to clean slate this. So I either tore it down and went to move, and that like never did complete the next task. Or it got lost at the save switch. Alright, so we have at least 500. Because I do see there's a stack of 19 there. Yeah, so I got at least like 600, so we should be good there. Oh right, I need carbon. We've been smelting stuff constantly, and I've been running myself low. So let's get some carbon real fast. The amount of time it takes this thing to overheat now is certainly ridiculous. Just grabbing resources. Those are graviton balls. You can get decent money for stealing them. When you grab them, that summons the mechs or the sentinels, which is fine. I've certainly done plenty of that on the stream many, many times, just stolen a bunch of those things as we happen to be going through an area. This thing still hasn't overheated. Despite me basically kind of keeping it solidly going this whole time. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, this thing is almost capable of running indefinitely. Just barely, not quite. Or I should say, able to run constantly until it needs to be recharged from burning out of fuel. Okay, there it goes. And then, like, instantly cooled off. Oh, I just realized the time, chat. Bear with me, chat. I need to run downstairs real quick and go on my quote-unquote long break. It's about a 5-minute break that I run down, welcome my wife home, throw dinner in the oven and all that. Usually takes about 5-ish minutes. So I'm going to quickly run down. I'll do that, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, we're... Oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Where's my body disposal box? Usually it's right by the door. Oh, it's on the ceiling. That's fair. BB cables are everywhere.
I'm so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... She's like, staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. Need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by 1. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like, that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. Thank you. On the wheels, on the wheels. Yeah, we just turned around. Is that not how you turn around? That is the OSHA approved method of turning your vehicle around. Why are you rummaging through my trash? That person will die this day. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere in the area of like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. What's... Oh, I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. I was like, no, that looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can. You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some like stream compression thing? Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see it. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. That sucks. That's because I forgot at the beginning of the day to flip the pause things for whatever was coming in each day. Well. I'm not gonna call it any specific group because again, it's not about individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Your friends turned into weird magical cards? Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. Yeah. Lightning. Lightning gives me a momentary window that I'm not dead. Thank you, Lightning. You saved my life. Okay. Is that an S tier tool? No, it is an A tier tool. Let's see. Rual before Project Zomboid Challenge Run. Such hope, such endeavor, such lush hair and beard. Lush hair and beard. I have not heard that said.
No free slots in
Oh,
inventory.
I guess we're good on carbon for a while. Okay. Alright. I understand. I was like, what do you mean no free slots? Oh, mostly the lack of free slots. Yeah, that'd do it. I'm gonna need to activate some of that carbon, so that'll give me a way of compressing it. But yeah, no, that was more like, yeah, no, after setting that world record, yeah, that was, well, and it's funny because I think of the world record in my mind as like that's when I burned out in the game, but very genuinely, we had a number of pretty big saves after that point. And I think it was like that was probably the beginning of me burning out in the game, was when I did the world record run. Let's see here. So I need to... Let's see... Let's see if there's anywhere in system I can get copper. First, let's check the planet we just left. Okay, Iridium, or Indium. I keep saying Iridium, it's Indium. And then you have Indium. Activated indium. I don't know if I should go out of my way for activated indium. Alright, so let's see if I take this. Was not prepared for it to tell me no. And we grab some of the indium and just see what it would turn into if I try to process it. So that becomes chromatic metal. So I actually didn't even need to go up in the air. I just get more indium. But that does open up the interesting consideration of, I don't know what we would use chromatic indium for. So it's... I'm sure it's a rare material I need for something. Atlas, put EOD. Atlas, put infinite. Witness, accept Atlas message. Okay. Did that give me a new quest or anything? No. Okay. Alright, so what I was just about to say is... Well... So I'm willing to bet the activated indium will also process into chromium. And this would give me access to ancient bones. Sure, why not? Alright, so we need to do some inventory management because rip all of my inventory. The Radion I don't have immediate need for. Let's go ahead and chuck that into our storage. Chuck you into storage. Chuck you into storage. Drop you in the refinery. Kick the refinery in gear. Put some fuel in there. I have no idea about that. For right now, let's put the indium on the starship. The E-mill or whatever it is onto the starship. We'll do the same with the cadmium. Because those are all mostly stuff I could be using for ship engine, stuff like that. So probably better served just being chucked on the ship. That I do actually want to keep on me. We got tons of materials to process into other things. That's food, and I said it's just to put that into storage for right now. A bunch of these things to process down. Put that in there. Oh, that also reminds me, so go land here. Because then while we're looking for the activated stuff, alright, so we gotta land first. Weather intense heat. So we'll use this to give us direction. Why will you just not let me do that?
Extreme temperature detected.
Okay, there's activated right there. Alright, I guess we'll just have to go to a system that is populated.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
There we go.
Units received. Units received.
Yeah, so with all the buffs I have in my scanning tool,
Units received.
you'll notice when I'm scanning these things, I'm getting like 200,000 per creature I scan. And you can get it much higher than that.
Weather warning. Incoming storm. Extreme temperature detected.
Okay. So we'll work on mining this while the storm's going on.
Technology recharge.
Because I don't really know what I need this for. But it is a material that... Really? Already?
Technology recharge.
I must have been low on the ferrite dust, so we just used higher end ferrite. Which is fine. Okay. We ran out of fuel.
Technology recharge.
So how much activated did that give me? About 200 something. And my assumption is if I process that, it'll also become chromatic metal. We have storm crystals showing up, which are always nice. Salt, so that's more activated over there. I got tons of storm crystals all over the place. It's even closer. We got fossils in that direction. So let's see how bad this is. New planetary record for the hottest planet I've been on.
Extreme heat damage detected. Units received.
Alright.
Units received. Units received.
The fact that the entire environment around me is catching fire.
Update. Storm clearing.
Okay. Okay, so let's grab you.
Extreme night temperature detected.
So what I want to double check is I'm pretty sure if I check you in there, chromatic metal. Good to know. That's all I wanted to check, so even if I just were to sit here and just do extra of this, it'd be fine. Go away, Sen. There's nothing to see here.
Thermal protection falling. Technology recharge.
Alright. Cleaning all this up. Then when I have something that's like, oh, you need the activate, it's like, yeah, I got it. It's fine. It's in the pocket. And if I grab a little extra, I'm just going to make it into chromatic metal, which I'm sure will deeply upset someone who has been putting a lot of effort into getting this resource.
Technology recharge.
Phosphorus, salt, more activated, but it's way over there. We do have some fossils over in that direction. Fossils over in that direction. My ship's down there. I think that's back where we were. Okay, so let's go over and check out these fossils. I appreciate that day and night, storm or otherwise, the surface of this planet is on fire.
Units received.
It seems like a nice place to get a summer home. You're still new to the game, but you remember being able to recharge your shield while on foot? Not just the hazard ones? Yeah. You can go in here, and you can recharge. I can choose to do the battery or other materials. Like here's the regular set, the regular one. So it's all in there. I think that thing just, like, suicide bombed me when it got low on health.
Technology
Have you checked the male announcer voice? He's kind of scary. I have not. There's some activated iridium. There's another fossil bed over there, but I'm not too worried about. I'm not going out of my way for the fossils. I just figured since I didn't see an iridium that was right next to me, grab those because that'd reveal more. You know, if I don't have a specific direction to go in, any direction's a good direction. Let's see. Do we have the thing to? You can let me do it? No. All right. So we're probably gonna need to have to hit a whole different system. The male announcer voice. So is that just like going into our options, probably under... Oh, I forgot they don't even have an audio section. The masculine suit voice. How does this sound? Because we didn't used to have that way back, I don't think. Probably gonna hear like 2 lines and be like, nah. Nah, nah.
Technology recharged. Technology recharged.
No. That's going away right now. No. Oh, you can just turn off the suit voice. I didn't even know that. I don't know if I want that off. It warns you a lot of important stuff. It's fine. Like, it's one thing that the voice can get really annoying. You leave your house... Yeah, let me try it with it off. Because it is one of those things that it can be very easy for you to miss stuff. Weather warning. Firewall detected. Or flame wall, whatever. Standing out in over 600 degrees Fahrenheit seems like a mistake. That's not quite liquefying metals, not counting stuff like mercury temperatures, but it's pretty close. Okay, so take this out, recharge you, grab the next thing to shove in there. Flamewall doesn't seem great. I remember a mission in StarCraft about that. Man, I know I played through all the StarCraft stuff. I do not remember most of it. Like, I remember the game, and I remember how much I enjoyed and all that, but, like, individual mission names and all that, those memories are gone. Like, I'm sure it'd be one of those things that, you know, booting it up, I would probably start a mission and be like, oh yeah, this mission, you know, like that kind of thing. You looked it up, you could melt tin? Yeah, it checks out. Okay. Chromatic metals is one of those things you end up needing so much of over time. I remember back before we could do a lot of stuff with the money in the game, like for all the upgrading ship kind of stuff, that a lot of times to go between systems you'd just hit the trade hub and you'd just either buy copper or whatever metal you could find, or on the rare occasion you could just find the chromatic metal or the fuel itself. You just do that. It's also a thing that the space station, I don't know if it still does, I don't think it does, used to have hallways down the sides that if you got the better Atlas passes, you could almost always hop back there. In a pretty decent amount of time, you could just find either just straight up a hyperdrive fuel or materials that would get you a hyperdrive fuel. So like once you got your Atlas pass, I think it was like level 3 or whatever, you just had to stop into the station, and between trading stuff back and forth to get yourself money, you could like not land on a planet at all anymore, just no need for it to go to the center of the galaxy. Hey, Throttle, how's it going? Alright, so... got the fossils over there. Yeah, so I've got 3 stacks of the activated. So I'm gonna burn one of those stacks of activated to just make chromatic, which I know is honestly very much of a waste. But, counter argument, I'm here, and going someplace else to get it would be more annoying. So instead I can just grab it while we're here. Alright, so our ship's that way. It doesn't look like anything we care about's in between, and that's the iridium I already hit between it. Ah, I see. I actually get a really good rate out of those, as opposed to the copper where I don't. While we're tucked down here during the storm, I have found all of the species on the planet. Yeah, that's really good for chromatic. Something to keep in mind in the future. They need to fix it so you get credit for finding all the animals with the upload all as well. Because the fact that I'm getting those all now because I realize I need to go through that UI as opposed to just the upload all is pretty upsetting at this stage. Because it'd probably be thousands more nanites we would have gotten. Plus all the milestones. It's fine, though. Yeah, it's whatever. Alright. Probably should empty this out, but that's fine. Right. First, let's go here. Sort our inventory. I've got tons and tons and tons of carbon. Let me go ahead and drop a couple of stacks. Pop over here. I've got tons more silica powder. And the rest looks pretty okay. Alright, so let's sort our inventory again. And then from here, we can go into that. Grab you out. Alright, so now we need to go back to our base. Because it wanted me to build a landing pad, and I didn't have the chromatic metal for it. Okay, meanwhile, it looks like we got the other skeletons up there, so let's go ahead and chuck our 2 fossils up there as well. Yeah, those I want to just get rid of. The rest is all fine. Okay, so get back to home, put down the landing pad, get the base building quest series just completely finished. Oh, I'm about to run out of fuel on that. There's that done. We just keep expanding the inventory versus any real inventory management. Yeah, so that's worth a ton of money. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we land here real fast, we build our landing pad, and that'll probably be the last thing I need to do for the base quest series. And the other thing about, like, farm specialists and all that, I don't want to deal with it right now. Oh yeah, I forgot I gave you one of the big storage... Oh, it actually remembered that I parked all my ships here for the various quest things. I'm honestly surprised I remembered that. Oh wait, I need to go here. Landing pad. Right, and I needed the chromatic metal to make the circuit board. And now landing pad. Cool. It's not really what I wanted it to do, but that's fine for the objective. Log. Automated archive recovery in progress. Archive for user iteration lost. Unavailable. Possible remote terminus backup available. Download coordinates. Follow coordinates. Cool. And with that, I'm going to immediately go over here, edit part, and deleted. That is not the materials I was expecting to get back from it, but okay. Alright, so it wants me to leave the world. Yeah. And it's gone. Is it out of system? Is that what I'm understanding? Yes. Okay. So let's go over here. Make fuel, chuck it in there. And we can go ahead and get the next thing for the base thing. Because it seems like that's unlocking a lot of the stuff I was using all my salvage data for. So if I could just skip burning a bunch of salvage data. Looks like we got ourselves another Dreadnought fight. So if you could do me a favor, Dreadnought, and be at least an A class. I'd prefer S, but at least an A class I'm willing to work with. And I think they're on the bottom. All right. Oh, there's a trench over there. Come on, pop up. Okay, Dreadnought defeated. And we have now hit the max rank with the Gek. Yo, friend, you have a fine fleet, yes? I think it'd be finer with just one more ship. And you are... crap, get out of my sight. Okay. There we go. The pirate commander begs for mercy. You may name your price. Seize the Dreadnought. Why are you nothing but C class? Can you please be something other than C? I mean, it might be that they're just locked in at C, and that's what those ones you have to go ahead and work your way up. That's fine. You'll give me like 7 million. Which is also acceptable. That's a lot of money for not a whole lot of effort. There's definitely better money options, but... let's see. Still know what a factory override unit is. Not gonna worry about it. I'm assuming that goes with the settlement stuff that I never really did get super far into settlement stuff. It just wasn't a focus I had. Alright, so we got in our system that has a hexagon world. It's another dissonant system. Yeah, we'll drop down here first. Okay, so let's go in after the Corrupt Archive. I do want to make sure that we stop into the station to check for missions and all that before we leave. Alright. They're clear, it's that unknown building right there. Okay. Alright, so abandoned terminal. I've reached the location marked by my base computer. The remote archive terminal hums, waiting for input. Access memory. Attempting to read memory at... We sought to escape from reality. That's why we're all here, isn't it? I can remember that... I can remember what it was like to be a traveler, to have that hope, that intolerable thirst for the new. I should have never listened to you, my love. There is no fire in this place. No trophies fit for gods. There is only darkness. The family of glass. They watch everything. Search physical cache. I searched the physical cache attached to the terminal. Whoever recorded this message also left a piece of technology. And that piece of technology was a really, really crappy hyperdrive unit. Okay. So I'll pop in here real quick. That's not what I want. Yeah, so guessing by what that said, I gotta go back to my base computer in the other system to advance it more. That's fine. We're gonna quickly hit the station to see if there's any, like, quests I can get for storage stuff or anything like that. In other words, we traveled this distance to go there to pretty much find a computer that left a note being like, honey, I told you this was a crappy neighborhood to move into. This place sucks. I was right. It's pretty much the way I read that. Okay. So we're going to go here, we're going to check the missions, we're going to upgrade our inventory, and we're going to go see if the mercenaries want anything from me. Oh, wait, don't. Okay. Let's see. Exosuit expansion unit, sure. You want me to deliver an item, so I'll have to go to a specific place for that. Scan for minerals for a frigate module. And then the other ones I don't care about. What was that? Grab some pocket change out of it. Okay, so you are willing to give me that for free. Heavily discounted radon. So heavily discount on this, so it's probably one of those things I could buy and just sell. Launch fuel. Stop wanting my salvage data. I'm gonna go to one of the technology people. New friend, welcome to Gek. Trader's best prices. So let's go to sell. Get all of these out of here. An S-class reactor. It is a real shame my ship is completely maxed out on slots. Yep, you're a cartographer. I'm not worried about that. Let's see if we can buy anything useful here. Now, so far as selling goes, so mesh decouplers, that's fine, get rid of it. Yep, so I'm gonna make a cool, like, 2-ish million on those. Take the Gek relic. Is there anything else of particular value we're seeing here? I'll just sell the root juice. I don't want to carry it anymore. Tino ball we'll get rid of. Got the ship inventory. That's fine. And before I forget, let's go to my actual stuff here. Drop you off. Because what I'm going to want to do is go up here. Then all of this over to the ship. And then we can take the goop, chuck it in there, top you off. Alright. Is there a way to, say, combine multiple sea levels of equipment into a B, or like that? Or are you just dependent on buying... So, you can't combine items to do it, but you can take certain things and pay a large volume of in-game currency or nanites to do different upgrades. So, like, with our nanites, I actually probably have enough nanites for the starship. It's either, like, 20,000 or 25,000 or whatever to bump my ship up to an S tier. Yeah, so, like, I can go over here. My Corvette right now is an A tier. So I go to upgrade my ship. I can actually purchase an additional storage slot on my ship, which I am going to do. Because that will get me that. For upgrading the class of the ship, what would it cost me? 50,000 nanites. But before I also forget, let's go switch our ships real quick. Oh, yeah, that one's critically damaged. There was a trick to get it to summon up here anyways, and I do not remember what it was. Let's see, the ship itself here, yeah, so you can do the same with your multi-tool. It's just a different place you go. You really wish they had a system. You're currently go right to S tier, skipping others. ABC, no, but selling. Yeah. Oh, I think what I would do is I think I went to the freighter, and I would park the freighter right outside the station, and then, you know, be able to jump into the ship from there or something like that. I can't remember exactly. There was a trick you could do to get your damaged ships up there really fast without having to actually repair them. Defense Chit. A token entitling the bearer support from system authorities dealing with pirate activities. Okay, what the heck was I doing now? Log. We have the courier. Right, so we need to go back to the space base computer. And then we also had a courier mission. I'm hoping they'll be in the same direction. They're not. Okay, well, both of my other objectives are here. So let's do these two objectives. We'll go to where our base computer is and turn that crap in. Oh, right, and I need to make my extra engine. I guess unless I'm going to land on the planet, even scanning it doesn't do a whole lot for me. Alright. Yeah, so I have the Emerald Drive. Oh, right. I meant to dismantle the emergency warp unit, because I'm not going to really use it. I'd rather just have it back as fuel. And that'll boost that. So I got the Emerald Drive. Where was the other one? There's the Cadium Drive. So those will be easy to spot there. Cadium, Emerald. Let's see. Indium. So I believe that gives me all three of the drives. I don't believe there's like an additional drive past that. Do we already have the economy scanner? No, I've got a conflict scanner. Let's grab the economy scanner just because we can. Alright. Cool. And we can deliver these. Delivery lockbox prepared. Accessing. I have misplaced the client's package. If I replace it with an identical item, I should be able to complete the delivery without making a mistake. Decline. I may have accidentally sold their package. So I lost a standings with the Gek because I may have accidentally acquired a mission and then immediately sold their goods. It's an honest mistake. I'm supposed to scan 6 minerals. And done. I'm glad you're not the only one of that problem. Yeah, I think the answer is don't touch the mission stuff until you're ready to leave the thing. After you've done, like, your buying and selling and all that stuff. Okay, we got a suspicious equipment thing, which I did not see what popped out of it, but that's okay. Recharge you. Grab more of the slime. Oh, repair kit. There we go. Alright, so we need to go back to the station anyways. Well, not need to. We're going to go back to the station anyways, because I'm going to use the station for, one, checking for more quests, and also to continue to upgrade the inventory until it doesn't give you the option anymore. I'm honestly surprised. They must have changed inventory stuff a while back, because I definitely feel like the inventory space I have now out of long since been done with. It's also a thing that in my head, I remember the inventory prices getting just astronomical, that every single time you upgrade, it went from like, okay, well, your first upgrade, it's like 10,000, that's no big deal. And then, you know, it'd start getting up to multiple millions per inventory spot. Okay. There's the frigate module. I'm not going to grab that one. A ship storage module. So that'd be collecting phosphorus. That's a big one. I've been hurting for those. Okay, and we'll keep processing all this stuff. Okay. That's fine. How much would it cost to upgrade my stuff? 50,000 nanites for upgrading my multi-tool as well. Oh, we need to check the mercenary. I always forget the mercenary. I got tons of stuff in here that the mercenary guild likes. And plus, half the time we go into the mercenaries guild and they just have stuff I want that they're willing to give me for free. Or on a heavy discount. Like, every single time they're giving me the launch fuel for free. Heavily discounted gold. Heavily discounted semiconductors. Boo. Okay, we can go to this. That's 50 nanites. We have more of that to drop in there. You playing this right now? It's a good game. Alright, so one thing I might do. So first, check to see if there's anything we actually want out of the stuff here. Nope. So for selling, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. I've got 15 of these. I've not needed them. I'm just going to sell them. Because I think what's happened is I think we've got our ship set up where it actually is handling that zone. I might need a bunch of that junk. That's all fine. Oh, and that'll be more nanites done. Okay, and we grab another stack, drop them in. One jump and you can end the main story? Nice. Yeah, so they want me to get phosphorus. Oh, I didn't check. Let's check in our ship storage to see if I've got phosphorus laying around. Because that was for a ship expansion module. Which, you know, it's costing me a bunch to do a bunch of that now. Phosphorus. I do not remember what you look like. So that's pignium. I might just not have it, which is totally valid. Nope, that's looking like a big old noperina there. We'll toss that over because we can. Alright, so we're going to have to go after phosphorus. So for this, I believe we can find phosphorus in our home system. You want the autophage cosmetics? That's why you're in a hurry? That's fair. Alright, so with that, we can go over here to our home system again. I am once again out of fuel because this thing needs to have its hyperdrive improved desperately. Okay, grab another one of these. Check on you. Get more nanites happening. Alright. So once to check with the base computer. Have you built your own ship yet? Yes. If you're talking about the Corvette, I've got that going. If you're talking about the thing where you part out a ship piece by piece, I have done that in the past. I didn't end up actually keeping the ship, though. You can do some cool stuff with it, but generally speaking, I tended to find the more exotic pre-made ships to be more interesting. Yeah, we'll just go for this. We can just go for the phosphorus wherever we end up landing in a system that's got it. I don't need to go out of my way for it. Yeah, you build your one Corvette. Yeah, no, and we did a bunch of upgrades to it. The thing I've noticed so far is if we actually look at our systems, I've got almost all of them at A. It definitely seems like different parts based on their name or whatever have certain qualities. So it does feel like, unfortunately, if you went to have the engines that are the best for stats-wise, you end up needing to put in specific engines. Now, the workaround might be if I go in and instead of where I'm using those, if I were to put in the upgrades, like the normal ship upgrades, and then start putting the ship pieces on, I think that would allow you to, you know, build a Corvette to look however you want and max stats. But that's going to be one I'm going to have to look into farther. Okay, so for you, runner of the base computer. Automated archive recovery in progress. Archive for user iteration lost unavailable. Possible remote terminus. Backup available. Download coordinates. Don't tell me it's going to be a whole thing where now instead of just doing like build thing here, I'm going to have to run back to the terminal. Oh, I don't need to run back. I just teleport. What am I doing? They changed vanilla. There's no mods going on here. It does take a lot of upgrades to get to that size, but yeah, no, the backpacks and all that, they let you just keep on going. To a point, they even added UI to make it so you can see more of it at one time. Alright, so I'm going to need to go to literally back to the exact same system I was just at. Okay, so let's get out of my chair. Do I have ferrite dust back here? Now I got ferrite powder. But ferrite powder becomes glass when you process it. There we go. A whole bunch of ferrite dust. See, man, the grind with limited space a few years ago was wild compared to now. Must have to jump back in to see all the changes. Oh yeah, that is definitely the one thing with No Man's Sky, is the game is just always adding more, changing, giving you more to chase and all that. And most of the chases feel like really good. Like, for example, we have the Corvettes now. So this isn't just some ship we just, you know, you grab and you like the aesthetic. I can part by part change the entire look to this ship. You know, that'd actually be the thing that's curious, though, is I do think I'm going to want to get, like, the regular, ordinary upgrades. And then as we do those, I can rip off some of the stuff. That does make me wonder, ultimately, like, completely modular yet now? Oh, yeah. Or, if you want something else that's kind of cool, I can show you here in just a second. Let me get into low atmosphere. So let's get above the target. So mid-flight, we're just going to stand up. Going to open the hatch. Well, I'm supposed to be kind of gliding out. That's going to be wildly inconvenient. I don't know why it worked for me the very first time, where it actually, like, glided versus now we're just free-falling. Because you're supposed to be able to jump out just the same way. Oh, you know what? Maybe I have to jump out, like, the back. Like, run out the back. But yeah, so they've got it now where you can literally go from space, like extravehicular, and land on the planet. Needless to say, I'm not walking 26 minutes that way. Yeah, no, I did it the first time without a problem, and I had people keep asking me, it's like, how do you make that work? And I've only tried twice otherwise, because, like, it's a fun thing. Is it a useful thing? Not really. But it's cool because now everything's kind of joined together. You don't have to worry about, oh, I gotta get back to my ship and all that to do this, or whatever. You can just kind of have that transition where, like, literally you just leap out of your ship and all that. But that's for the Corvettes, which are entire custom jobs. Because, like, I'll give you an example here. I'm not gonna go to the editor and everything because I'd have to go back to the station. And we've already taken the stuff we can get out of the station. The good news, at least, is a different location on this one. Yeah, so if you look at this station, I've got like a refinery I put in here. We've got a mission computer, so I can grab missions and all that. I'm gonna leave those alone. You put down the ramp there. I've got some storage over here. I can grow stuff in these. Got life support, place to sleep. You can cook in there. You got the ramp on the outside. But it's all modular, so like this engine on the right, I added that on there. Like it's not a thing like that. Like if we go here, you'll see all of the stuff here. But you actually do go to an editor. If you've played Starfield, the editor's kind of like that. Where you get your separate pieces, and then you mash them on one by one. And that changes the ship's stats and all that kind of stuff based on whatever you stick on it. Are ship pieces like that found or researched? You can trade for them, and you can also dig them up. You can find, like, wrecks and dig them up. Let's see. I've reached the location marked by my base computer. The remote archive terminal hums, awaiting my input. Access memory. Attempting to read memory. Did it know what I had done? Was it angry, upset, alone, afraid? Could a sentinel feel such things? It hovered before me, its light catching upon 1,000 crystal shards all around. And as it moved, it traveled by my side. That night, I dreamt of the warp cage, but there was no more pain within. The drone looked at me, and I knew I had been forgiven. I had fixed it. I had answered for my sin. I shall call it Laylaps. As you're working on your second ship, making it smaller, your first ship was like 5 floors high. Yeah. I searched the physical cat attached to the terminal. Whoever recorded this message left a piece of technology. Stop giving me crappy modules. Alright. Well, take 2 seconds to get the scan. How many creatures are on this planet? 1. And all species discovered. archive recovery process, and I have to wait several in-game hours before I can do it again. Okay, so I'm questioning if this is just an alternative way to get modules, or how that works. I'm not gonna deal with the farmer. We could go ahead and do that while I'm standing here, because we couldn't do it earlier with the system I was in. It wouldn't let me. Let's get our upgrade. You can also check to see if there's any phosphorus in the system, because then we can get that other mission objective done. So you are 9 hours away. Needless to say, we're not walking that. Now, the thing I gotta figure out is I gotta figure out how on earth it is I get to the purple stars. Like, to find them. Because those are the ones that I believe have the gas giants. And don't spoil it if it's some, like, I have to follow some quest line that I haven't found yet or whatever. Because they keep adding new quest lines and whatnot. Because I've got all the engines now to unlock all systems. Dear Agent, we heard your pleas about getting too many C-Class modules, and we reacted. So now you get a few D-Class in the rotation. Sincerely, Procurement Department, that loot terminal, probably. Okay. Hey, Earthrush, how's it going? Alright, so we can drop down here. Let's see, you wish you could hire NPCs like Starfield? You have like 200 bays in No Man's Sky, but all of them are empty? Oh man. No, I've gone back. Once I finish with the base, a lot of times I rip them down. Yeah, no, it's one of those things I could definitely see advantages of. The base building aspect of the game, I did one base early on. That save file, I don't know what happened. I don't have it anymore. Like, I don't remember if it was something that got accidentally deleted or corrupted or whatever. But I don't have it anymore. And I just have not put in the time to make, like, another proper base. There we go. Let me expand my inventory again. All right. Yeah, and that hitbox in that engine is cursed. And we'll grab you. And get on the ship. You need carbon nanotubes and an antimatter housing. Okay. Antimatter housing, carbon nanotubes. And more inventory space. So we have cobalt, and abandoned. Oh, the abandoned buildings like the other side of the planet. That's where we just came from. Gold. Okay. This planet does not appear to have any things we care about. So I got the expanded inventory from that. Do we have... What are you? Carrier AI fragment. I don't really care about these things too much. Alright. So we'll do a quick scan, see if any of the planets have phosphorus. And then we will go to the station regardless of if they do or don't, to see what missions they have. Okay, so no dice there. No dice there. There is a moon on the other side of this planet, so let's get around it. But they used to be able to assemble different officers around a single base in the early version. Research officer, military one. We've not seen anyone with that kind of crew in a while. Has that been removed? No, I actually have a mission for getting, like, the farming officer. I think these days they're just used to unlock things. I don't think they, like, automatically farm for you. I could be wrong on that one. But it's just one of those things. Okay, so none of those had what we were looking for. That's fine. So we're gonna go to the space station, upgrade our inventory, hit up the mercenaries people, do the routine. Did we already switch our... Yes, the base computer, we have to wait. That's the farmer. We have to unlock stuff there. We haven't figured out what I need to do with that. Yeah, so it's exchange void motes. Stream survival. Install the remembrance, which is the heart of the sun. They're part of the quest that tutorialized the base building? Yeah. Let's see, so just there to give you quests related to the subtypes, like farming. You get makes the multi-tools, which you can sell now, but that's newish. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's I literally have a quest to deal with the farming officer, and I keep looking at it being like, oh, I should do that at some point. And then that never happens because, you know. That requires me to go back to my base and do things with my base, which means to not be running around exploring and doing other things. Alright. So let's go over here, check our missions. Okay. That one I've already got set. I'm not really worried about those rewards or those rewards or those rewards. So that's all fine. So go up here. Check to see if the Mercenaries Guild has anything for me. Nothing I care about, nothing I care about. Right, this must be a system we've already hit multiple times before because of other stuff, which means this will likely already be marked as visited. Yep. Well, that was a waste of my time. Okay, so we are on the search for phosphorus. Let's also check with some of these guys. Sometimes when you trade with them, these ones will have different stuff. Offer to trade. Yeah, so like ammonia you normally can't just like straight up buy very often. The quantum computers, being able to buy those straight on the get-go is pretty good. I don't need any right now, but they're a little bit of a process to get. I don't see you standing around your ship. I was low-key hoping I'd run up to one of these and they would just have the phosphorus handy. Man, I remember back in the day, you'd go out of your way for those really, really big haulers. It was either you're going for, like, a unique S-tier ship or a giant hauler kind of thing. Offer to trade. Nothing here that we care about. God, interloper trade is acceptable. Okay. Man, your stuff is all garbage. You should do better in the future. Alright, if we don't get phosphorus or something else I really want on this one, we'll just leave. Because I could run around here all day and not find what I'm looking for. Okay. I mean, they've got some goodies, but nothing I'm going on my way for. An interesting ship. And I know what I said, it's right here. Alright, that's all fine. Okay, let's get out of here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna run back and forth all the time. Okay, pull this out. Drop this in here. And there. Top you off. Look for the next thing to process. Okay. Most people don't spend much time on their bases now, probably. Doing cruiser stuff now, or settlement stuff, or expeditions. Most streams you see are when expeditions kick off. Yeah, and that's the big draw these days. You don't have a lot of people who are just playing, like, me just playing just to play kind of thing is pretty atypical for the category. People want to see the new content, which is not what we're doing, really. Like, I'm not hiding for the new content. We did the expedition, and now we're just doing our stuff because we can. Right. So this is where the settlement I have utterly neglected has been. So, let's go to our settlement. So that'll be a station I've already done stuff with. I've already scanned these planets. So ammonia. Okay, so we do have phosphorus in this system. I'm hoping this will have phosphorus. It's activated copper, which is nice. Okay, so there is phosphorus in the system for what it's worth. Let's go see what the heck the base even wants me to do. Oh, this is investigate. This isn't even one I've already done. It's literally to get a settlement. I have neglected it that bad. I know I did some settlement stuff in the past, but I never really got into it. It's kind of one of those things that it was kind of really hard to get a feel for what you'd benefit from it. And generally speaking in this game, I've always preferred to explore. And a lot of times when you have yourself these settlements and all that, and you're going to use them, it kind of keeps you a little bit attached to where the settlement is. Yeah, you can teleport back and forth and all that, but that can get a little tiresome. Become the overseer, help grow the settlement, make decisions for buildings, research to improve the town, assist citizens to solve their disputes, collect valuable products that the settlement produces. Traveler Hunty, you are just, I'm gonna guess that's just in time. Our convergence is threatened. The settlement must be the source of the distress signal. What are they doing here? Building a life exposed to harsh planetary existence, battered by the element. Ask about the distress signal. Before he can speak, you hear a wail siren and a hostile buzz descends upon the town. The Sentinels have arrived. Oh, you just wanted me to murder things? Heck yeah, man, let's get this going. Oh, they're all dead already. Okay. Traveler Entity is a skill. Are hostile to Traveler Entity will become or convergence. The Corvax bugs grateful for my assistance, but it's clear they are tired, worn down from the fight. If no one helps them, I fear the settlement would not last much longer. Accept their thanks. Perhaps I could assist these settlers? The overseer position appears to be newly vacant. Assessing planetary settlement interface. Access granted. Current overseer status missing/deceased. Overseer position presumed vacant. Apply for settlement management. Apply to be overseer. Okay. So the settlement overview is it's got half of the max population. It's incredibly not happy. It produces a small amount of money a day. Its maintenance cost per day is higher than that. And the Sentinel alert is at 2%. The settlement features algae farm, supplies food, increases productivity, gravitational anomalies, occasional population lost, built on cursed ground, reduces citizen happiness, leaking pipes, increases maintenance cost, no pets allowed, reduced citizen happiness. But can I make these things better? Because this place sounds like it sucks. Let's not live here. The no pets allowed? I mean, come on, man. Ow. Do you really want an answer for that? Yeah, the only thing I'm asking is, are those permanent modifiers or things you improve? Because if they're things you improve, it's worth me investing the time. Oh, that's actually probably worth me grabbing. You can see why it's vacant. Exactly. It's all improvable. Okay, that's good to know. I'd love it to not be as crappy of a planet as it is, though. Where's the Atlas Pass 3? There, so we got all our Atlas Pass keys. Yeah, I'd rather not be on this hellish cold planet, though. You don't have to claim the first settlement they send you to. It always seems to send you to the worst places. Yeah, no, a planet where it's like permanently lowering your life because of the cold. I'm like, you know what? I can do better, man. I vaguely remember starting a settlement. I must have abandoned it because it was probably another one of those ones where they gave me a settlement where it's like, oh, hey, I don't like this place. Alright, so where's the one that had the phosphorus? Because I need phosphorus for... a different objective. There you go. And did that take that off of my stuff? No. Alright, so... yeah, I need 250 phosphorus. And I believe that was for a ship expansion slot. Okay, there's some ore back there. And the very last Lardine on their 545 stream streak. Those numbers are just getting absurd, man. I find those worm things so hard to scan. But yeah, so thank you so much for the ridiculous stream streak. It is genuinely absurd that you managed to have maintained that this long. So thank you again, like, for always hanging out and all that stuff. That's half of your streams. A year and a half. You also have to factor in the fact that I don't stream every day. And between stuff like TwitchCon, there's been multiple weeks I've been gone during those times. That's probably getting closer to 3 years. Exactly where it lands it? I don't know, man. Okay, so phosphorus deposit. Incoming firestorm. Don't like it. Yeah, so I didn't manage to get the scan of the worm, because like I said, those giant worms that jump, I found them to be pretty dodgy in actually getting the scan. I do see there's another life form I'm missing over here. Oh, you just straight up give me chromatic metal for mining those? Alright, so let's get in our ship. So those glowing bulb things, let's go out our way to mine those on the way across. The best streak you've had anywhere is something like 50. Yeah, no, I was up in the 200s on FG's channel, but then I had something happen and it didn't keep it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So this one here, this thing can go away, because that's a B tier. And I can pop in here and I can make an S tier with some phosphorus. Airborne recharging enabled. Ooh. That'd be good. And as I'm running around, there's phosphorus right behind us. Okay. I'm still being penalized. As if I'm standing in the storm. There we go. Now I'm not. How's Hello Games able to keep adding new content? Like, discharging like DLC and not complaining at all? Honestly, I can't remember. Do they... Are you able to buy Quicksilver? Like, do they have any microtransactions in the game, like for cosmetics or anything like that at this stage? Because I know they didn't when the game first released, and they made a boatload of money, like a boatload of money in the initial release. The game sold extraordinarily well. But yeah, no, other than just getting more sales, I don't really know how they keep... Like, what is the new draw for new money? Because it's like one thing with a game like well, I mean... Like, you got games like Stardew Valley and all that, that they run in a very small team. So the fact that the game has made, like, millions upon millions of dollars... It can, you know, run on that budget for a very long time. Let me scan it. Every Cosmetics is Expeditions. Yeah, so I am curious. Like I said, it could be one of those things that just made a ridiculous amount of money early on, but then ultimately it's kind of the thing, it's like, okay, presuming they're making money off of game sales, since it garners such positive acclaim, it could very well be that they are continuing to get some decent game sales even at this stage. Because, I mean, they sold an absurd amount of copies when the game first came out. Which is one of the things that really hurt them, is they sold so many games and they made all that money, but it really hammered their reputation because they kind of overpromised, underdelivered. And it was one of those things that, like, at the time, they were seen, like, in a very negative light. But... to their credit, rather than abandoning the game or anything like that, they just kind of put their heads down and kept working on it. Like, they didn't start promising more and more and more, they just, you know, kind of went radio silence for a good couple of months, and then just started hammering out one major update after another major update. You know, kind of, one, adding stuff that no one ever expected, as well as also going back and gradually filling in a bunch of the stuff that they missed. Blame Sony? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It was 100% on the publisher. Game wasn't quite where they promised, and then Sony said, drop it. And that's kind of just the way it is. And that's a thing, you know, that's been a problem with publishers for a very, very long time. The publisher will put a deadline, and you'll be like, hey, but the game's not ready, and the publisher's like, tough. We promised, you know, March whatever. You will deliver on March whatever, you know, whatever the state of the game is. That kind of stuff happens a lot. That's what happened with Coral Island as well. That the game wasn't quite at where 1.0 should have been. And while we haven't had like 100% confirmed that this is the way it went, Humble Publishing, which is the publisher behind Coral Island, you know, the game released and it was definitely... It definitely was missing stuff that it really shouldn't have been, from what was promised. And Stairway Games went through and, you know, backfilled and has gotten pretty much almost all of that, and they got one or two last things left, like multiplayer to get added, and then it's, you know, and the kids growing up, and then basically it's caught up to what the initial promise was for stretch goals and all that. Actually, I take that back. No, there's the other islands hasn't been added or mentioned yet, but that's a separate thing. But basically they got forced to push it out early. And then with Humble Publishing shutting down and leaving a whole bunch of games that were supposed to be getting published by it just high and dry with no warning whatsoever, kind of reading between the lines, I'm willing to bet all those projects that were outstanding that could reasonably be finished, Humble said, get it out the door. And then shut down and stop supporting everybody. Now, how much truth there is to that, I don't know. But the reading between the lines there is there was a lot of suspicious stuff that happened there. Gonna be honest, No Man's Sky is one of the best comeback video games. Oh yeah, no, if not the best, it's definitely up there. Yeah, so it looks like I'm only gonna get like 1 or 2 chromatic metal each, so that's probably not worth me grinding those. Yeah, so then I just need to go to the station or whatever. Or a trade hub or whatever. We'll follow the icon. I was kind of low-key hoping one of those worms would hop up again. I'm betting that's the only one I'm probably missing. Oh no, I'm missing quite a few. There's underground ones. Never mind, I'm not going to bother. Those underground ones I found to be super dodgy, where you'll go underground and just not have them show for a long time. Like in the cave systems, I mean. So No Man's Sky and Final Fantasy 14 are usually my turnaround success stories. Yeah, no, there's been a number of games that they launched and the launch did not go smoothly for various reasons. And we're not talking like the minor things, you know, a game launches and they have the servers get overwhelmed kind of thing. That's just something that happens. But like the launch and, you know, the game's barely playable or, you know, way off what was promised and all that. Because honestly, like No Man's Sky, the launch, I genuinely had a really good time with No Man's Sky on launch. I hadn't read into any of what was going on with it. I hadn't seen any of the promises or the hype. It was like, oh, okay, there's this cool space game. Yeah, I'd like to play that. And so genuinely, I really enjoyed it. And then I got actually caught by surprise when, you know, I popped on the internet and, like, everyone was super pissed off. And I'm like, what is the deal? You know, and then you see the videos about them promising the multiplayer and all that. And that you're going to be able to run around the galaxy with your friends and all these other things. And that none of that existed. And then it's like, oh yeah, no, that's fair to be super pissed off about that. They got straight up sold vaporware. You know, but I had been blissfully unaware of any of those promises. Is this looking to get around the wacky head of your character? Yeah. Now I did a couple different models. This game is the greatest comeback of anything. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, to their credit, I will always say, the fact that they didn't abandon it after the initial negativity is really a whole big thing. Alright. That should have been a ship module expansion, or ship expansion module, whatever. Okay, so we got the trade hub thing. The Z pre-order was still pretty happy with the game for the most part, but it was incredibly empty and buggy thanks to Sony. Yeah, no, I'd say, like, I enjoyed the game, but I didn't see it as something that I'm like, oh, this is a game I'm expecting to put hundreds and hundreds of hours into. When I first got it, I was like, oh, there's this cool game we get to explore. And there was a lot of valid criticism about a lot of the planets being kind of the same and not being that much variety. But I kind of looked at it personally as, like, not an indie game, but kind of like those middle-sized studios, where you're like, okay, it's not going to be this endless galaxy, you're going to have a certain amount of variety, but you're dealing with procedural generation, and procedural generation always means you kind of have to set your expectations a bit lower on the quality of what you're going to find in the world, because you're just kind of slapdashing parts together. Did you bring anything over for this expedition, or is it a fresh run? Well, I'm not on the expedition anymore. When I did the expedition, I did bring just generic materials, just like your typical, like, you know, some ferrite, some carbon, some copper, that kind of thing. But I didn't do anything like go out of my way to bring something worth a lot of money or, you know, rare endgame materials or stuff like that for any specific purpose. I just grabbed some spare crap and just chucked it in there. But yeah, no, we finished the expedition. It's already done. Does No Man's Sky have a tale of over-promising combined with overhype? And how persistent was able to get where it needed to be? Final Fantasy XIV was a tale of fundamentally misunderstanding what you're trying to build and how to turn around a mismanaged, badly scoped project. Yeah, I can't say anything about Final Fantasy XIV. Like, it's one of those things, I've seen a lot of good stuff about that, but I never did get into it. And it's kind of one of those things at this stage, I haven't been motivated to get into it because it's been around for a really long time. And I'm not gonna worry about the chart. Yeah, it's all fine. It also launched at the same time as Starbound. The same time you were big into Starbound, so to you, it was more or less 3D Starbound with a lot less features. Gotcha. You'd look into it just based on what you know of your professional background. In software development, project management, yeah. No, it sounds like it's interesting if it was just, you know, a grossly mismanaged thing. That happens a lot. Like a lot. Stop taking my repair kits. So you'll see a lot of companies that once something gets mismanaged, they never do come back. It's really hard to. Like, one of the first things that requires to come back is to acknowledge you've got a problem. And whether it's pride or whatever, a lot of people, that's where it all stops. Because it's hard to get someone to be like, hey, no, like, this is the course of direction we took. It was wrong. We need to back off and switch up. Because the only reason it even got a second lease on life was Square Enix was afraid a total failure of a numbered Final Fantasy would irreparably burn the brand. Yeah, no, that's... And sometimes that's what you need. Apply augmentation. Up here, where I'm entirely out of slots. Alright. So, the things I would want to do now is if we can find an absolutely not rubbish settlement, that would be nice. And I don't, like, the settlement itself can be rubbish, let me rephrase that. A settlement on a not rubbish planet. Like, the settlement itself can be rubbish and we can work on it. But on a not rubbish planet, looking for a freighter that's better than ours, because the freighter I have actually has relatively interesting aesthetics. It's like a big cargo freighter that looks sort of Star Destroyer-like, but instead of the Star Destroyer design, it's just containers the whole length up. Yeah, no, I figured there are. The question is it like nearly exclusively crap planets? If that is the case, it is what it is. But that's the kind of thing that demotivates me from putting a bunch of time into it, because I just don't want to sit there and just deal long-term with a crappy planet. You did it, and the planet you woke up is super pretty and lush. Nice. Oh, did that mark this one having a settlement? Was this the same one we had the settlement to check out in the first place? If it's on the frozen planet. Then we know it is. It is. Okay, well, I don't want to deal with this one. Okay, so you want me to kill sentinels up here. That's fine. It's someplace I haven't been. Checking one planet's as good as any. You can get settlements on almost every planet. Not just the bad ones. Yeah, that's what I figured. It'd be weird. It'd be weird for the game to be like, no, you have to go to the crap planet. You've been known to pick a saloon over a marketplace. Even the latter gave more income to the settlement. A saloon over... Oh, I'm assuming these are like settlement market, like, additions or whatever. Yeah, I have no idea about any of that. Like I said, I think I did settlement stuff at one point, but I never really got into it. Okay, so let's get to the other side of this one so we can scan this one. The other thing I need to do is go to a purple star. I feel like I did that at some stage, but I really don't remember much about it. Other than purple stars, I believe were gas giants were present there. Yes, I'm not seeing anything specifically mentioning... let's get down here. There we go. We need to kill the sentinels. Basically, you pick the bar every time and you're not apologizing. That's fine. I'm assuming it's one of those things you get X number of buildings or slots or whatever. You have to put up resources for it. And then you build those things and they, you know, help or hurt stuff. There was an expedition to a purple planet. That may have been what you're thinking of. Yeah, well, I mean, I know there's purple stars. And that those are where we're supposed to, those are where we're supposed to... Words are hard, chat. Get the gas giants. There's materials I need from it is basically the issue. I really need you to recharge my shields, man. Okay, so it's recharging. Let's give it a moment. I'll have to see what system got broken there. It's because my shields got low enough, and the lower your shields get, the higher chance you have something just damage through it. All right. I probably should be upgrading the equipment I've got here. No longer focusing on this thing. Alright, so we finished that. I'm gonna soften you up. I'm gonna run over here to the terminal and shut it down. And shut down Sentinel forces. And the Sentinels are shut down. And weapon technology, nope. Okay. And then the access log. In the day we gained flesh, metal through it was the day we began to fail. The Atlas turns its dream towards fiction. It began to create worlds in which it would no longer be invisible. In these worlds, we gained shape, but we were given no protocols, no new instructions. You don't have a permit, right? That's why they're attacking you? I mean, I shot them, so I'm pretty sure that's why they're attacking me. I was definitely the instigator here. Okay, let's go grab some goodies over here. Yeah, that was not one where it's like, why did they attack? It's like, no, I was the initiator here. Okay, so let's pop under here real fast. It stops draining. Alright. Suspicious package. Superconducting fiber. Neat. What did get damaged? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, both of those weren't built yet. Oh, there it is. The liquid gas stabilization, and it's just missing some oxygen, a wiring loom, and some carbon nanotubes. So yeah, that's an easy one. Okay. So while we wait for the blizzard, let's run to the back. Okay. Alright, so I don't care about hypnotic eyes and all that, so the rest of those can just deal. Okay, so we can go to our inventory here. Yeah, so I'm missing a Heart of the Sun. I'm missing convergence cubes for that. The starship, I've got everything built. The multi-tool, I've got everything built. I'm sure there's other things here I could build that'd be good. The freighter I've utterly neglected and done nothing with because I would like better than that one. So that's the whole thing. So there was something I could build with that warp thing. It would have been here. What did we have that was locked behind that? There's the teleporter receiver. Yeah, the cargo scan deflector could be useful. Must have been something else. That's to access the trade hub anywhere. Oh yeah, the airburst engine. We can build that. That's not what is needed that for, but that hooks up all those, so that'll make that a little bit better. I don't think I'm worried about the rest of that. What was it that... There was something to build that required that material. It's fine. I'm sure I'll run into it later. I could have sworn it was a starship thing. I definitely don't want to waste that on other stuff. I doubt it was multi-tool related. Yeah, we can make a bunch of stuff to help with a lot of these. How many upgrades do I have on my boltcaster? Yeah, so the ominous amplifiers really don't seem to help that much. Yeah, so I could definitely use way better upgrades for our multi-tool. And potentially consider another weapon. Right. We didn't have any mission stuff here. I do believe I had a mission for killing a predator, singular. Since I have no idea on these planets. What is and isn't present without, like, looking up all the information on it. I'm just gonna kill all the animals I see. That are ground animals. I know the birds won't be. Okay. I got something just down here. All right. Okay, and let's see what we have here. I should have read that. Accessing your thing. I'll present them with a gift. My thanks. Do you her too? She to all electronic entities. Her signal is unique. Her it dream her voice I sleep. Okay, so we gain standings with them. Are you friend of the autophage? Offer assistance. Let's see. You want me to salvage starship components. I'm not gonna go on my way for it, but we can do that. The improvised shell of the autophage creaks and pops as we regard it. I'll present you a gift. Thank you for this contribution. Do you like my carapace? I built it myself. We all build our own bodies. Offer assistance. Objective, craft antimatter housings. Okay. We'll do that anyways. Despite their tired, rusted material of their shell, the returned construct Roth seems charged with energy, hungry and alive. A radiant shard. Thank you, our society values this cooperation. The conversions. To delete another is to... Okay, offer assistance. Kill sentinels. All day, every day. And then this thing here will allow me to exchange motes for different things. The salvage facial use, exclusive appearance override granted by the autophage to those who seek to change their own shell. So you got all these cosmetics. A salvage battery for the staff. Yeah, so you can spend all that on a bunch of stuff. So it's a lot of cosmetics in here. Rebuilt exosuit module. A salvaged upgrade of an exosuit. Use it to begin the installation process. Constructed by an autophage's technology package is the result of a high degree of engineering improvisation. As a one-of-the-kind piece of repurposed technology, its exact effect upon the suit performance is hard to determine prior to installation within the suit. Things. So basically, you know what? Let's figure out what it is. Rather than guess, we can just figure it out. So I grabbed that. And it's here somewhere, I think. There. So I can install that. Reconstructed module. A piece of architect technology gives solar power, sprint, and strength distance. Man, I can't remember which even attached to. So sprint and shield. So I think you go over here. So let's store this. I can move you over there. Shield and sprint. Yeah, I'd have no idea which ones it would associate with. Oh, probably these. It's gonna be with those. Okay, in that case, put you away again. And we can grab you, and drop you over there, and grab you, and plunk you here. And that is considerably better than these two. Oh, it also combines with these. Interesting. Yep, so that's not a bad trade. So yeah, honestly, if I had more of the autophage stuff, I'll potentially take... Actually, we can take another. Because that did not seem to be like a bad module. Gotcha, I can't actually see what it is. So let's grab the C tier life support tank. Put that away. Grab you. And you're going to give me 5% life support tank and way more health. Alright, that's fine. And I do not have enough for the rest of the stuff. Okay. So I missed a lot of what we got going on here, but that's okay. A sector navigation beacon over there. Now the downside is it wants me to eliminate sentinels, and we did disable the sentinels on the planet by destroying the pillar. So let's check those logs again, because I got a whole bunch of things that they want me to do. The predatory creatures, I want to get that knocked out first, because I won't be able to tell what is and isn't a predatory creature until something either hunts me or I get credit. And you can read stuff and it will tell you, but why would I do a thing like that? Man, you put up to a lot of abuse. Like a lot of abuse. And now it's too far away. Okay, do we have other creatures in this plant that might be predatory? Alright. Let's actually check discoveries. Okay, so we got a lot. So there's flying, ground, and underground. A lot of underground. So if we see a cave, that might be worth checking as well. We got a trade beacon. All right. I remember when you used to have to use those little drop pods to learn blueprints for stuff. That might still be a thing, and I might just not remember it. Okay, that's fine. Hard frame engine, those will all be stuff we trade away. This looks like most of the creatures I'm missing are underground ones. There you go. Okay, that does go properly underground. Alright. Because if we're lucky, maybe some of those creatures will be dangerous. So I only gotta kill one that's dangerous down here. You have to admit you've been enjoying the game so far. 5 hours now, but you're kind of struggling. Would switching to a controller be better? That is something that's going to be entirely based on your own personal preferences. I personally have never played with a controller, so I can't really answer. I believe it's good on controller, but again, that's one of those things that I can't really give you an informed answer on, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a problem with when you have to like find stuff underground. As far as animals, is you have to wait for them to spawn. There's a lot that goes in there. You feel like it's a fair question? Oh no, I think it's absolutely a valid and a fair question. It's just a question I don't have an answer for. Alright, this may just not be a good plan for me to do this. That's fine. We can head back to our ship. All right. Like Monster Hunter games are kind of whack. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely games that favor like almost all the Dark Souls games in the past, or Soul series games. I shouldn't even say Dark Souls. Soul series games in the past. That entire play style you know, was just very, very much better in controller. It's better if you're coming from console to PC. Like Rual said, to each his or her own. Yeah, no, I definitely think it's a preference thing. And you're more likely to prefer controller if you come from a background that's console where, you know, controller is your comfort. Not that one. I want you to check this one. Let's see. Is there anything here we really care about? Not really. Okay, so let's get off this planet. Okay, so if we check on the quests we've got, there's killing a predator, there's killing sentinels, there's crafting the antimatter housings, and then there's finding the wreck ship. Let's go for the wrecked ship, because that'll spawn one in a specific place. Looks like that'll still be on the same planet. Is there an easy way to find antimatter? You don't really find antimatter that much. You craft it out of chromatic metal and condensed carbon. You can find it in stuff like the Atlas containers that require the Atlas 1 pass, but generally speaking, it's something you craft. Okay. So, the thing that's going to make me curious is what's up. You think there's an antimatter collector thing for your base, which produces a bit? You can make fabricators. Oh, that's neat. Yes, that's what I'm unaware of. Like, I've played this game a lot, but the game has also changed a lot over the years. So there's definitely a lot of stuff, especially around the base building and all that stuff, that I'm not as knowledgeable on. Because back when I originally started playing, there was no, like, base or anything to deal with. Okay, so okay, bear, flame. Let's go ahead and grab the knowledge. It is sitting right here. And that'll be one less word that I have to worry about them not knowing. Same over here. Okay. Unknown building. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember. Is there... I definitely remember abusing away in the past with the other ships, where you could get away without repairing all of their stuff and causing it to spawn, where you could then salvage it. It might be something that's not a thing. Like, it wasn't one of those things you're going out of your way to exploit it. But I definitely remember doing that. And I can't remember if it's you called in the anomaly, and then you could spawn the ship on the anomaly and then fly to the station or whatever. Or it was, maybe it was the carrier, like, or sorry, not carrier, freighter. Yeah, no, it was a whole thing, though, that you could leave the planet's surface, and then there was a way to teleport to you regardless of not having those. And I remember that being a thing I used to do. I think it involved the freighter. I think it was you just went to the freighter and it'd be on your freighter, and then you could switch to it and do those things. Used to be able to claim it. Yeah. And the only reason I'm saying that versus fixing that one is they already have a second ship that's in the exact same boat where I claimed it and then just left. And now I gotta figure this out because I can't summon it to the space station directly to deal with it. You can't really go back to where it was because I don't remember where that was. But yeah, no, I vaguely remember it was I would have the just like the freighter here, I'd summon it in, and then just fly back and forth. So let's get to the door here. And see if this works. Because it's not like I'm going around trying to get a whole bunch of wrecked ships to exploit it or whatever. I just have the other one I need to deal with, and I want to figure it out so that I can get rid of both these two ships and be done with that. And it might even be we summon it in here and it's like, no, you still need it to be fixed, which is fine if that is the case. Okay. Summon ship, summon ship. Selected ship is critically damaged, selected ship is critically damaged. Alright, so we can't summon it here. Yeah, I'm trying to... It's probably the freighter. And the issue is my freighter is also in a situation where I need to go back to it, because I've been trying to get rid of my freighter. I'm not super pleased by it. And I'm looking for a new one. But that's fine. I'm not urgently trying to get... Okay. Where did I just go? We got out the anomaly, and we're in a different system than where we were. Or maybe we're not? Maybe just reloaded the system? Let's go to the station. No, I don't think this is the same station. Yeah, I guess we got out of the anomaly and got punted to a different system or something. This is curious. I wonder if I'll be anywhere near where I was. It's not a big deal if I did punt me half across the universe. I could just go to my teleporter and just go back. That said, I'm not really attached to the area we were operating in either, so... kind of whatever. It also could be I just utterly don't recognize the place, because that happens. Okay. So anything we want. Repair kits are nice and all that, but I'm not too motivated to go after that. That's fine. So we can run up here real fast. Check and seeing if you have anything for me. It automatically defaulted... Oh no. Organic catalyst. Alright. We got some standings. No, so this is the system we bend into because we've already done that. Okay, so I'm just not remembering the system, which is totally fair. So purchase upgrades, sell. The oxygen recycler was a lower level one, so we got that out of here. Okay, so with that, let's check our logs. So you just want antimatter housings. I should probably be able to just knock that out real fast. Okay. And it said to craft, not even sell them, so I could just turn that in. Okay. And there's eliminate sentinels, which is fine. Alright, so it's eliminate sentinels, kill a predatory animal and all that. And that's giving me autophage. The anomaly will sue you for false allegations. Hey Randall Thor, how's it going? Your 240 stream streak. Catch those 240 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you. Alright. So let's go hop systems again. I also need to probably just take... It keeps telling me about these derelict freighters. I've done a bunch of those. But for whatever reason, it's not seeing it. So let's see if I can find a purple star. Okay, do you specifically want me to do the sentinels here? Let's check that. It's not pointing me at a specific planet. So I think we're okay. So purple star. How do I find myself a purple star? What color are you? You're blue, aren't you? Yeah, I see like the red, the blue, and the green, which are the ones you need special engines to go to. And then there was purple. Let's double check. Let's double check the text the game had. Because it was for this here. Not you. An exosuit summoning unit, yada yada yada. Complete the thing with activated quartz. Right, so if I go here, and I choose you. Activated quartz is mined from large deposits on extreme weather worlds that orbit purple stars. Find activated deposits using yada yada yada. Orbit purple stars. Can I get this so that I can see the star color? Because we have the economy, the conflict, the life form, and no filter. And we have pre-explore there. So we got a bunch of yellow stars. We're looking for a purple star. I'm pretty sure that's just the signifier saying that there is a black hole, wormhole, whatever you want to call there. That's blue. But purple. Because I believe the purple stars were the gas giant ones that are relatively new. And I genuinely have no idea. Oh, wait. Them's there look purple to me. Alright, so we got some purple stars up that way. can I... Oh, that's way far away. Okay. Alright, untroubled. So let's see what this says. I'm not sure if that's actually a purple star or not. Activated indium. It has to be an extreme weather world. I wish you would get the giant thing off of the screen down there. I want... There you go. Is it really just the two? Yes, that's an Arctic planet. And that's a desert planet. But it's also with those ones where it's like, how do you know if it's an extreme weather world? I do really wish some of the labeling was clear, because they have stuff like you need to go to a toxic world. And it's like, okay, but is a radioactive a toxic world? Probably yes. I do wish they had like highlighting that made it very clear. Alright, so before we land on there, the Arctic world might be an extreme weather world. I don't know. Purple stars also have indium. Not saying how to identify gas giants, not to spoil you. Alright, let's go over here. I'm assuming from that that this is just another, was it blue star? Because I think with the expedition I had done, we landed on a purple star, or purple, or gas giant, whatever, the words. But man, I don't remember how any of that worked. I only play usually with each expedition, and usually don't go back and revisit a whole bunch of things. Let's deliver an item. I'll need to do that at some point. You'll give me superconductors for cheap, relatively speaking. Suspicious package for free. Nitrogen for cheap. We can donate. You don't want anything I've got. We can go to our inventory thing and expand. Where are you putting it? Okay. Alright. We can probably go here and ditch some of those things that we've been buying it. That's the teleporter. That's not what I need. I need to go over to the trade hub. I think that's actually opposite the teleporter. That's why it's there. Okay. Anything we care about here? Nope. Alright, is there something we got sitting in our inventory that we probably could just sell and get stuff? They bought a lot of pretty valuable things, and now they're just kind of sitting in my inventory so we get some solid money back out of them. I got a big pile of semiconductors. Yeah, now we got the superconductors. I'll just hold on to them right now. Yeah, we'll just hold on to them. We can worry about that stuff later. Okay. So we will see what this is. I don't think this star is purple. I think this one is blue. I do wish it was far clearer on that map. Hopefully it's not something annoying, like you have to have like the correct building on your base to then scan or whatever. It could also be something that you need the freighter, and because I am deliberately not dealing with my freighter right now because I just want to replace it, so I'm just leaving it behind, that I could be getting punished by that. Yeah, that's definitely blue there. So let's go turn this quest in. Kill the last sentinels I need to kill. If we see a predator animal, kill a predator animal. Okay, fungal planet. 5 planets in system. We have frost planet. Frozen planet. Skeletal planet. I'm not gonna bother going behind it. Okay, let's drop those goods off. I don't think there's anything I really care about here. And while it's traveling, mission radar. So we got kill sentinels for circuit board. That does not feel like it's worth my time. Eliminate hazardous flora for frigate module. I'll worry about that later. Okay. Yeah, because this planet looks exactly the same as the other one we went to so far as the type of environment. Alright. We'll turn this in, see if we can't find any dangerous animals to kill. Kill a couple of sentinels, and that'll be 3 missions knocked down 1 planet. Let me through, please. Alright. Delivery terminal accessed, and we drop off the lockbox. Right, so we got the salvage containers. Okay. Oh, here we go. They only am supposed to need to kill 4 more. And now I dig underground to lose them. And that's another mission objective done. Tavern and Traveler's Rest is coming along good. You currently have a single guest room and you're working on 3. Nice. I need to circle back and play Traveler's Rest again. I enjoyed what we played, and they've had tons of updates since then. But I never did end up circling back to it. It's kind of one of those games that I want it to be done. Like I don't want to visit it until it's done kind of thing. You know, classic. I don't want to deal with the early access thing. I just want to finish the game. Or not finish the game. I want to play a completed product. And then Darkstrider also on their 90 stream streak. Catch the last 90 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you. Did you know you could shoot the combat supplies to open them at range? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, no, I know I've done that in the past. I hadn't remembered that. Basically, you can quote-unquote mine the combat supplies. So the communication building's not going to do us any good. That's usually for when you're in certain quests, you can hit them. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're hunting the animals because we're looking for one animal that is a predator. I have a quest for killing a predator. Where did you go? There's another animal over here. Must have been in the limit of my visual range or something. Okay. Nope. Alright, let's actually set the log for that. Just because we have the serious acquisition. We need to return that. Returned that. Okay, kill a predatory creature. How many creatures do we have on this planet? Okay. So there's 2 rare underground ones and 2 flying ones. Most likely gonna be underground ones that we have to deal with. Forgot about these. They're nowhere near as good as like the larva things and all that. But I mean, they're laying here. They're effectively free. All right. Take these again. Because I'm kind of hoping we'll have an animal show up here that'll aggress us the moment it sees us. Well, the only way to tell if it's like a predatory creature is if you get too close, does it try to attack you? Well, unfortunately, kind of reached the end of this tunnel. And none have spawned in. Like I said in the past, this was always the tough one, is when I need an underground creature. A lot of times it was just me finding a big cave and pacing back and forth for a while and eventually having something spawn down there. The reasons why usually when I have like, oh, discover all the creatures and one of them's an underground, it's like, no, I'm out. Alright, well. So we got some more objectives done, but it's looking like this one will be an annoying one, even if one of those animals underground are predatory. Just waiting for them to spawn is not my idea of a good time. Sometimes you get lucky and there'll be areas that it's considered underground, but it's more like the ceiling just didn't load in kind of things. Like there's just no, like it just goes flat to like bedrock for whatever reason. And I found those to be pretty good for seeking out. Oh. That looks encouraging. I know I've seen those be predators a lot of times. Cool. That worked out. That's supposed to be an underground creature, but it was just on the surface at the moment. Okay, so now I just need to turn in that 3 quests we got done. So lots of reward. It was a crab. Yep. Brain crab. Okay, so we can go up here. And the good news, I believe I could turn all these quests in right here nowadays. I'm wrong. Yeah, so we'll have to... We'll have to go back to station. That's fine. What I'll actually do is instead of hitting this station, we'll just hit up another system. Now we don't have to return to a specific one. Okay. Oh, I need fuel again. All right. Yeah, I can't tell. I guess you're blue. I really can't tell. The area looks kind of nebula-like. So I kind of went with that. Lifeless planet. It's got rust. Well, let's quickly drop off at station real fast. Swap out our quests. And then we can go and check. There's one planet on the other side of the big planet there that we can potentially check out. All right. Place is ominously red. Okay, hand in the missions. So there's a ship expansion, void motes, warp hypercore. I'll figure that out in a bit because it's in our ship inventory spot. Okay, and we can run over here. Anomaly detector, a single-use geometric beacon that probes surrounding areas for near-space anomalies such as objects are highly unpredictable. Sure, why not? Take that. Grab those. Give me that. Give me those. Have some storm crystals. And can run over here and expand our inventory. Yeah, so that's full, so let's go ahead and keep expanding. Okay, off planet. I don't know. Why would I know a thing like that?
You do know, and you know it's you.
No, I don't think any of that's true. I love you.
I love you more.
I'm dubious. Alright, so that wants me to get the dig site. But first, let's push past this so I can see what the planet behind this one has. I was not expecting. Unit Thief Sales Geck. Me, goods, need, friend. Please make? Alright, check the cargo manifest. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Alright, so none of those... So I don't think this is a purple star. Okay, so this one, we've got to locate the area, and there's aggressive drones. We could upload all of these and check our logs. So we still have those ships to resolve. Extreme hazard worlds, investigate the thing there. They who returned. Yeah, I gotta still do that one. The industrial unit research. Oh, I need to put that back on now. It's not pointing me towards my objective. Okay. Nope, that's not the one I want. I'm guessing I'm going to have some other means of locating the purple stars, because just eyeballing it doesn't seem like it's working. So I'm assuming there's some way we have to scan for them or whatever. And it could be something that's locked into the freighter where you have like some module. It could be a module kind of thing as well. Oh, I think that's just stuff I can harvest. Blistering Zamp, Zealous Sentinels. Okay. Grab the knowledge while we're sitting right here. Okay. Alright, we've got you. Flickering heavens appear on the stone. Although I do not recognize the language, somehow I can read of the history of this strange planet and the Genk who once resided here. Seek knowledge of the past. There's a big something right over there. Historic data noticed. I forget that, it was something huge over this way. At least I think it was this way. Yeah, there it is. Oh, I think it's one of the ground-based trading places. Honestly surprised I'm not seeing it show up at all on my compass stuff. All right. Yeah, it's still considered it's almost 500 away. Let's get over here. All right. I believe we'll have multiple people we could trade with and stuff up here. Alright, Technology Merchant. Technology Merchant goals wares include blueprint craftable technology as well as many other components that they can recraft. Pleasure to friend. I am Sales Gek. Purchase blueprints. Okay, we know all the blueprints, that's good news. Purchase components. So we've already got all that stuff. This is the artifact exchange, where I believe it will allow you to exchange an artifact for a better artifact. You know, equal or better, I should say, not necessarily purely better. Local information repository. Welcome, visitor. Oh yeah, and then you have to pay like navigation data to have stuff show up here. Not worried about that, we're already chasing something. Okay. And you'd let me donate stuff if I had it, which I don't, so we can't. Alright. Greetings, friend. Knowledge is forbidden to all Gek but speech. The Gek archetype is intended only for its own species. Ancient audio equipment drones with low frequency, seemingly expecting a voice command. Give. Archive successful. Granted. Decrypt archive. The archive selects fragments of Gelivub, the diary of the famous Gek farmer of the 5th Low Renaissance era. Entry 5. The observer, or the overseer is upset with me. Demands greater yields from spawning pools. If we fail, all children die. Gelivub despair. Next record. Little more than frostwort will grow in this place. How shall we thrive on dioxite? Entry 12. Several hydroponic arrays seem to have more successful than others, despite identical elements. No sense, none at all. Entry 13. I asked Krovax employees to perform tests on water, but they refused to go near it. Atlas End, they chittered. Silly Krovax. Korvax. I have saved us. The water is the key. There is a lake. Sing songs. Vibration lingers. I am Overseer now. I will export this sound to other worlds. There is even talk of elevation. Okay. Alright, so that's 20 minutes by foot that way. So let's go get our ship and then fly back over. And I gotta remember, the Sentinels on this planet are just, in general, hostile. So if they spot me, they'll just start attacking. So we don't stay very long. Just keep moving. Okay. That's a big old crevasse. Alright. So we're almost to our ship. And now I could turn around and go to where we saw the relic. All right. And then this will be another objective done, so more storage on our ship. Okay, no new missions here that we care about. No. Go away, little sentinel. Nobody who is absolutely you individually needs to die today. Yeah, let's not. Let's not push our luck with some of those hard things. Alright. Oh yeah, this is the one where I have to get like the 3 keys. So we're looking for right around to us. Pretty far away. Yeah, it's really far away. Oh, okay, I see. They show up as the same thing here. Alright, I understand. Now, what I don't remember is with these, if it's just the one big box that you unlock or not. All right. Because I also remember you can get extra keys from these and just take them to another location and reuse them there. Okay, so there's the large cache. Alright, so we got the treasure. So that's that mission done. So let's run back here. Check the mission board again. Nothing we care about. We can turn that in. So this definitely is not the right kind of system we're looking for, unfortunately. Like I said, I'm starting to guess at what's going to actually work. Either it'll be like a module I get for the freighter or a module I get for the ship. Now let me scan for nearby ones. It could be anomaly stuff. Probably not anomaly stuff. Okay. But that's been kind of something holding me up from doing that. And we're getting a lot of upgrades for our ships and all that. Making okay money. Getting some decent nanites. All in all, which allowed to get a bunch of stuff done. Okay, bear with me for a minute, chat. We're on an ad break. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. And I don't have both my melee people up this time. I have just the one. Alright, if you want to just grenade your own people, I am down to let you do that. Who needs what enemies when you got friends like that? Alright. It's El Pastor in a tortilla shell. And if I let it sit here for too long, it's going to be moosh in a tortilla shell. Whoa, look at those parts fly. Okay. Those parts had a place they wanted to be that wasn't that trailer. Goodbye, X-Jack. That was certainly an original entrance. I will give them that much. That was a unique entrance. Plus, we did find a grappling arm down there, and the prawn suit, and the drill arm. So my hope is I'll be able to snag a, Hi, nightmares. Alright, take it easy. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out, and everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay.
Jesus, that one was torture.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Hi.
Hi, handsome.
I stole your necklace. I had one very similar to this when I was in school.
Yeah, that's a very student necklace.
Yeah, but mine, the like fish line or whatever they make it with, broke forever ago, and I just chucked it because it's like a $5
Hi,
necklace.
Eonek. Yeah, that was a very cheap necklace.
All right, and I am back. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn this in real quick, and all that. All right, so we upload the data about the artifact. Cool. Right, so let's go back to our ship and get moving on to the next thing. Oh, this is not what you want. I am stuck in the hitbox of my ship. Storage container. There we go. And check the mission computer, and nope. Okay, so we're done on this planet. I'm not going to go to that station to turn it in. Instead, we're just going to move on. Yeah, so there's like nebula back here. That was one guess, is that I have to go into the nebula. Those genuinely, I think, are just blue. Yeah, because you got free, Galactic Core, Atlas, Custom Waypoint, free Explore, and then the up and down. Like the life form, we got Krovix, we've got Gek, the red will be Vakeen, and I believe the white there is no data. So I don't think it was like a special extra one. The economy, I don't imagine is going to matter much. Yeah, because that's advanced materials is purple there and high tech and all that. Yeah, so I definitely feel like for what we're looking at, none of that's going to help with this. We do have our space station, all that down there. I do have... Let's take 2 seconds to look at our ship modules. Make sure I'm not overlooking something important. We got plasma trails, cargo scan deflector, launch, all that. We got weapons. And then the teleporter system. So I don't have anything there that implies I need that. Looking at my own equipment, I don't believe there's anything here that would make any sense for any of that. For the freighter itself, I unfortunately cannot check its units because it's out of range. And I haven't had an opportunity other than the pirate freighter to get anything in a while. I might just jump into a black hole to end up somewhere else in the universe, so we're really far away to kind of act as a reset for a bunch of stuff. What's up? You know you can summon your freighter? I bet you I can't. Well, right now I can't because I'm too close to the planet. I was able to summon it earlier, but I think I either need to give it fuel or something. Not fuel, because I know I've jumped it without it having fuel before. That's not what I needed. It wasn't letting me summon it earlier, and I think it's... I bet you I'm probably just staying to 2 advanced systems. I need to go to a... Raider warp drive insufficient for curses. Yeah, I probably just need to drop to a regular, not special star of any kind. So get to a yellow one. Sure. We'll hop to a yellow star, see if we can't bring the freighter to us, and then we'll check about freighter modules. And if that doesn't work, we check for more. First, so I got 5 celestial objects to scan. Do you know how to get freighter modules? There's a couple different ways, but yeah. You can get them from doing like the freighter mission things they've got. Their quests will sometimes give them to you. I actually have some freighter modules I'm literally just holding on to. Because, well, freighter expansion slots. Because I don't care about my current freighter. Alright, so let's get over to the space station real fast. So now let's see if I can recover any of those ships that are damaged. That's rude, your freighter might get offended. That's my freighter's problem. It just needs to be better. Maybe it'd have a future if it was a little bit better. So I think this is one of the damaged ships we had. Okay, launch thruster is critical damaged. Okay, so it still makes you repair it. You didn't used to have to do that. You kind of circumvent a lot of that. That greatly scared me when we went through the side of my own ship. I was really expecting to ping pong off of stuff until we died. We'll dock and scrap this. Okay. Alright, begin the salvage analysis. And let's see. Get her 8 million. Get her 8 million. Okay. So, that's annoying. I mean, my inventory is overwhelmed. I should have emptied this a long time ago. Before we go too far... Okay, so you're out of range, because I'm just that far away. That's fine. So I need to clean up some inventory space. We can process some of this. We'll keep processing. Alright. So can any of these stacks combined? Got a ton of silica dust. The issue is I need more slots. Alright, so let's go deal with that relic. You can sell the relic. Maybe a few other things. Let's see here. Sell a stack of those. Sell the relic. Sell the vortex cubes. I didn't see that I had a suspicious goods thing in here. Alright, we can run over here real quick, turn these in. Ooh, free ship augmentation. That I didn't know we could get for free. I want that. I want those. These I'm going to leave alone for right now. Donation-wise, we can get those out of here. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. Alright, now I should be able to scrap it. Okay, so begin salvage. Claim the salvage. And claim the salvage. Alright, so we can go sell. And get those salvage pieces, the recycled circuitry. The indium scraps. The subatomic regulators. Okay. So I got all that. So which ship did it move to me now? Oh, it gave me the Iron Vulture. And I'm guessing it won't just let me quickly grab the other one. That's fine. Oh, let's turn in our quest first. We can turn in our quests. We can go grab that other ship. Hand in missions. So we got the ancient thing there. I don't really care about these. One good news is I've got several ship expansion things now. Okay. Alright, there's the next ship to sell. The launch system's repaired. Pulse engine repaired. Alright, we can drop this one off and salvage it. Now it'll be the 2 ships to get out of here. So in the future, I just repair the stupid ship. Because otherwise I'm just delaying myself. Then we can switch over to the Corvette again. And get all of our extra systems on there. Because we got ourselves a good couple upgrades. Okay, so begin salvage analysis. That ship is terrible. It's an embarrassment. Sell the junk from it. Decrypted user data. Oh, that's to buy. Okay, yeah, let's not do that. I was like, where'd that come from? Recycled circuits. So the venom sac. There should be a little bit more in here for selling. There's the routines. There's a spool of nano cables. Okay. We got all that sorted. I don't want that ship here. I want my Corvette. So we can do our upgrades on our Corvette. You found an A-class Sentinel weapon, and it looks like a leaf blower. Excellent. It's perfect. I'll take 3. So upgrade. Apply augmentation. I had 4 of those we got. So that's pretty awesome. So just like that, we got room for 4 more systems on our ship. And more inventory space. And we can now sell extra crap I don't need. Cool. So now let's get back to the freighter and just take a quick peek at what modules we could install on the freighter. Oh, and that's just telling me where I can turn in the quest from the ship and all that, which is fine. Oh yeah, no, we already checked. Did that clear out my quest log of the stuff we had agreed to that's just random junk? Yeah, it did. Okay, that's fine. What we could do is check on our freighter and see if that's how we figure out how to get to purple stars. Because it could be a module I need to put on my freighter. It could even just be the freighter can go there already. Close enough. The other thing we do is check on the missions that I could send out, because I know I have a frigate. Alright, so let's check on the freighter subsystems. We got a freighter hyperdrive. And I literally have nothing I can make to install on it. That's just regular junk. None of that bodes well. Captain has anything to say. The freighters transfer items from ship to ship. Engage singularity engine. Okay. Interloper, there are fresh glory available for the fleet. I have charted a new expedition routes. Prepare for triumph. Okay. So it doesn't tell me what I get. Alright. So I have a balanced expedition in industry. Let's go for a balanced. Assign a ship to the expedition. So I do have the Ship of the Damned. And I do have an industrial hauler. That is an S-tier ship. You need an indium drive expansion. Oh, is that more than just the indium drive? Okay, that's interesting. We'll do balance down here. How long are you saying this? 4 hours? Sure. Get on with it. Yeah. I don't have any of that. What's it take for me to make the frigate fuel? I haven't done that in forever. The frigate fuel... Oh, frigate fuel is cheap. Alright. So we can go ahead and send you on a balanced one. We'll assign you. And you. And we will launch the expedition. You have a nice time, frigates. Alright, now I get lost in my own... Let's just get out of here. Okay. So an expansion drive. Because I have the... indium drive here somewhere. Yeah, so rare class blue. Yeah, expansion drive. I'm assuming that's something we'll end up unlocking or finding. Yep, and don't spoil how I find it. Yeah, that's the comment where it's like what I wasn't seeing, that was like, okay, there's more here. Alright. So, looking at what we've got, so this I can't do right now. We did salvage the ship that was worth that amount, so let's go slam ourselves down on this planet, turn it in real quick, and get that off our roster. Then we're gonna go try and figure out to advance more. Hopefully it's not something that I have to, like, return to the main story quest or anything like that, because that didn't used to be a thing. Let's check our stuff we've got here. So, of it, we've got the explorer skills. That is, land trade routes to maximize profit. Find complementary trade routes. I have no idea what any of that is even about. Let's see. I don't think it's anything related to what we have. Those are secondary. So our primary is the space anomaly. Purchase blueprints or new base parts aboard the anomaly. That's something we should double check. That's just the whole beginning, and that's the Atlas story, so we won't worry about that right now. Yeah, so it's probably not through our base computer. Most likely it's going to be one of these. So we will check. We'll check with the main stories what I think, because it could be an addition to the main story that I'm just blissfully unaware of. Because I vaguely remember doing it during the expedition, but man, I don't remember. You take a break from this game and you spend the next time you play just trying to remember what you did the last time. Okay. Oh, target crash site. But I already salvaged. If it's another ship to salvage, I'm gonna just cancel the quest and move on. Because a lot of these ships we've been finding are utter rubbish. Okay, so interestingly enough, I salvaged the ship, but because I jumped around I did a bunch of stuff, it looks like it didn't count it. I was just looking to see if it's like an obvious valuable ship. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna cancel that one. Okay, so let's go to our quests. Abandon. Abandon that one. That's gonna happen whether I want it to or not. That's the fossils. Alright. Yeah, and that's just exploring stuff. It's interesting that that's showing all that stuff here. Alright, so let's pop up here real fast. See if anything shows up on our global map from choosing that. What is that icon? Is that telling me where that's where I've sent my buddies? I think that's telling me that's where I sent my frigates. Well, I'm willing to find out. Because I don't recognize the icon, so we're gonna go check. The 6 planets. Nothing too exciting here. Okay, last planet's back there. Right, so we aren't seeing anything super obvious. I think literally that icon was telling me that's where I've sent my frigates. That's a different freighter. Okay. Well, you did that as I was pulling into the station. I also realize this isn't where I should be doing this. Well, actually, no, we'll pop out and do that. Okay, so let's run over here, see if we've got any quests for anything we care about in here. I don't really have much else. And the smuggling is fine. We've done quite a bit of smuggling. It's decent money. But I'm not really here to just grind money at the moment. Like, I'll take opportunity as it comes by. Because we've honestly done a lot of smuggling, like every chance we've had in the past. Whenever I pop in here, we do a little smuggling. Let's see. You will have modules. I don't have anything for you. You'll have the missions. Do you have anything that gives me anything good? I don't really want to piss stuff off. Alright, we'll just get our inventory expansion, and then we'll see if we actually get something with the fleet connection thing. Alright. Even though I don't see much of a reason to check this, we will anyways. C-class. Alright. Let's go outside and then see if, because we're in the same system as supposedly our fleet went or whatever, if we get a communication or something. I'm curious. I'm assuming those three icons in that grid, or like the icon of the three things. I'm assuming that's saying the class can be upgraded. The class can be upgraded. It does look cool. Yeah, no, but I've already got a Class A that I'm already upgrading. I'm not going to acquire another project until my current projects are done, unless it's, like, particularly outstanding. Also check you. Nope. Okay, will it get on the frequency again? Friend, fleets bring much happiness, yes? Much joy from glory of trade and battle. We will aid. Let us join, friend. Inspect the frigate. Decline. So, maybe that symbol is just saying that there's going to be a bunch of potential ships to hire, whatever. Alright, so doing this doesn't give me any information. We can check. We'll check on the Atlas. Because I've been purchasing, like, everything we can from the others. Oh, the icon has moved. What? I'm assuming that's our fleet. And that they could be like, hey, we're in trouble, yada yada, do the thing. Because that's in a green system now. Alright, right, so... Looks like I actually can't see where Atlas is nearby. Oh yeah, I can. I can go here, do this. Not giving me a path to Atlas. That's fine. What we can do to get that discovered is if we call in the anomaly, I believe we can have it do stuff. We can also double check, because one of the things it mentions is going out of your way. Yeah, so let's see real fast. They just mentioned that my fleet arrived in the next system. Come on. So they've arrived in the Ziatari whatever system and they're doing their survey. So I don't see the icon now. Wherever they... Oh. Okay, yeah, so that's my fleet. There we go. We can verify that that's all my frigates. Cool. That's what I figured it was. That's not the button I wanted to do. That's the button I pushed. I also noticed the anomaly is, or the anomaly is already gone again. Okay. Yeah, so it does appear that with the frigates, I could just see where they are. I don't know how much that matters. My guess is, like, maybe they could get into trouble and I could bail them out. I did a bunch of that way back before doing a bunch of the base building, but man, I don't remember. And it's probably already got, like, multiple iterations. So I'm gonna go back into the room, make sure I didn't forget some extra drive or whatever. I'm like 99% sure I didn't, but we'll check. We'll also talk to Poyo. Alright. And we'll see if we can't claim some more nanites. And you've already talked to her like 3 times during the stream, so I'm just gonna skip. Oh, wait. The sound's all gone. Okay, I think my mouse just escaped the window is all. I was like, what? Alright, give data on creatures. And a cool almost 900 nanites. We hit our milestone. Last time I got a milestone, they also didn't give me credit. Transmit milestone. You have seen much, but do you understand? Not for me to know. Please take this. Okay, that's only 50 nanites. Alright, so I mean, we got almost an extra 1,000 nanites. It's not anything to complain about. So we're going to start by talking to these two. I'm not expecting any advancement. Always more to do, yes. But for just now, friend, go free, see the stars. Ask for Atlas Station coordinates. Poyo nods serious. They send the coordinate for the Atlas Station to my Starship computer. Not as always happy to see new eyes in for the small conversions. We are happy to have you aboard our home. Man, I remember when you would call in the anomaly, it was like nowhere near like this scale. You just had, like, it wasn't even a multiplayer thing, it was just this like tiny little place where you'd meet the two of them. Poyo would always have a multi-tool next to them for you to potentially get multi-tool things from. It's so you know where they are if they call for help. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured was something like that. Alright, so exocraft upgrades, nothing to do there. The synthesis laboratory, nothing for us to deal with here. Actually, okay, maybe there is something to deal with. Okay, no, there's not. So we got all those. I believe that'll be the same as the station. Multi-tool research. We have all the upgrades here. And I'm 99% sure we already went through this. Oh, I'll grab you while we're here. But just double checking I didn't miss an engine. Okay, nutrient ingester. And an exoskip. A deployable static platform allowing... Oh yeah, I remember that. That was from like the fishing expedition. That's fine. I'll probably never use it, but we have it now. And the nutrient ingester. It's something I didn't have unlocked, so it's worth grabbing. Okay, so now everything is actually unlocked on here. Construction research stuff, I'll check that in a minute. Alright, so this is the one I would expect to see another possible engine. Yeah, so we got the Iridium drive. We don't see anything farther down here, nor do I see anything else not already unlocked. So if there is something we expand on, it's not through that route. Meanwhile, I've got 3 of these. And that's not enough to do anything I care about. Okay. I don't believe there's anything in the middle here to worry about. Alright. So I'm comfortable in saying it's not through this thing that we get the ship parts. Or the better drive thing. Because usually stuff like that you don't have to worry about guessing. What do you mean fishing the most fun part? I mean, I enjoyed the fishing thing. The only thing that sucked about the fishing expedition, it was all RNG. That was my only problem with it. The RNG side of it was pretty rough. You had some people who knocked it out in just not a couple minutes, that's being unrealistic, knocked it out relatively quickly. And then you had some people who just did not get lucky on getting those fish they needed. Alright, but we did get the Atlas coordinates, so we'll check on the Atlas side of it. Get just a little distance. So where did you locate the Atlas? You're supposed to give me a route to the Atlas station, and it told me you gave me coordinates to one. But I'm looking around, and I'm sure not... Oh, there we go. Way over there. So I'm down here. Man, that's actually pretty far. That's... I can jump relatively close. Yeah, no, it's funny. I've got my unique ship that... Like, this Corvette is not set up to jump far. I've got a unique ship that I had a long time ago that I set up to jump extremely far. I don't even think I had that one. I think that was before one of the resets I did. It's been so long. You know what? I don't care to scan those. If I'm not staying here, it's fine. Let's go hit the station, check for quests, check for inventory expansions, all that crap. Do the stuff we do to continue progressing everything. Go to the Atlas station, see what's going on there, because we don't want to finish the Atlas quest line, but we do want to see if, like, maybe there's another thing we discover in there. Part of me is also like, I keep getting that thing be like, you can get a derelict freighter. I've done a bunch of those, so I'm surprised I keep seeing that quest thing show up. And I keep kind of wondering if I should stop and do it, and maybe he'll stop asking me. But then I also kind of think I'll do it, and then the very next time it'll ask me again. Okay, so kill 1 Sentinel quads for a ship expansion. Yep. If we're doing that, we're gonna end up killing 3 Sentinels. So, yep. Don't really care about those or those right now, so that's fine. Go up here to the mercenaries area, see what we could snag. Okay. Yep, all day long. I mean, I'm just gonna sell it, but sure. Why not? Okay, we can go and check on the inventory expansion thing, and then sell that thing we just got for free. Okay, so you're trying to tell me, are we finally done? Oh, we are finally done on our actual regular inventory. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to actually maxing out everything. I was wondering, because I know if it, you know, maxed out my inventory, like, like times past. Nanites requested. Korvax entity reciprocates with technology modules, I'm assuming is what it's going to say. Okay, you can have the thermal protection module, because I just want the nanites. And we are up to 23,000 nanites. It's 5,000 to upgrade our ship to the A class. Yeah, part of me's wondering, with what I'm doing, I might genuinely be better off just driving around in my Sentinel ship. But, you know, the Sentinel's new. Or sorry, the Corvette's new, and I want to do Corvette things. It also has its own, like, maximum internal storage and all that garbage. Salvage freighter. We're already going to be killing a bunch of Sentinels anyways, so... Alright, so we're gonna go to the Atlas and see what happens there, and then I've got basically 3 separate quests to murder a bunch of Sentinels. So, you know... Oh, you want me to do it right here? It's fine. We'll do it. That's fine. We can do it right here if it wants. That'll be, what, 4 different quests? 3 different quests knocked out all in one go? Let me check here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so 15 Sentinels is the big one, and I need to have one of them be the Sentinel Dog, the quad. And we're going to start this on the opposite side from that guy. Okay. Well, that's not my favorite. Okay, so he did take a pretty good hit there. Let's give our shields a chance to recover. So he's got, like, armor on him that's protecting him. Let's give my shields a chance to recover. Then he'll re-engage. Come on. I need to upgrade these weapons. Don't catch me there. Oh, he jumped behind me. That's not what you want. I love you, wifey. Okay, you sleep well. Never. All right. Okay, so the big guy's down for a while. So now I could just hit the terminal and just disable all of them. For the time being, that's not why we're here. I need to kill a lot of sentinels. Alright, so we finished the main quest. I did take enough damage with the shields and all that, that we lost the system. Okay. They're gonna get the doggo mech here. All right. Myself a little bit more breathing room. Just trying to keep it aggroed without taking damage so my shields recover. Once I kill him, Okay, that should do it. So, oh wait, I'm at a pillar. So I'm trying to figure out. And dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. Shut down Sentinel forces. Alright. And a crap weapon. Cool. And access the logs. We woke to the song, chanted 1,000 frequencies. Behold the drones of the hive, the walkers the ships. Behold the angels of glass, come from their heaven. Their work is the completion of all things, of life and worlds. So the Korvax worshipped, so they prayed. Okay. Alright. So that should be a whole lot of quests are about to just turn in. They really like glass, do they? I mean, you kill them and they give you glass. So that's just their thing. Alright. So I could turn this in for the first reward. Of 500,000 plus, I believe it was a, yeah, frigate salvage module. Not super worried about the rest of that. And the rest of us have to go to, like, any station, so we're not going to sweat too much about being here versus anywhere else. Alright, so meanwhile, I'm going to go to this, logs, set you back to the Atlas path. We'll jump to the next system since we already did the stuff in this system. Unset that, please. Okay. Oy. So we can check to see if we unlock anything through the Atlas stuff. Because I know that used to be a big way of getting a lot of your things in the game was through Atlas. We got 3 planets of this system. Alright, well before we die to that, let's quit to mode select because I am physically meshed into its frame. We're gonna go just jump right back in. Because I went to go in the front of the ship. Oh, did they change it? Because it used to be you flew into it. Maybe it's because I've done, like, the rebel side of things. That's fine. So let's again log Atlas path. Because I definitely know in permadeath I died to that kind of thing where you went to go in and for whatever reason it didn't detect you as going for it. And then what ultimately happened is you just kind of bang across the outside. You can't really fix it. And so then it was a matter of if it just like straight up killed you or what. So this time, I'm not going to aggressively boost straight at it. Get lined up better. Okay, so now it's pulling me towards it. There we go. Sometimes you can fix it by jumping system. Yeah, no, I chose not to... I chose not to jump system on that one because I don't feel like wasting the time to like remake and unmake things. Okay. You can learn words by running across these. So if we're doing anything with the Atlas, it's worth just going to the station and doing this. But I believe they'll each only give you a word one time per visit. But as you can see, there's a whole lot of them. I don't think there was this many in the past, because I know this is another thing that changed from the beginning. Like, I want to say in the beginning it was nowhere near this large of a place. Unlocks have always been a vile anomaly. Right, the catch was... This is something that the whole going to the gas giant was something that didn't exist when I started the save. So, you know, me not having it now after doing the expedition where I know we got it is a thing. It's also, like, perfectly fair to be like, okay, maybe we wouldn't get it that way for this particular thing just because I don't remember needing to interact with this for the expedition. Not Noir and... The final interface is revealed. The Atlas beckons. I am elated, terrified, broken. I have come so very far. It wishes me to obey. If I am to hold the power of creation, I will need to be in chains. So, I gotta remember. So, going to the center of the galaxy does the thing. And we had been going against this. I am gifted power. I am enslaved to the imitation of light. Heart of the sun. Well, I needed that anyways. For something else. The odds to change the 4 years following the release was broken. Let's see, you dipped and waited until 22. Oh no, I've been playing it since like the very beginning. And I would even say like at the very beginning the game was in solid shape. It just wasn't what was advertised. Kind of thing. Alright. So, with that, we got a whole thing. So captured... Alright, before we start down that route, Heart of the Sun. Okay, so Heart of the Sun, that requires a modified... Here. Oh, I thought I already had stuff up here. Okay, well that's fine. Alright, and you require copper. So I don't have like plain old copper laying around. We can get that going. Yeah, no, it looks like I had to choose Obey to progress. Because if you refuse, I believe it literally just stays where it was at. It's fine. The actual end, as I recall, comes from something else. If I remember. That's always the one that makes you scared with those where you're like, alright, am I accepting the ending now? and moving that forward. Like, making sure you don't accidentally scuff things. But the only one that, like, properly changes everything is, the thing. It wasn't solid, it was broken? No, you're wrong. I played through and got all the achievements when the game came out. I mean, you could be that... Alright, so when you're saying it's broken and unplayable, it could be that, like, certain hardware, I'd believe that. But if you're saying that the game itself wasn't functional... yeah. But even late 2019... But that's what I'm saying, is I got the game right when it came out. Played through, did the whole story, finished, you know, did the endings, all that. Like, the game was functional. The big negativity people had around the game back then was... they had overpromised the crap out of the game, but I had been blissfully unaware of all that overpromising. So I was like, oh, this is this cool game. So yeah, like, if it didn't work for you, I mean, I don't know, but like, the game was functional. It was beatable, it was playable. I didn't have like crashes or anything. I didn't have performance issues. The story worked. So if you're gonna call it broken, you're gonna have to be more specific about what was broken about it. You had a PS4 and it worked fine. Yeah. And like I had a PC and it worked fine, that kind of thing. Like, I can understand if people said, hey, it didn't come with what was promised, and that's fair. But I feel like calling it broken is unfair. Unless it's like the Xbox version and the Xbox version had a problem or something I'm blissfully unaware as a PC player and all that. Oh, I should just check the market and these people to see if they just have copper before I go down mining it. And that's why we check. 25,000. But the what part not being able to switch text, having to renet the whole not... What part of not being able to switch text, having to renew the whole lot, not to mention all the other junk that broke isn't... I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, I know you used to lock in your technology in a specific spot, and I don't think you could move it and all that. And then you're just broadly saying other broken things. I'm gonna need you to be specific about that. But yeah, no, like I said, I was able to play through the whole game just fine. We're just going through the upgrade. And Heart of the Sun. And I believe that gives me the Remembrance. And now it wants me to go through the whole thing again. Okay. Looking at the final Atlas interface. So we're gonna go ahead and let's see, while in space, the galaxy map. So, all right. But yeah, no, like I said, the game certainly had some place it could use polish when it first came out. They had overpromised and underdelivered. That was absolutely another problem. Like, there's lots of very valid criticism. When the game was released, you couldn't switch texts not in your suit and not in your ships. For example, when you got a new ship, you had to mess about, oh yeah, that's not broken, that's just, you know, that was lacking some serious quality of life. I'm not saying it was a perfect game at release, but there's a very different statement about accusing a game of being broken and unplayable because it had an inconvenience. Those are very different things. Unplayable is you go to boot up the game and it goes slideshow and you can't do it, or it crashes, or your saves get corrupted. Yeah, it didn't have quality of life, what you'd want, but lacking promised content, but it seemed playable with very few bugs. Let's see, to mod the ship, prior to what's not broken. Let's see. To mod the ship, you had prior. What's not broken about that? Yeah. I mean, like I said, that wasn't something that I ran into problems around it. I played through without just fine. But I also kind of took the ship and ran around until I got, you know, found a ship that was like an S tier, and then I put the effort into getting that S tier ship, and I didn't really switch ships much, which I know is very atypical. Why do I feel like this is... I need to make sure I'm not ending the game here, because this shouldn't be the reset. The plinth resonates, pulling my knowledge of the Atlas Seed. My mind, the spirit is captured by the nanoid here. Whispers the seed's name. Seed chamber. Yeah, so it's pulling the knowledge of all that. There weren't bases or warp modules back then either. Oh yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong. I will 100% back up that the game was lacking quality of life, that they overpromised, underdelivered, like, all that back then. That you won't have me argue. It was just on the statement of, like, it's a thing that happens with a lot of games. That you hear people say, like, this is unplayable, and you're like, oh, what's unplayable about it? Oh, yeah, like, it takes a long time to craft this, and you kind of blink and go, that's not unplayable. It could be inconvenient, it could be not fun. Those would be valid criticisms. But it's definitely playable. It's the same thing like when we have people's like, oh, this game is a whatever name of game clone, even though it does like a whole bunch of different things, has like a different theme and all that, and it's like, but it's not. Okay. I stand in front of the interface to the Atlas. I stand at the Forge of Worlds. This is how it showed me what it was. This is how the Atlas shared the nature of its life, the working of its mind. It never required prayer. It never required worship. All it asked of me, all it ever wanted, was just input. I was just a user. I could feel the seeds, the hidden knowledge gravitating towards the interface's core. The void is meant to be fulfilled. Nothingness yearns of a soul. If I do this, a star will be born. If I do this, I'll become more than is ever possible. So I'm pretty sure if we do this, I can't remember if this ends the game or not. Because I know, so there's a way the galaxy gets reset. I don't think this does that. But my fear is clicking on this and then having everything go away. Because there's always that kind of thing. And I've done this ending before, I just don't remember because it's been literally like 5 years plus since I did this. So, am I borking my galaxy if I choose that? To clarify, that is the question being asked for someone who remembers. It is safe, makes a new world, can save just in case if concerned. Oh, right. Yeah. There is nothing new, then there's everything. You see a star blaze to life within the void and spread on life, planets, creatures, giving to meaning. For a moment, I am as the Atlas is. For a moment, I am the creator of worlds. The fabric of time and space stands revealed to me, black holes swarming from system to system. The Atlas screams. New technology, star seed. The smallest sparks, okay. The seed grows with life, desperate to escape and fulfill potential. You don't think anything ends a game unless you play permanent. Well, it's not ending the game. There is a way to reset the galaxy. But I'm pretty sure it's only one way to reset the galaxy. You forgot. Can you go to the system you just made and see the fruits of labor? I don't remember. Like, that's the thing. Last time I did this was a super long time ago. Yes, there's nothing to interact with up here. If you go to the next galaxy, you can go back to the old one, right? If you've got stuff like teleporters and that setup, I believe you can. Yeah, or with portals. But if you didn't leave stuff behind to give you that kind of access... The game looks different now? Oh man, the game's changed so much. So they gave me an item, or it gave me the recipe for an item. I'm trying to remember what it was. There's the heart. I'm trying to recall. Here's the next thing. Any space age tag. Yeah, that's true. So Soul Engine is not what I'm looking for. We've got the Remembrance. Oh, Starseed. The smallest sparks of thousands within containment, unknown origin. The seed grows to life, desperate to escape to fulfill its potential. So I have installed the Starseed. And those are now linked. What can you do in the game now? Aw, man. I can't list all that. The game keeps adding more and more systems. It's like asking what can you do in Path of Exile now. That is something that'll require a dissertation that I'm not prepared to give. There is a lot they have added to the game over the years. I will put it like that. There is a lot they have added to the game over the years. Okay, so log. You followed the Atlas across the galaxy. Find a wonders to show Atlas. The Atlas has created infinite stars, infinite worlds, infinite life, but even among infinity, each moment still has meaning. Any atom may see new universe. Find an Atlas interface and present a wonder. Wonders are a record of your discoveries that can be found in your catalog. Man. Oh, was there... I can't remember. There was something that I'd have to, like, go to... I can't remember if you had to, like, actually set a wonder or something. Alright. It might just literally be go to the next Atlas interface. And that might do it. Okay, I'm gonna have to make more hyperdrive fuel. That's fine. We'll figure out what I'm missing for... It's gonna be chromatic metal, because it's always chromatic metal. No! Condensed carbon. Well, condensed carbon's easy. I could just... Oh, right. So you got damaged during a fight. Oh yeah, we had the ingester thing I'll probably never use, and that other thing I'll probably never use. Okay, so... I'm already blanking on what I was going to do. Right, I was going to go to this, dump you out, recharge that, pop down here, grab a stack of carbon, chuck it in, give it a whirl. You are also damaged. Grab a carbon nanotube. Okay, looks like everything's fixed now. Cool. Right, so Did I forget to actually refuel it? I did not. Okay, so the next Atlas spot is way up there. Interestingly enough, it won't let me tag it. Where am I? Okay, right now I'm just progressing the Atlas stuff because I'm not sure anymore of how to get to where I can reach gas giants. Where? Okay, so next Atlas one is over there. I can get all the way over there, though. But yeah, generally speaking, we're working on upgrading ship, knocking out quest lines, and moving forward with stuff. That is a very green planet. Alright. There's tech not working in my armor. What's that rotating thing at the top of the ship? The rotating thing at the top of the ship. You said there was something else in my suit broken. I mean, I don't have that fully installed. I don't have that fully installed because I'm missing materials. That's why I need to reach a gas giant. Then that's Convergence Cube. Everything else looks fine, because the exclamation marks on here, that's not that it's damaged. That's because it's the anomalous whatever, the autophage or whatever. The thing rotating at the top of my ship. Oh, those are shield generators. They're technically reactors, but they're reactors that give me shields. Is this like a derelict station? No, it's not pirate controlled. It's abandoned. I don't remember seeing one of these. Let's go ahead and take these side paths. Or dissonant. That's what I'm curious about, because there's no control thing in the middle. But this reminds me of the old layout. Because the old layout, you would go down these hallways and you'd have like your mission person would be over here. You'd have your trade hub. Cool. If you had your Atlas pass, you could go back here. Yeah, no, I realize this isn't new, but I've probably seen it before and don't remember. On the plus side, that's a lot of free carbon. Atlas abandoned stations were patched in pretty early. They when they added vendors to stations. Yeah, no, it's just genuinely I don't remember them. There's goop and leaking fluid. It is interesting that we still have the ship customization thing back here. Because exactly who am I having do this? There's a teleporter. They do have the inventory expansion. Oh, inventory is full? Inventory is not full. Don't lie to me. Multi-tool upgrade things. Yeah, so some of this got moved around that wasn't here before. I vaguely remember something else being back in these, Atlas 3 doors. Still, it's apparently just a lot of carbon. Yep, so not a whole lot to look at here, unfortunately. It is interesting that you're telling me my inventory is full when it's very not, but whatever. Man, that was just the old style station. But they clearly took the time to add the area for the Corvette and the inventory expansion as well as the multi-tool expansion things weren't up there that I recall. There's been a good 3 or 4 iterations on how the standard stations were organized. Yeah, that's right. They landed the boxes of ammo, and you know they'd have the occasional like random stuff in there as well. Like it wasn't amazing stuff. Okay. Yeah, so Gek abandoned. Alright, so let's see if this will allow me to unlock something else. Because I do remember it used to be the way the whole progress worked is you'd end up using the Atlas to like unlock antimatter and then unlock the hyperdrive fuel or like the hyperdrive itself. Like you had all that kind of stuff going on. That used to be the upgrade path. Alright. Oh, right, you just get, like, free warp to all that. The Atlas has created infinite stars, infinite worlds, infinite life. I cannot see them all, nor even truly begin to understand the multitude of existence. But perhaps, even among the endless worlds, each moment we still have meaning. Any atom may seed a new universe, if viewed in the right way. Present fauna. I present Atlas with J singing Blera, a creature I found on the planet, I don't know. It shimmers in response, the entire interface vibrating as it observes this creature through my eyes. Somewhere, out and beyond, a new star is born, seeded by what I have seen. This is just... yeah, just trying to go by memory with all this. Okay, and let's go to station. Yeah, so I'm going by the feeling here that this is not the path to being able to get access to the gas giants. It was worth a try because, like I said, that used to be where a lot of your stuff came through, was doing the Atlas Path stuff. But now it just wants me to show it wonders, so I feel like that's looping. We went in here, and I didn't see anything, and there wasn't anything under that. Which leads me going, okay, it could come to the autophage thing. That'd be a bit of a weird one for it to be buried under autophage, because autophage came from one expedition, and the gas giants, I believe, were a different one. So it has me scratching my chin, because I don't have the blueprint as far as I can tell. And I know all of that predated, so the derelict freighters predated the gas giants and all that as well. So I'm fairly confident that's not where that happens. Don't care about that. Where else could be the source? Yeah, honestly, buying the stuff at the discount is probably worth my while. Okay. Let's see here. What are you looking for? The way to get the access to the gas giants. Obviously, don't just like directly give me the answer, because that spoils it. Ooh, you know what? We got the remembrance thing and everything, and we saw where we could use that earlier, and then I didn't have an opportunity to actually use it, because I didn't have what I needed to do that. I didn't have the Heart of the Sun. So maybe we go check that out, see if we can't find one of those, things. Might be a special star. Well, right. But we jumped around and we were trying to look for purple stars, and it's like, okay, clearly we're missing something. And I had it unintentionally spoiled to me that there is another engine upgrade I need. But then it's like, okay, but how do make happen next engine upgrade? I don't want to fish for that. Even those things are useful. Might use wormholes? I don't think so. That'd be a weird thing to have be blocked by wormholes. Especially with how late that was added to the game. You know, if you had set up yourself into an area of space to explore. Like, the dissonance systems I could see leading that. We did check the anomaly already. Like, talk to all the major people and all that. Unless it's hidden behind the anomaly multiplayer stuff that I have to go to that screen. At which point I'd be very salty if that was the case. Because this is a single-player game as far as I'm concerned, and there's no other people who exist in my universe. Stuff just randomly gets named. Alright. Yeah, no, I was gonna say, they wouldn't lock you behind that. Yeah, because these are blue stars. So I can actually reach a black hole. And I'm down to science it. You see a purple star? If it is ship upgrade, shouldn't you be able to still see if you can't... Shouldn't you be able to see it but not access it? No, I haven't been able to. Yeah, no, I've been looking for purple. So yeah, when you look at this, that's not purple. That's a blue star. So it looks purple, but that's a blue star. That's a red star. No, that is according to the game, this is a blue star. I'm not saying it looks looks blue to me. To me, that looks purple. But according to the game, that is a blue star. We've jumped to many of them. You mean way over here? Because when I get close? That's a blue star. Because I could go on to some of those, and those are blue stars. Yeah, so you got red, yellow, blue. And then green. Those are the colors we've seen. But let's go jump in a black hole. Can you filter it? No. I can't filter by star color. I can filter by the race, the economy, the conflict status, or no filter. I don't imagine the black hole is going to do anything, but I'm willing to just jump through stuff. It's been a long time, so who knows? Ooh, that works. It's not what we're looking for, but I'll take another crack at potentially getting myself a different freighter. It's a shame this seems to be like the only model of Dreadnought I've seen. Okay. I don't think it went to the right side. Man, okay, there we go. To be able to, like, tilt your head slightly would be wonderful. Okay, pop out little thing. Okay, so we go out here, pull away a little ways, bring it back around. There's my path down there. Okay, Dreadnought defeated. Seeking new recruits for your fleet, interloper, inspect my vessel and gasp at its mighty hull. Ooh, okay. I mean, if I had the 18 million units on hand... Well, that's... Do I really not have 18 million units? I guess I have a bunch of money that's tied up in stuff, unfortunately. Well, the Dreadnought depends on its rating. I want the Dreadnought for the style as a potential, but they've all been crap ratings, and you can upgrade them, but it's very expensive. Like, it is not a minor thing. Which has kind of been where I've been stuck at right now, is I want to get a better freighter. Because I can't remember if I have an A... Was it an A or a B class freighter I have? B. So I've got a B class freighter, so I have zero desire to invest in it. But every one of these has been a C class. Yes! Yes! Cool. And it's already got the upgraded drives. Okay, so compare with current freighter. I will claim replacing my existing capital ship. Warning. Inventory is not transferred exchanging ships. Transfer the items. Don't care. I have nothing on it. Transfer previous freighter base. Wait, what? One second. Flame existing. Let's actually read our prompts. Warning. Inventory is not transfer exchanging ship. Transfer items to the new ship before completing exchange. We're good. Transfer previous freighter base. So if that's the buildings inside the ship, I don't want it. If that's the base model, I don't want it. So the answer is going to be no. So freighter. So we now have a far better one. Did you build a base in your freighter? Anything opposite captain seat? Nothing meaningful. That's the reason why I was like, man, I don't remember. So manage the fleet. Yep, so they're on a mission. Okay. So if I recall correctly, so we've got this that exit out into space. And that exit out into space. Alright. So then we've got, like, the various specialist room, the agricultural room, storage, all of these things. Okay. We'll add a T-junction here. Large freighter room. That's fine. Yeah, so I can put that on our side. Okay. So we got the fleet command room. So it must attach to an existing room. So let's try... We have the large rooms. What is even happening right now? Is there like a side area I'm building these? No, you're building these outside the usable space. Why are you the way you are, game? Edit placed part. Delete part. And let me guess. Okay, we do seem to recover most, if not all, materials. So, edit part. Delete that. Delete that. Okay. Alright, so let's try this again. So, I can build a large room directly off the side here. So I've got A, B, and C. Which I think are just aesthetics. We got our various corridors and all that. So let's go ahead and we'll make a room B. So I've got that built. Okay. So now I've got the room built. Let's go here. Let's get our fleet command room. That put it over here. That's not exactly what I was expecting. Okay, so we got our fleet command. This is where the missions are done. We'll be able to see what's going on at the expeditions. That's fine. I'm okay with this. Now I can go here. Science specialist, so I can't put it there. But I can put it here. There's my science specialist room. Traveler, you gather data as you explore, do you not? I find myself hungry for information, for details of the world beyond. My current research requires animal behavior data. Would you like to assist? I do not have any new discoveries. Okay, and you're just window dressing. I understand. All right, so now we go back here. I need to let our room be. That's not where I wanted it. It says it must attach to an existing room, and then it ends out over there in the abyss. Let's run over here and see if it got shoved. No. I think it took the materials. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, so weirdly, it won't let me attach it here. It will let me attach it over there, which annoyingly does not align with what I've already got. It's fine. Construction specialist, that takes dehydrogen, and you, galactic trade requires that. We can make agricultural specialists room, cultivation chamber, storage rooms, a bunch of crap I don't care about, and more crap I don't care about. Okay, so I need 2 dehydrogen jelly, and I believe I just need to craft those. Which requires dehydrogen, whatever. And I'm pretty sure the dehydrogen, whatever the crap that is in my ship's inventory. Yeah, okay, so those go this way. I have a feeling if we get outside our ship now, I'm gonna have just like a room sitting out in space. Where I tried to place that over there. Oh, right, that's where I put the crossroad. Okay, so let's go over here. And use my teleporter. I wanted to check in here. It was dehydrogen jelly. Or, actually, something I need on my person. There you go. Oh, was that? Let's see if that'll let me. Dehydrogen jelly. That requires just straight up dehydrogen. Do I have any dehydrogen laying around? I don't think I picked up any in a very long time, but I'm surprised if I'm straight up out. I don't see any in here. There's definitely none in there. I guess I'm just straight up out of dehydrogen. Huh. Would you look at that? Okay. Meanwhile, before we get to the rest of that, I can't see. It was dehydrogen, and what was the other material? It was dehydrogen jelly for the one room, and I do not, for the life of me, remember what the heck the other room needed. Probably don't have whatever it is. Let's beam back over that ship and start using this to get around in its own right. Okay. Before we get too far, let's check on our freighter systems. Is there anything we'd want to build? I have no technology available whatsoever at all. Perfect. The freighter hyperdrive. I'm gonna drop some fuel in there. And just double checking. Instability drive. Yeah, it just makes the pulse engine thing. That lets me jump out while we're in a fight. None of that's what we're looking for. Okay, just making sure I didn't already have the thing. Oh! I forgot. I actually got a bunch of these frigate upgrades that we can add to our frigates once they're back. So yeah, let's move those over to our freighter. I believe that's a fleet trade module, so I'll move that over. The scatter blaster I don't need. Salvage fleet exploration module. Do any of these matter? So we can install you. Yeah, so we have an economy trader for this. We have a planetary scanner. Let's see. Peace fleet, coordination, hardware, salvage for the wreck, whatever. The unit offers improvements to exploration scientific for all expeditions. Cool. And then those I don't seem to be able to pop open. I'm sure there's a place I have to interact with to do all that. Okay. So we don't have anything to add to our ship yet. You're doing your thing. So we have the construction specialist room, so that's the dehydrogen. We have the galactic trade room, and that's just a microprocessor. Microprocessor's easy. I just need a carbon nanotube. And then a microprocessor. That's still the wrong room, so galactic trade room. Which lets me trade for stuff. So let's see if we have dehydrogen or the jelly available. We do not, but we do have copper, so I'm just going to buy that, because I can always use more copper. And then for selling stuff, I don't think we have anything I really want to sell right now. I'm sure I want to clear out my inventory at some stage. Like, because I got a lot of stuff that's probably got value here that I'm just sitting on. Oh, I got a suspicious package on my inventory. Where did that go? There you are. Okay, we got tons and tons of goodies in here. Alright, so... Clearly, so this is going to let me... So that gives me larger jump range. Yes, I got the freighter hyperdrive, but I don't see any of the things for extending a range. So somewhere we get a bunch of stuff for our freighter. Now, it could be I need to go into the derelict freighters to figure out the science and all that. That's a possibility. And that might be how we unlock some of these other things. There's always the remembrance and all that. Okay, so... What else? Alright. So I need the dehydrogen. Is there anything else we would want to build? We have the cultivation chamber for growing stuff. And we have once again tried to place it. And I think genuinely we're getting stuff placed farther away. Can I put a chamber? Yeah, like I'm getting stuff that is being marked as if I'm placing it over there, and I'm not sure how to rectify that. It's like there's a separate section off the side of the ship on this. There is. I just need to figure out how to get to it. There we go. There we go. So there's that extra room I accidentally made. So let's go over here, edit, delete that. I'm not inside it. Delete that. Okay. Delete that. Alright. Cool. We can do the same here. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Alright. Cool, so I think we've got that sorted out. I'm also noticing this room was completely unneeded. So for right now, that'll just be a corridor. We'll probably want to make that into an actual room later. You know what? I probably could just move that room. Alright, so... Okay. So we can add a bulkhead door. Okay, so let's move rooms. So I don't think I actually need that much space here. So the problem is I want to move that potentially where that hallway is. So let's try moving you. Yeah, so it won't let me put it right here. It'll only let me put it farther up. And it won't let me put it right there. That's the thing that's confusing me. Is I seem to be able to put it right here on this side, and it's all hunky-dory. But it's really upset about the other side. Okay, so let's get back to this. So do this, edit parts. I do not want that part. Okay, so we've got our fleet command, we've got our science room, the construction, and the galactic trade. The galactic trade right now is over here. I'm thinking we go and put all the stuff, they're like the main systems on this side. Can I add, like, just wall? Just, like, it doesn't look like it. I don't really want those to be there. Edit. The door. Okay. So we've got those three, and then we would add the next room over there. Alright, so let's go and check our other stuff we have that we can put in here. So I have the agricultural specialist, and like I said, I'm having this weird thing. Oh, that one I don't have materials for. Cultivation chamber. So that one I can put it there. This one wants to teleport farther back. And then same with this one. So what I think we're going to do is to just deal with it. I'm going to put a corridor here, and another corridor here. And then that's a cultivation specialist there. Or cultivation whatever. We can get our free carbon, and then I would be allowed to plant other stuff in here. What we can also do is go into this. Now I'm dealing with all this. And that should give me what I need to then pop in here. Agricultural specialists room. Fungal cultures are cultivated within toxic environments, but you have to prove you can master much, yes? Be careful as you work, friend. Clusters can be found to cause illness, hallucination when properly handled. Extended exposure is ill-advised. Wishes me to use the hydroponics tray to grow fungal clusters. Wonderful. While you prepare the fungal clusters, I will check our ventilation systems. One can never have too much of a good thing. Okay, so I could go here and fungal cluster. I would need fungal mold. I'll deal with that in a minute. Let's see, and for these, we have a refinery room, an exocraft specialist room, and a weapons specialist room, and then a whole bunch of storage rooms. Crap we don't care about. Okay. I don't know how far back some of this can go. Alright, so we got these three here. That spot there is kind of already reserved. And that's going to be reserved for the construction specialist room. So I'm going to go ahead. How do I want to do this? Because I could make a curved path or whatever around here. You could also make it a T-junction. Yeah, because we're gonna have the last room here. And I can't put a room here because of the weirdness. When I go 2 out, it'll connect over there, and I don't want it to do that. So let's go here, edit part, delete that, and then we can switch back to just a corridor again, and another corridor, and another corridor, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Okay. So I need dehydrogen jelly, dehydrogen, and the weapons terminal. So there's the weapons terminal. And then the storage 0. Can be right here. And we'll add another corridor over there. And the storage 1 could be right there. Okay. So that should free me up to... You know, we'll even take this a step farther. Bring you 1 over. Okay, do you have anything for me? Yeah, Traveler, I've been inspired by your actions to craft a multi-tool of great power. Would you care to examine it? Behold, Traveler. It's garbage. You insult me. Get out of my face. Alright, so it looks like I need dehydrogen, which is pretty much every planet in the game. Oh, also, we never did actually explore the system. Yeah, C-Class trash. It's like, yeah, it's like, you have inspired me. Are you telling me you think I'm garbage? Because that's what I'm seeing by your craftsmanship. You're telling me that I am garbage, that I am living trash, that does not deserve to see the light of day. That is what I am reading right now from what you're putting down, sir. Alright. So let's quickly dock at the station after all of that. And let's trade some of the stuff that I've been piling up that is of value. Then I need to go to a planet. And when we go to the planet, I need to get a bunch of dehydrogen, because apparently I've exhausted myself. Or, if we get lucky, I just trade for it while we're on the ship. Because then I could go and get that entire back part of the carrier done, and do goodies with that. You gonna buy the other freighter? Assuming it's still there, and assuming I have the money. I believe if we trade away... Because I've been buying stuff where it's like, oh, here, I'll give it 60% off. And that's where most of my money has gone to, is I did a bunch of that. So I've got a bunch of stuff stored in my inventory as materials that I probably just need to part with. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the agent person just while we're here. Let's see. I'll take the frigate thing for scanning flora. And the rest you can keep to yourself. What else did I have in my inventory at this stage? So I have the treasure map. And I do not have any more inventory augmentation. I can run up here. Okay, some free storage. I'll trade it away. Thank you. Honestly, all these white warp hypercars are giving me really good. That's just more fuel I just never have to deal with. Donate. I don't have anything for you. Okay. Interloper. Me, your nanites, and I will give you an upgrade for your pathetic equipment. You, sir, have a very strong and meaningful sales pitch. I am convinced that I should be giving you all of my money. Alright, we can get our inventory upgrade. We can hop down here. We can upgrade our ship's inventory. Okay, and now let's go to the trade hub. Alright, so we've got all that. Alright. So this is one I want to have on my person to sell. The rest of the stuff up there can stay there. I also just realized you're there. That I want to get rid of. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. We're doing relatively well there. We can put you on... I need to get the teleporter thing so I can move stuff around. Okay. So I got a bunch of crap that's piling up in here. Alright, let's see what we got with all this junk. Okay, so most of that's gonna be nanite junk. What are you? A geosite. Alright. I'm gonna probably regret selling some of this, but honestly, I need the inventory. Okay, so sell. So this is one of the things we bought here, so that's 8 million back right there. I've got a giant pile of this. I'm pretty sure this is used almost exclusively for underwater stuff. It doesn't actually give me that much money for what I would be getting rid of. Those, I believe, are just for selling. Let's see here. You can probably use the nutrient process to do something with that. So a lot of these are crafted materials that I have a feeling we're going to use for stuff. I'm looking only for items that are, like, good money. And then hopefully also stuff where it's like, hey, this is an item you use for trade. Or something that just have such an obnoxious amount, I really do need to just get rid of some. Yeah, get rid of those. Yeah, silica powder. That's just what I have on my... Let's actually start with the, Oh, right. I can't actually go to the ship to grab stuff. Alright. So what the heck is this? See, I don't know if the unblinking eyes have a use other than for selling. It's always one of those things, you have this stuff, you just kind of sit on it because you're like, but I might need it someday. Until you get to, like, no inventory and then you start selling. Let's see. Yeah, silica powder is utterly worthless. So let's get rid of the semiconductors. I've got tons of those. That is for selling. The gold I've got tons of. The superconductors we can drop. Those are stuff I just picked up on the cheap to then sell. The enriched carbon I'm going to drop. I know you craft with that. The hot ice I'm going to drop. Same thing. Those are things I just bought from the person and I've been sitting on. Organic catalyst. Okay. So that should give me plenty of money. Alright. So I'm content with getting all that crap out of here. Oh, right. We have all these upgrades to consider. We have Sentinel weapon shards. Sentinel health things. Is that all the Sentinel junk I got in here? I still have this thing, which apparently they didn't want. So, 2, 1, 10. So your hands down better than this one, so dismantle that one. Move you over. Exosuit. Grab the next one. 1, 2, garbage. Grab the next one. 4 to 11. So 4 fire rate, 2 damage, and less reload time. They lose a little bit of fire rate and regain damage. So I think this one's gone. And we can grab the next one. I'm also realizing I should be storing these, not getting rid of them so we get the nanites back. Fire rate 18%, reload time -3. It's definitely not bad, but... Okay, so you've got 28% fuel efficiency, 30% core efficiency. So I gotta rearrange stuff here. So let's have you... Wish I could move those ones that are not assembled. Move you down there. Move you over. Move you up. Move you down. Wait, did those combine? No. Move you back over. Oh, wait. Why does it... Oh, that's interesting. So if we put it here, it is combining with all those. Oh, I see. Because this one has fuel efficiency and core, but so it doesn't line up with anything there. Interesting. Okay. That makes that way more complicated to deal with. Alright, so you are a damage booster, and that's technology overloaded with those ones. That's sprint distance and solar panel. I'm gonna go with store that to make into other stuff. Overloaded, fuel efficiency, solar panel power 49%. Okay. What about the next one? 100% support life tanks. That's going to be better than one of these. Which one's going? Probably you. Is that the one we just got? No. Oh, no, it was down here. That's right. So it's still overloaded with that one. Oh, right, because this is a different style. I see. Okay, so one of these has to go. So it's fuel efficiency and health. Life support and sprint distance. Okay, I would say that one's better than this one. Meanwhile, you can go down here. There, I got all those combined. Okay, those are all combined again. Alright, let's grab another one of these. And you are 51%, and then shield strength. So I'm assuming core health is my actual life, as opposed to shield strength is the shields. So I feel like I want to start giving up some core health for shield strength instead. So let's grab you. Move you up here. Grab the next one. Ooh, okay. We just got ourselves, like, a massively good one. 70% solar panel, 100% life support. We don't have the fuel efficiency, and core health. So as far as this one, just straight upgrades that one out of the way. So let's grab you out. Toss you in. That's what we're looking for, is ones like that. They got all 4 stats on there. Then we got you. And that shield strength and sprint. A lot of sprint. And I just mentioned moving over to the shield strength more. So I think we pull that one. Okay, so we got all that, and those are all linked. So that's good news. So we got tons of stuff there. Is there anything else I need to be cleaning out of here? No. So let's go to one of these tech vendors and we can turn all of that crap into nanites. Oh, and disassembling those things gave me really good materials, but really I'd rather have the nanites. We can farm materials easier than nanites. Okay, so purchase, sell. Yes, that blaster is worth 396. Yeah, so these are only 16 nanites each. I think I'll take the, So if I disassemble you, that's discard, not disassemble. So literally I was just wasting materials. Cool, man. It makes sense that they don't just let you, trade those away for a meaningful amount, because that's literally just me fighting the Sentinels. Alright, so that was incredibly lucrative. We just massively improved our character, and gave ourselves a bunch of money. We'll see if we can't find that A-class, frigate again. I'm not sure we'll be able to, because if we can, I definitely would take an A-class frigate. Because that'd be, I think, an S, an A, and a B-class frigate we've got. And I have no idea what the capacity limit of frigates are. Right, so let's see about the frigate thing. It might be too little too late, because they do jump in and out. Yeah, so it'd have been one of the frigates right next to my ship. Yeah, I don't see the frigates anymore that are, the pirate frigates. Yep. Yep, so the frigate's already gone. That's fine. Okay, so what we're going to quickly do is we're just going to land on a planet. I don't have a strong opinion on which one. Because I need a bunch of dehydrogen to deal with freighter stuff. We can get that knocked out real fast. So the good news is, we got our freighter. And it is an A-class, not an S-class, so I would like to upgrade it. I do not remember how you do any of that. Wait, whoa, what's that symbol? What's that symbol? It's an Atlas symbol that's gold. It's an unknown grave. Drowned in the seas. Signal led us there, in search of, pursued by, abyss. But we couldn't. I wasn't done. So much more to see. So much more to... The fallen traveler's grave is marked by a glyph. An epitaph of some ancient technology. Extract glyph. I obtained the glyph, and with it, the ability to travel to unknown worlds. I leave the fallen traveler in peace. Memory fragment. A shattered remnants of an expired traveler. It whispers an unknown name deep within its fibers. The memory will manifest as an important technology upgrade. Yes. You lied to me. You said that was going to be an important technology upgrade, not literally a pile of garbage, of which that person should be ashamed of ever handing to me. Basically what they handed to me was a disappointing amount of nanites. Oh, we got an unknown building with 2 separate of the radar things right there. Oh, they're just like side-by-side buildings. Ow. I didn't check to see what the sentinel status here was. I think they were fine. Okay. The alarm has locked the terminal. A message displays itself letter by letter on the screen. Interloper visual detection initiated. The alarm shows no sign of stopping. I notice a wall-mounted security camera slowly turn towards me. Shoot the cameras. I apply rapid bursts from a multi-tool directly to the facility's security camera. Partial success. My image is not captured by the system, but the backup centers react to the destruction by shutting the facility down entirely. I mean, it was literally the only choice it gave me, so you know. That is what it is. Unfortunately, there's like no other sections to this, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, it makes me wonder, like, which things I should be going after for, like, the maximum of stuff. But that then gets into, like, the min-max grinding to make sure you absolutely get the best of what you can. Okay. Yeah, surprised these were like right here next to each other. Usually the world gen doesn't do that very much. Alright. So I got some dehydrogen. So the question is, how much did I get? Sort it all again. 147. I probably need more than that. It does look like there is another navigation beacon right over here. Wasn't really much that way. Now we got navigation data. Okay, and we can go grab this one. that the same one I was just at? I think it is. Yeah, it's the same one I just broke into. Yeah, so we had the shelter we already found. Thought I saw yet another one, but I guess not. That's fine. Unknown building. That's probably the one I saw. Okay. Hey, Avak! Thanks so much for the raid! I do hope you had a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. You were playing, RimWorld earlier, were you? Or was that yesterday? I don't remember. Regardless, thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know Avak, another fantastic content creator on the platform. It's one I highly recommend checking out. Definitely good times to be had over there. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. We play a variety of games. Oh, did we get a shout out for Avak, by the way? If not, I can get it here in a second myself. Just trying to grab this, the hydrogen before I forget. Because I will. I have already utterly screwed myself once. Some RimWorld, an unending raid of undulating eldritch fletch. Excellent. So anomaly stuff. So let me go ahead and get that shout out real fast. For those who, again, who do not know Avak, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a bunch of games similar to what we play here. But yeah, playing some RimWorld, all that good stuff. I spent like 11 hours in regular speed dealing with a fight. That sounds terrible. Was it a heart? Is that what was going on there? Because I'm trying to think of what could possibly... I mean, you could also have like mods or really wild settings going on, I guess. Yeah, no, tell me about your stream. Like, what... I mean, if you got to raid and run. But if you're not needing to raid and run, like, what did you have that you had, like, that kind of a thing going on? Or was it just, you know, storyteller being storyteller and just not laying off? Because, of course, it happened when you sent your grav ship away with half the colony's best fire. Gotcha. So you had the grav ship elsewhere, and you were just trying to hold on to dear life with who was left, is what I'm gathering. And that got to be difficult. Okay, so we're gonna give them bribes. We're gonna offer them assistance. Because that's just quests that can give me good resources. But anyways, before I forget, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of things here on Twitch. Including games like RimWorld, and we're playing some No Man's Sky today and all that stuff. It was a Flesh, Heart, and More. Gotcha. When it mentioned it was like 11 hours long, I'm like, man, what event can last a long time? And I do know with not having a good fighting force, the heart can be, or not even like not good fighting force. If you're in a bad way, the heart can be an absolute pain in the butt. I didn't even pay attention to what they asked me to do. You want me to repair something. Flesh Heart plus Pit Burrow, then Shambler Assaults on the grav ship. It was just all over the place. Gotcha. Well, that is what we call content. But yeah, no, that sounds like it's a lot of fun. It's one of those things that you get those stressful days where the game just has no chill. And they can actually be very, very exhausting, but like really fun content days. I think we literally just... Oh. But yeah, so for everyone popping in, what I'm doing in No Man's Sky right now is we did finish the expedition. So we're kind of just going through and advancing stuff. Chromatic metal. Okay. Is there anything I can get from you worthwhile? I can get your upgrade thing and a bunch of cosmetics. I would rather get the upgrade thing and maybe get something good out of it. And roll the dice. And what are you? That's not bad. And it is considering them joined. Cool. But yeah, so we're working on a couple of things. And while I have played the game a ridiculous amount over the years, there's just a lot I don't remember. So, like, I know I have been looking for trying to figure out how to get back to gas giants for materials I need there. But I, for the life of me, cannot remember how to do it. I know I need an upgrade for my ship, or at least I'm pretty sure I need an upgrade for my ship. But it is one of those things that, man, I don't remember. Did I already check that building over there? This planet is weirdly dense with different places for me to look. You know, I'm pretty sure we didn't check that building. Oh, wait. Yeah, we have. If we can see what it is already, we've been over there. Okay. So let's just get back to our ship real fast and see what other objectives I can work on. Get that topped off. We'll get to our ship and we'll process some metals into that chromatic. Pulpy roots. Sure. But for those unfamiliar with No Man's Sky, where have you been for the last decade? But anyways, it's just a space exploration game that, you know, it's got a lot of different systems that so many space games have. But very genuinely over the years, it's kind of just kept expanding and expanding and expanding that it's really hard to kind of go in and really say what all's in it anymore. That was like earlier on, it's like, what can you do in this game? And you're kind of going, I don't even know where to start with the comments around that. The game has done a lot over the years. Like, if you've played the game and it's been a while, it's changed so much. I just realized I can just get chromatic metal on this planet easily. We'll just go inside the ship real fast. Like, these days you can build your own ship part by part, so, like, this isn't a ship that I just kind of went, like, I decided to put an engine up there, you know, against that frame and put engines here and, like, build the entire middle part. Like, it's all segmented. If you played Starfield, it's kind of like that type ship construction is now a thing in the game. There's our mission computer. Is there anything I want? Not really. Okay. So let's see what I can do for getting some chromatic metals. I just need... You know, I don't think I've ever tried... Pyrite. You become pyrite. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. So you turn real gold into fool's gold when you process it. Alright. Let's see here. What else could we potentially process? I'll need to turn some of those dehydrated... Oh, we got a bunch of copper right here. That'll work perfectly. That's becoming that. Alright, so with that in mind, what are the other quests I just accepted? Because I was not paying attention. So you want me to get that. You want me to collect ammonia. You want me to repair the lost autophage. You also want ammonia. So the autophage, how far away are you? Really far. Okay, so we go to the autophage over here. That's when we can work on real quick. Then we can collect the ammonia. We're working on the chromatic. And the only reason we came down to this planet is I needed dehydrogen, which is a very common material. I just happened to run out of it because we got ourselves an A-class dreadnought, and I was building some of the rooms on it. And for those who haven't seen some of the stuff that's changed in the game, so if you imagine here, I'm going to try and do this again. It didn't work earlier. So what I'm going to try and do is while we're in mid-flight, we're going to open the back door. And we're just going to huck ourselves right out of the back of the ship. And I've lost track entirely of where the objective was relative to me. So yeah, so now you don't even have to go to the surface. Alright. So the thing we're looking for is over here. Okay, see the icon on the mini-map. Okay, so you need some sodium, you need some condensed carbon, and some chromatic metal. Drink their foam. Have this. First, 1010110. Later, nerd. So I have constructed it, which is the objective there. And you are the ammonia that they wanted me to get a hold of. So I can start collecting ammonia. And then that'll complete those objectives, and that'll give me a bunch of reputation and all that with the autophage, and we'll see what that actually does. But yeah, so basically what we've been doing is just kind of tracing down anything I can do to upgrade stuff. The big thing I want to get done is I want to get this built, which allows me to summon like a little mech and stuff that I can just land on the planet, so instead of running around I get a big vehicle I can fill full of stuff and whatnot. It is just unfortunate that I don't remember how we get to the gas giants and all that. And we've been spending a lot of time tinkering, figuring that out. But we've gotten a lot of stuff done. We've got ourselves a full class better freighter that it's actually a really good model. It's the Pirate Dreadnought. So we got an A class there. Our Corvette is an A class now, and we've maxed out, I believe, our player inventory, but not our systems. And the ship's probably gotten 8 or 9 inventory upgrades. Basalt, it can only spawn on non-purple planets? No, so there was 2 materials I needed for that thing, and one of them it specifically said quartzite can only be gotten on purple stars. Like, it literally says it in the text in the game. And I don't mind getting extra of this, because this you use to make gas extractors. And gas extractors are kind of one of those things that when you find the gas, it's usually best to just chuck a bunch of them down at once so you don't have to wait any longer than necessary, because it's a slow process. Luckily, you don't have to do that very often. Let's get to the other side, because those bones are making it hard for me to get most of this. Because I'm going to bother starting to mine something, we might as well just go for it. Okay, so it looks like we got most of that. Alright. So we got those 2. It's interesting to me that this is still playing the klaxon as if I was still in the fight. Okay, so you're way out there. Alright. Land back here and turn these in. Alright. Okay. So there's your ammonia. I was not expecting it to immediately be like, hey, do you want to assist us more? Repair lost autophage. So you keep giving me words. So you're giving me reputation, words, and more void motes. I'm going to actually hold off on that. I don't want to get into a loop of just running back and forth for them again and again. I'm going to abandon it because we basically gave them a bunch. So where's the last one? Yeah, I don't want to give you the chromatic either. That's fine. Okay. So we did get one of their missions done and some rep. I don't want to go through and waste a bunch of that. And let's see if you're better than the last one. Okay, so you're a good one. 6 to 8 solar, okay. So with that, we have solar, shield strength, and all that. So I think this is our weakest contestant right now. Let's go down here and move you up here. Okay. So with that, let's check out the minor settlement we revealed using the antenna here. I don't expect to get anything I care about from it, but we've revealed it. It's there. Let's just get it. Alright. Oh, what are you telling me to do right now? You know what, it's fine. Gain unique plants on a specific planet, don't care. Alright, so we got all of our, like, individual things we don't care about. Let's get up in the air here. And get to the minor settlement that's apparently on the absolute opposite side of the planet. Check out what it has to offer. Then from there, I would imagine we would go back up to our freighter, build those rooms we were missing. And I'm sure I'm going to need more materials for other rooms. Okay. Save the spot for the nanites. I need to do a proper emptying the inventory. That's the thing. The more inventory they've given me, the more I just don't bother getting rid of stuff. And it is a massively escalating problem. Okay. So you probably have more than one door. So there's the entrance door. A red jagged and recent bite mark is wrapped around the entirety of the warrior's neck. Claw marks scar their chest, and their exosuit light flashes red. The wound is oozing a strange, caustic slime. An interloper. My suit malfunctions. The Vakeen Ancients. The lifeform barks contently at me, satisfied with their narrow victory. It's clear, however, the warrior's injuries are severe. They have trouble breathing. Ooh. So the Makeen don't like to be helped by other people, so congratulating them might be what they want, as opposed to help. I'm going to go with that. The warrior nods, ignoring the pain. Too proud to ask for help, inhaling deeply, they revel in the suffering and glory of victory. Yeah, so that was the correct answer. We got reputation for them, because otherwise we would have offended them. Alright, so you sell blueprints and all that. Interloper is pathetic. Equipment looks, I'm going to assume that's crap. Death. Blueprints, we should have it all. We do. That's fine. Let's go and look at what they're actually offering on the other side. The components. I will take free antimatter housings any day you want to offer them. Salvage data is nice, but man, salvage data ain't cheap. Alright, so far as selling, unfortunately you want like actual things. I was hoping you'd be one to trade nanites, but that's okay. Yeah, and that's out. So there's no Atlas Pass area in here. That's fine. So let's go to our ship. I mean, we got some reputation out of it, so it's not like it was a total loss. I appreciate that my landing ramp is on top of this building versus, you know, me landing on the actual ground. Okay. So let's get back to our freighter. Which should be in the direction of the space station. Alright, meanwhile, we can go to this. Drop that off. We got tons of stuff to drop in there. Slime. Yeah, so that's my freighter that we just got, is this red one. It's probably one you've seen a bunch. It's just like the Pirate Dreadnought. It only seems like there's one model of it, maybe. But it's just one of the cooler ones. It is honestly one of the things I feel like they could do more with No Man's Sky, is give us a bit more freighter variety. There's some cool ones out there, but a lot of people, it's almost everyone's doing like this one, or there's one that looks like a Star Destroyer. I'd like to see some more exotic ones. Okay, so let's go up top here. And then from here, we can run... let's see. Opposite the commander. So we've got all you. So I need to make some of this. Alright. So we need the construction specialist room. So what do you have? Traveler friend, you taught me each time you enter, leave this home of ours. You see the world, and I see the world of glass. Grant me a small comfort, traveler. Collect images of places you visit, so that my eyes may follow yours. I've already taken the liberty of loading an image requirements into your multi-tool, traveler friend. Take care. That's the fleet command thing. I don't think our fleet's done. Yeah, so you're still on your expedition, so keep doing your thing. Traveler, gather data as you explore, do you not? I find myself hungry for information and details of the world beyond. My current research requires animal behavior data. Would you be able to assist? Here's some data. Perfect, Traveler. This is greatly aid with the research. Please take these nanites as compensation for your work. Yeah, so it's basically the exact same idea as then you go below. And that's the galactic trade. Give me that. So that way you can trade every single time you hop in the system. We've got... Oh, right. I needed to grab the mold for planting stuff there, because the person wanted me to do that. We do have our storage things over here. Do I have any of that, though? Yes. So we do have the fungal mold for planting. Let's run back over here. Because they wanted me to plant 2 things of the fungal mold in here. I need 50. Boo. Let's check on this. I don't think I saw any. I did not. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is, when we have the opportunity, next time we're on the ground on a planet that has fungal mold, or I otherwise just have to go on any just random planet, let's go out of our way for that. Okay, so now I can go in here. I've got all those rooms built. We got these 2 built. The refinery room, so that's a dehydrogen. We can get the exocraft room. So there's the exocraft room. We will want another corridor over this way. I need to make another dehydrogen. Now we'll want the refinery room. We got the storage rooms 1 and 2. And I can make storage rooms 3 and 4 and all that stuff. Yes, this is a large refinery. We can do all the fancy stuff in here. Alright, so for the exocraft, what do you have? Traveler, I've detected a location of monetary interest. Go, that you may hone control of the exocraft. Track the signal down before it disappears, so that we may siphon its units. The technician has hacked a terminal to siphon its units. If I get to the location fast enough, I'll be able to transfer the units to my own account. They spend their days doing this now, tending to the exocraft and drawing data from interplanetary networks. Sometimes I see them walking into the planet itself to explore, but such times are rare. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The technician is content with this retirement, engaging in fugitive activity for the pleasure of the chase, no longer for the necessary of its survival. It is a game we can repeat. One last heist after one last heist. Alright, sure, we'll go. Okay. So they gave me a terminal location. Did I... So we've unlocked the... exocraft teleporter room thing. I think that might be what that is. Technician idling. How dare you? The Vakeen regards... You're idling, sir? Do you want to continue living? I suggest you find work. Misery shoutout. Oh no, you're all good. Don't worry about that, Treacle. Speaking of which, can we get Treacle a shoutout? Because absolutely fantastic content creator. Good morning from London. Nice. Hope you're having fun in London. Alright, so let's see about this raid this person wants me to do. So it mentions the exocraft thing, so I'm curious about how that works. Oh good, and this planet has the fungal mold on it. So I need to plant 2 of them, so I need a bunch. Let's get down here. Now, it mentions the vehicle. I'm genuinely curious if I will actually require the vehicle, or the vehicle's a nice-to-have thing. Okay. So abandoned terminal. So let's take the goop. The terminal whirs into action, spitting out errata its confusion, siphoning funds from the intergalactic transaction directory into my account. Extract records. As I go, I think to myself how glad I am that the technician can hack these networks. They claim to do so, do this 1,000 times and not get caught by any authorities. I hope that my fugitive friend is right. Sir, you made me land for 35,000. I do not get out of bed for 35,000. I'm gonna need you to really up the amount of money you're withdrawing, because look, man, I could grab like one of these egg things out here and you're talking very similar price. Alright, but meanwhile, fungal cluster. Okay. Oh, let's grab this while we're here. So let's go grab these fungal mold. Why does the model like look like Roberto from Futurama? Or a squashed Wally? That's just the way it ended up. That wasn't a deliberate thing. I set this character up quite a long time ago, and I know I got a lot more customization now, and I just never did get back to expanding the customization. I probably... Hey, I don't feel like dealing with your garbage right now. I've certainly... No, it's fine. We don't need to do this. I thought normally I had to pick up the thing between them to get them all angy. 'Cause I don't mind fighting, but I just don't have a need for it. Are you chasing me? If you're chasing me, I will kill you. Very technology, don't care, don't care. Fossils, fossils, fossils. Jade peas, I'm not really worried about those. Fungal cluster. Okay, let's get over there. Locate a scorched world and scan plants from space with J. You can worry about that when we get there. Okay. The good news with all those upgrades we got from the autophage and the Sentinels, I can run for a very long time now. Okay. Okay, so how much fungal mold do I have now? 90. So if I get 9 more, I can plant the 2 I need for... There we go. For what the growing person on the ship wanted. Pulpy roots. Let's see where we're at. Fungal mold, fungal mold, fungal mold. 120. Okay, so with that, let's get back to our ship. Things are so hard to get them to scan. Okay, and we learned a new word. So you want to tame a worm? I don't think you can. Like, I'd be surprised if you can. You can tame some pretty weird animals, though. Okay, so with that, we should be able to take off. Go back to the freighter. And see if we get any progression from doing the freighter stuff. Because I do know the freighter stuff is one of the things I've neglected. Does he have a laughing icon? Yeah. Now, it'd be an interesting thing, like you have some type of capsule on it. But it would be super cursed in trying to deal with the animation and all that. Okay, and if we turn around, there we go. I wonder how much longer I have on my frigate stuff. It was a pretty long one. I wasn't really watching where we were at so far as the stream going, like if we were near the middle by the beginning or where it was. I think, because it was the other, we were on the other freighter when I queued it up. Manage fleet. Manage my fleet. Yes, I've got you two. Oh, so they got 45 more minutes. I see. So I can go over here. I didn't think to scan. No, it wasn't you two. It was I needed to go over here. And over there. Go to the plants. Okay, I have planted your mold. Did you know that nanite clusters sometimes resemble the fungal clusters? Nanite spores arrange themselves in accordance to some arcane purpose when left in the wild. Abandoned structures pulsate with their seething mass, lurching out from derelict terminals. Nature precedes technology. I wonder. What does the universe inspire you, friend? The trader clutches their head, apparently in pain. They say nothing else. Ask if they're alright. I ask if they're alright, but they gesture for me to leave. I do not ask anymore. But I am. That's literally the same thing you just said. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, so we got the settlements and all that. This is the only other thing I can think is that we have to go through the prayers of the machine. Search for computing units and observe their responses. That's the destined systems. Alright, so let's go ahead and take the freighter. Oh wait, we do this through the navigation panel. So let's manage the fleet. Freight warp map. Oh, that's for the Galactic Core. I don't care about that. Temporal warp computer required. Yeah, so we would need stuff, better stuff than that. All right, so there's a dissonance system. Alright. I do wish when I teleported down here, it would face me towards my Corvette's teleporter. Or that you could teleport directly between the like the cockpit, or like sorry, from your radar in this area. Okay, so there is 4 planets here. With a charred planet. We got that one. Supercritical planet. We got that one. So there was 4. Oh, I think I missed the moon back there. And... okay. So we do have a dissonant planet there. To see about exposing the mechs, whatever. Let's see, oh, how do you get a copy of the monitors in the cockpit? You'd have to look down to see them. How do you get a copy of the monitors in the cockpit? You have to look down to see them? I'm not sure what you're saying. Because, like, you mean, like, where you see these screens down here? Because those, I believe, are just there. Like, unless you're doing VR or something like that. It's based on the module used while crafting. Oh, are you talking about, like, for the Corvette? Because I don't remember those being particularly different even outside of Corvettes, but I could just be not remembering. I believe I have the Ambassador. Let's also check, do I have any more stuff here? We've got navigation stuff I probably need to use because my inventory is getting very full. And I've been just hoarding stuff. Okay, we'll start by donating. Yep. I will take the ion batteries, I'll take the free fuel. I can just sell those. Okay. For Corvette cockpit changes based on what's used. For normal ships, you don't think you can change it. Yeah, that's the reason I'm confused. Is I don't remember ever being able to change it. Oh, you know what it could be? I bet you what you got going on is if you look at your display, where is the POV? Somewhere in here there's, I believe you can change your POV. I'm willing to bet it's one of these. I'm willing to bet if you change your flight field of view, I could see one of these potentially impacting that. Maybe you're zoomed in really, really far. That would be my guess. Or camera height or something like that. I could see that being the issue. That you have the normal cockpit, but because of your POV, you're like zoomed in on it farther, so it's clipping it off. That would be my guess. And that's under camera under settings. You could try tinkering with that and see if that helps. All right. Grab you. And then we grabbed you. 75 degree is so weird on a modern screen. 90 foot 85 flight for you. Yeah, let me check because I have not looked at changing any of that. Yeah, so you're using 90 on foot and 85 in flight. Because I just haven't changed them. I know it did change, but it didn't particularly stand out that much. It looks like we're just a little farther back. Okay, so I've got too much crap in my inventory. Okay, so let's sell. The Vigilant Stones I haven't seen any use for. I know where to find them if I need more, so we'll get rid of those. And I've deliberately been buying a lot of this on the cheap. I don't really want to sell it for $250,000 or whatever. Like, I've got some goodies there that I probably should be parting with. The hex berries I could probably stash. These I could probably stash. I'm gonna get rid of the polyfiber. It's been sitting there too long. We use the wiring looms a lot. I know this is used for a lot of stuff, but I also have a crap ton of it. And that's kind of where we're at with a lot of these, is they're useful materials, but I have a bunch of it. So get rid of that. I'll get rid of the quad servo for now. Get rid of you. Okay. Yeah, especially when you go for the first-person camera. Useful in tight spaces like derelict stuff. Alright, so... Oh, I didn't check the quests. Because it's always worth popping in to peek at the quest, because you never know when they're going to be like, alright, here's like a ship expansion, or a freighter expansion, or a frigate piece, or whatever. So it'd be definitely worth doing. And then getting those standings up, they give you better options and rewards. Like, that's the thing I'm surprised, is because we got our standings up, they're giving me, like, warp fuel every single time I dock from the mercenaries thing, and I'm just like, alright. I like not having to source my own crap. You just checked your camera settings, nothing there looks weird. I'll hop to the Storge, check again. Only have 5 monitors at the bottom of the dash, no monitors up high like yours. Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, it could just be that ship's cockpit. But I don't remember, like, the difference. To be fair, they are duplicates. Like, if you look at the one to the bottom left, it's the same as the, or like, just left of the HUD, it's the same as the top right. The one on the top left is the same on the far left. The one on the far bottom right is the same on the center left. So it could just be a Corvette thing. Okay, so we've got that. I'm surprised we have, like, no tech for the freighter. Let's go look at our log of things we've got going on. Right, so I was gonna go check a dissonant system, or dissonant planet. We did have one here. I remember which one it is. And see if we can't figure out how to advance the autophage stuff that's been just kind of stagnating. So we'll go to the Reeking planet. In the meantime, drop that off, recharge you. Sort the junk. But then storage, 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 storage. No, I missed whatever that space signal was. Okay. Alright. So let's see. If we can get this to trigger anything. I'd prefer not be dealing with an incredibly mountainous part of the map. But if I see either one of the autophage things or a building or whatever. Oh, there's a building. The issue I have here is the terrain super sucks. There we go. The Sentinels are rebellious, and the weather is miserably damp. Alright, so where was... that base location I saw. Got Knowledge Stone over there. Alright, well when I was spinning around, I spun around enough that I've lost track of the, of the nearby base. That's a corrupted drone. Buried technology, other crap I don't care about. Well, you're a frightening thing. Some buried cash. They're just gonna move around between things of interest / value. Superheated rainstorm approaching. That's weird. Yeah, it's afraid. It immediately goes into the rock face you can't dig through. Alright, so we got cargo drop down there. Storm crystals on the periphery, those are always a good time. Not really what I'm looking for right now. What we're actually looking for is the like wrecked autophage things. Alright. I was about to see the wall of fire thing going. Oh yeah, where you just see like everything starts catching fire around you. Get our knowledge that's right here. Storm crystal right there, so let's grab that. Alright. Okay, and I've got some type of point of interest just over this hill to the right. Okay. I do You have not done the autophage. What item is that? So autophage is a faction. So it's not an item. But it's a whole thing where you go to these planets where the Sentinels no longer operate by kind of the same rules. We got buried technology, buried cache. Where did that... I saw there was the antenna point over here somewhere. Oh, there's a grab ball thing, so if I wanted to get into a fight. There it is. Alright. What I'm not sure about with that is they want me to give more of the resources that we need to repair the things. But I haven't really seen progression from doing that. Okay. Let's double check to see what the log says. Right, so it says research the properties of Atlantidium. The construct claims that all electronic hearts will react to the presence of Atlantidium. Search for computing units and observe their responses. And we've been working on that. Like, just exposing stuff to it. I haven't quite gotten what I'm looking for, because what we can find is if we look around enough... I need to go inside. If we look around enough, you'll see, like these little yellow thing. What is poisoning me? What is poisoning me? Oh, extreme localized toxicity. Okay. So we had like a toxic cloud just roll through. That's cool, I guess. Yeah, so what we're looking for is a little yellow icon. It sort of looks like a horizontal bar with like little dots on it. With all this terrain being so up and down, it's so hard to search meaningfully. And this is going underwater. I suspect once we go in the water... it'll probably be hostile temperatures. Oh no. Okay, so this is one of those cases where you can use the water to escape from storms and all that. Or yeah, or you're seeing where it says the prayers of the machine. When that popped up, it's the same icon, it'll just be yellow. Look at clams. Got lots of fish to scan. We'll mark the buried technology. That's something marked. We'll work our way over there. Okay. Let's also check. Right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if the thing I had on my ship was going to let me summon the stuff down there. Because that's the big thing I want to get, is where I can use those exocrafts on the planets by just land, jump in the exocraft to get going. But we've started working on that for our character, but that's what I need the gas giant for, is it's got the last materials I need for it. Okay, we've got ore, we got knowledge stone, don't really care about that. Yep, we found that shelter. I wonder what the best way... Check what that sentient echo will do. Because I remember there's a way to locate those. The other way I can do it is I've got an item in my inventory, or a module, sorry, that I can tech one, like the little autophage bases. And I know they'll give you a quest to repair one of them. I have no idea if that counts. I also have no idea if it's just one of those things I just have to like maximize my friendship with the autophage. That could also be a possibility. Around out of jetpack. Wait, what is that I'm seeing over there? Oh. Okay. Alright, so let's see if the Sentience Echo does anything for us. It's like, is an Echo Seed. Well, not exactly what I was looking for, because I actually already had Echo Seeds. Wasn't trying to go on a murder spree, but I did accidentally shoot him. Okay, so I don't see any of the things nearby here. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna change up our plan a little bit. So I can grab on my multi-tool. I've got this thing. That'll detect the nearest place where the autophage is based. And how far away are you? Way far away. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and plunk you down here and fly over there. And what do I need to charge that? Yeah, there we go. Alright. So I could fly over there and there's a good chance that they can find where damaged ones of their kind are. Alright. Okay, and now I can land down here. Alright. We're getting anything cool at the moment? Just trying to figure out how to get to the gas giants and don't spoil. With that, so we're working on autophage stuff because that's something I haven't quite finished. I'm like, alright, well, I finished most of the other things, so just work on what's not finished until we get access to it. I'm sure it's something missing, like I just have like one objective to do or some person to talk to and it'll be good. I want to get that knowledge real fast, unless you're like way out there. Yeah, no, you're just right here. Okay. So we can go up here, we've got the inventory pod thing. And I suspect we're getting pretty close to the point that our character, like, I won't have any use of these anymore at all. Okay, so we got sodium nitrate. And I just need to make a carbon nanotube. Alright. Exosuit is at max slots. No slots available down here. Okay. Okay, and there's the autophage people. Alright, so we will give them the material. This is a gift. You have my thanks. You know of Altidium? It is blank the Corvax Prime. The more lattice it is. I can't understand most of you. So my assumption of what's going to happen here is we're going to keep getting reputation with them. As it is things. Collect Ardifium. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but we'll get that. Return construct Verone. Stand stiffly in front of me waiting. I'll bribe you. A gift thank you pre-built entity. There's not many autophage, but we are many echoes they in existence. And we'll accept your quest. Offer assistance. Collect 4 radiant shards. Okay. Hand over 4 radiant shards. Cool. Talk to you again. Practice language. Request a new word. Please to share their language. Friendship. Ah, apparently we asked for a word about friendship and they gave me the word despair. Excellent. And I don't have your materials. The constructed life form examines me at approach, assessing my multi-tool. Here's your bribe. My thanks to you, her. She, to all entities, her, is unique, her. We all hear it. I dream her voice. I. Someday you'll make sense when I have more words. Offer assistance. Kill 9 corrupted sentinels. Alright. So we are at 6 out of 9 in their reputation. And I've got another waypoint over there. I'm gonna quickly run over there real fast. Now, by going underwater, I don't have to worry about the storm. Okay. Okay, so let's blast across here to where that is. And you can make like a submarine and a whole underwater base and all sorts of stuff. My plan is to go over here, instigate a fight with the corrupted sentinels to get that objective done. Because I assume what we're going to need to do for the autophage stuff is I just got to become their buddies. And that's going to happen through violence, apparently. Not really worried about the living pearls right now. Where is the antenna? It looked like it was supposed to be like right here. There's the one back the way we came. Oh, it's one of these. Do we go into this? Come on, recharge. Or not. I was expecting this to be another hidden base. And I wasn't paying attention to how many of these I gotta kill. What? Oh, they're the combo thing. I'm not used to that sound, so I was like, what? But I do appreciate it. Kicking off a combo and all that stuff, so thank you so much for that. They must have added a sound because people were giving feedback that, like, you could hardly tell was happening. Which I think is a good thing. Thank you for that support, I do really appreciate it. Kicking off a little bit of biddies here and there. Alright. Why don't you use the Minotaur? I haven't put the platform down here yet. That's actually a big thing of why we're doing a bunch of this stuff is... Oh, that's not what you want. Probably should build the platform like right here and just wander this planet with it. But that's actually one of the big things we're after, is to try and get the thing where I can teleport exosuits just onto the planet's surface directly. Okay, so I've killed enough, so I'll kill that one. And thank you again for the for all that support, the 20 biddies and all that stuff. That's 25 biddies we've gotten so far. So thanks so much for all that support. Means a heck of a lot. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because they're not de-aggroing. And take all that. You don't have the exosuit upgrade that allows you to summon without the platform? No, that's literally what we're working on. Because I don't remember how to get to the gas giants and I don't have the upgrade, and do not spoil. Because I did that during the expedition where they introduced the gas giants, but man, I don't remember. So in the meantime, we've been doing a bunch of stuff around that. But honestly, even with that, what I should probably honestly be doing here is I probably should be taking the time at this stage to just build the platform, get the Minotaur thing here. Yeah, this is not going to work this way. Going to the water to evade them does not seem like the answer. Oh, no, that's fine. Apparently only plows so much down there. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that I gotta get that sorted out. I also don't have the upgrade on the freighter, which is interesting. I thought I did have the upgrade where on the freighter where you could get them anywhere. I also don't have my exosuits fully upgraded. I got some upgrades on them. A lot of that stuff's the stuff that kind of got left behind because I did all the achievements and everything the game had when it first came out. And then since then they did, you know, they've been doing the expeditions and I've done a bunch of them. But I don't play a ton between expeditions because I've kind of done all the achievements and all that. And then on stream I've done a couple things like a full permadeath playthrough and that kind of nonsense. So in a lot of ways, a lot of my stuff like my exosuits and freighter and all that have been kind of left pretty undone, honestly. Okay, so that gives your objective. We'll hand that in. Okay, so practice our language. Request a new word. Technology. Alright, so let's get in the ship for a minute to escape the storm. And then check what else we got going on. But yeah, so if we look at here, I'm missing the activated quartzite and the crystallized helium. And I know the activated quartzite is purple stars. I also need to get some convergence cubes. We still don't have those. Yeah, it's the emergency escape thing. Alright. Yeah, and that one still needs to be upgraded because it's our Corvette we've been upgrading. Okay, so let's check our log on this. We want to get Periphium. We got a deposit over at 500. 1,000. Alright. Well, with that, what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to run over here. I'm going to tag and untag this to get ourselves a save. Because what's unfortunately going to happen here, chat, is I've already gone quite a bit longer than I normally do, and I need to be wrapping up for tonight. So I do hope you have enjoyed today's stream and all that stuff, and if you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host planned over there, so don't forget to like and subscribe. But for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. There's no